Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's live stream. It is Tuesday, the 9th of June. And I hope you are doing well on this very special day. Hobo Joe's in the house. Yo, yo, yo. I hope you are doing well, sir. And today we're going to be having a look at some interesting things happening across the world, not just focusing on Australia or the US exclusively. Today we're going to be having a look at what's going on with North Korea and China. It looks like Xi Jinping has left the motherland. Everyone's been coming to him all of 2026, but he's out and about. He's globe-trotting. He's gone all the way to North Korea, and he's visiting the dear supreme leader over there. So, this must be terrifying for Americans and people in the Western world, because North Korea is the most evil place in the world, and China, who kind of basically does business with everyone, is going over there, entertaining the evil North Korean regime. Oh my god, the commies are uniting. Yeah, so it must be really terrifying, this stuff for some people. So we'll have a quick look at that. We've got a piece from Thomas Massie. I got this one out because it's just I think it's very, very recent. He was addressing Congress on the USS Liberty, which we'll touch on later. That's one for Dilemmas, if Dilemmas is here today. A bit of a piece from Thomas Massie. And we're going to be going down the techno-feudalism / surveillance capitalism rabbit hole, and having a look at some discussions on AI. We got a nice piece that was given to us by Jag. It was in reaction recommendations, maybe. I think reaction recommendations from... It's a critique, I think it's a gamers channel, and it's a critique of Nvidia being one of the premier chip manufacturers or designers in the world. And we're gonna have a look at someone carving up Nvidia and their nefarious plans for world domination and economic control and all that sort of stuff. So strap yourselves in. It's gonna be a roller coaster today. Gravy Baby in the house. How you going? Good to have you. Thanks for the wave. And let's go over some interesting territory. First of all, I do actually want to go onto something that Hobo Joe mentioned yesterday. I'm pretty sure it was you, Hobo Joe. You were like, have you seen Barnaby crash out on housing policy? And I was like, no, I don't know what you're talking about. And so I found a piece on it. It would seem like for some reason the media's going after One Nation housing policy because Barnaby Joyce did a silly, that was me, said something silly, and was inconsistent, and so people are jumping on it. So I'd like to see what the fuck that is. But it looks like a non-issue. It's Barnaby Joyce saying shit off the cuff, hello. That's what he does. Speaking about AI, I got my local AI up and running. And it's deep research functions. Fuck yeah, look at you go. I am jealous. So good luck to you. I would not have the technical expertise to do anything like that in the slightest, but you are running AI offline. That is some scary shit. It's almost like you are controlling, to a large extent, your own means of production there. Crazy. Hi to the sausage, gang. Hope you're well. Wookie's in the house too. Everyone's doing the roll call. It's nice to have you. Let's have a quick look for the Australian audience. Let's just have a quick look. I want to see what this whole drama is before we get into the Thomas Massie stuff and Xi Jinping goes to North Korea. I just want to quickly look at Barnaby crashing out, I think is what people are saying. But I don't have high hopes for how highly he crashed out. Let's be honest. Dilemmas, sup players? How you going? Oh yeah, I was just saying to everyone that I want to have a look at. Have you seen the Thomas Massie thing? How he got up in front of Congress and started talking about the USS Liberty, And like everyone's just like, well, he's like totally doesn't give a fuck anymore, bro. The man is a shambles. Yes. It's all thanks to PewDiePie for providing the free AI harness to take power away from big AI. Wait a minute. Like when he was saying, like he's actually provided some software for you to use? Is that what you're talking about, Hobo Joe? Wow, PewDiePie for the people. It's taken me multiple goes, but I think I've finally figured out how to crochet this neckline to finish the jumper. Congratulations. Hey, that's ownership of the means of production right there. Hey, no one can take that off you. Now, that's a skill for making your own clothing. All right, let's have a look at this. Yeah, check out Odysseus when you have time. Okay. Interesting. All right, let's have a look.
Over the weekend too, Pauline Hanson had to clean up after you when you suggested that One Nation would force permanent residents to sell homes they own to Australian citizens. Did you want to clear up that policy? Because I guess to Tanya's point, when we're analysing those policies, we're finding some holes.
Well, the thing about that, let's look at that. This is about the scratchiness. Okay, I made a mistake because we didn't have the policy written down, and I corrected on the same interview. And all of a sudden, the people are febrile. Oh, we've got it won. Quick, run out and tell B1 and B2 that the One Nation is over. I mean, if people are grasping for that, if that is the reason to change,
you haven't got much reason.
Isn't it a bit of a worry, Barnaby, that it's not written down and you're going public with the policy?
You haven't got much reason to change.
He just talks over the top of them. What a knob. Pauline's cleaning up Barnaby's holes again. What does she use as a paintbrush made with pubic hair? Bro, where's your neck? LMAO, if Pauline has to clean up after you, time to reevaluate your life. Savage take there. But like, what is the claim that has been made here? I've like heard it off other sources. Barnaby is such a crackpot. Love Jeff in the house. How you going? So like, what happened was someone was asking Barnaby about One Nation's housing policy. Like, if you get into government, what are you going to do with your housing policy kind of thing? And he was just like, I'm going to make all migrants leave their house in 2 years. And someone's like, does that include permanent residents? And he's like, yeah, they have to sell their houses and they have to sell them to Australians. So take that. And like Pauline Hanson's backtracked on that. I did link the Sky News interview yesterday. Okay, fair enough. Like, do I want to watch that or I just want to watch him squirm here? It's pretty funny watching him just talk over the top of people. Like, I think that's the long and the short of it. Him in like, you know, fantastic nationalist fashion has just been like, yeah, when I get into power, we're gonna take everyone's homes away from them, including permanent residents, the dirty scum, and we give them back to Aussies, real Aussies, you know, not just the citizens, like the good type. Yeah, he's squirming in the Sky one. Okay, fair enough. Interesting. I think that's the point of the, you know, the confusion of Barnaby.
Okay, it is that it's not including permanent residents. So I mean, is that it? Is that what all that excitement was about?
So you just made it up. You didn't have it written down. You just made it up.
That was all that excitement was about. And so this is, you've got your answer, and what you have is it's vastly more ingrained than that. People have changed not because of an interview on Sky. People have changed because they don't trust you anymore and they don't feel their life's getting better and they hear the talking points and they just go waffle.
All right, well, let's talk about housing. 7 News has a big series of interviews coming up on the major issues facing Australia. Housing obviously is one of them. We've seen that in the budget where you've just hit 28 million.
Bolt gave him a chance to phone a friend and correct the official One Nation policy. Just say, yeah, I misspoke, my bad. Yeah, it's very funny when they say, if you don't sell the house, we will take them. Sounds very commie. Oh, fuck, it does, doesn't it? That is hilarious. Barnaby's going to be going in there and expropriating people's private property. What a fucking commie. Dude, that is fucking hilarious. I wish I had thought of that. Could you imagine Commissar Joyce taking people, permanent residents' houses away from them, expropriating private property for the greater good? For the greater good. Don't worry, Barnaby. No one on Sky is changing. Yes. That is hilarious. My God. Commie Barnaby.
People, migration is a huge issue as well. Tonight the focus will be on that big Australia question. Tanya, what should our population policy be? Do you see some merit in this policy that One Nation announced over the last couple of days? Should we be a big Australia?
What's the policy? What's a big Australia? What the fuck does that mean? It's like, I'm Big Kev, and this is a big Australia. What the fuck is this? Have I walked into another dimension? Can somebody explain what the fuck is going on here? I'm going to ask my research assistant. Don't give a fuck. What is a big Australia? This is great. Oh, man. Barnaby. Commissar Barnaby. I am trying to catch up on some Australian politics here at the federal level. It would seem that Barnaby Joyce has caused some controversy recently by saying that he would give Australian permanent residents 2 years to sell their house, or he would, in government, reclaim those houses and give them to real Australians. There is also talk of a big Australia policy in relation to housing or migration potentially. Can you clarify these two policy positions from One Nation? Maybe you should go to the Sky interview for context. Okay, fair enough. I think I will. It only means we have big everything, like big banana, big pineapple, etc., etc. More big stuff. Like that's their policy. Is it like, let's just build more big things so tourists can go when they go on like long drives and stuff. They can stop there and take some pictures. I don't think non-residents could own residential property. Okay. Sell your house within 2 years. During an interview last week, Barnaby Joyce stated that even permanent residents who owned homes... Can you see that? I don't think you can you fully? There you go. Permanent residents who own homes would be required to sell them unless they became Australian citizens. He said was to the effect of become an Australian citizen if you want to keep the property. That immediately caused controversy because permanent residents are generally considered long-term members of the Australian community, and many have lived here for years. However, One Nation leader Pauline Hanson subsequently clarified that the policy was aimed at non-citizens and foreign owners, particularly temporary visa holders and foreign investors, not permanent residents. Several media outlets described the interview by Joyce and other One Nation representatives as a policy train wreck, because they appeared unable to explain who exactly would be affected. See, this is the thing, like, I don't even know if they are, like, a professional, like, party. Like, they're definitely a professional opposition party, but, like, I don't know if they would have policy, like, as in policy in the sense that everybody understands exactly what the intricacies of it are, because, like, do they really need to have it figured out? The Big Australia issue. Big Australia is a long-running Australian political term referring to policies that result in rapid population growth through migration. One Nation argues that Australia's housing affordability crisis is being worsened by migration levels that are too high relative to housing construction. As a result, the party is proposing a significant reduction in migration, restrictions on foreign ownership, housing policies designed to prioritise citizens and existing residents. Okay. Yeah, big Barnaby, big Pauline, etc. I'd go and take pictures of like massive statues of Barnaby and Pauline, Bolt and Barnaby. Two awful blokes. Okay, but did anyone ask Barnaby if he knows what a permanent resident is? One Nation all about the big picture. Details not important. We're just like big. All right, fair enough. Okay, what are they actually proposing? What are we actually doing here, ladies and gentlemen? So good. Why did it do that? I hate that. I just touched this side. Calm down. Can you see? Yeah, there it is. They want to cut migration. Yeah, okay. Restrict or prohibit foreign ownership of residential housing, not assets. I thought they would stop the Chinese from buying up all our ports. Seems like that's not on the agenda. Sounds very bourgeois. Require affected foreign owners to divest over a transition period. Link those policies directly to improving housing affordability. Okay. Big beautiful Bill, big beautiful Bubber, big beautiful Barnaby. It's all making sense. You have to live here for 10 years to get citizenship. Is that right? I wonder if my partner was here for 10 years. It sounds about right. Fuck, that's crazy, isn't it? And like if you bought a house in that time and you reside here, that's it, I'm going to repossess your house and hand it over to this state. So good. All right, maybe we should watch it. Did you? I guess we should watch Bolt. Fuck, I hate Bolt as well. What is it? On this one, it's Sky News, obviously. Yeah. Oh my god. This is the one, I think, right? Barnaby Joyce forced to redo One Nation policy. Answer after embarrassing blunder. Why are they going after him? Exactly. I wonder what's going on there. Why are they happy
I was joined a short while ago
to go after him? It's a bit weird, if you ask me. They've been so hard. Like the Australian media has been going so hard on the whole One Nation is taking over. It's an orange wave. It's an orange wave. And like all of a sudden it's like there's a little bit of criticism going on there. What's happening? People running for school captain have more thought on policies than One Nation. Savage. Voltator, why not? As in like, why not look at it? Let's just have a look. Let's do it. Permanent residents have dual citizenship. I'm sure there are plenty of is not really peeps who would be upset with that. What, having their homes repossessed, expropriated by the state, by Commissar Barnaby. Commissar Joyce, yeah, I'm sure they'd be upset about that. Barnaby himself rocks up pissed as a fart to size your house. It's not a government initiative. It's Barnes' personal policy. That's why it's not written down. Yeah, I like that. I give you 150,000 for it. What? Because he said it with chest and was wrong skis. He might be seen as the weakest link and more likely to embarrass the party. What's they're going to weed him out slowly. Like Pauline's doing fine. She's, carrying the torch well, but Barnaby's a loose cannon and he needs to be fucking sorted out if like the whole One Nation revolution is going to be a serious thing. Interesting. Very interesting theory there.
By our regular Thursday commentator, One Nation MP Barnaby Joyce, the former Deputy Prime Minister. Barnaby Joyce, good to see you again. Did you vote for or against Labor's tax cuts?
Tax cuts. Tax cuts. I voted against their $250 price tag for a loss of 50% tax break on $250 rubbish.
Go to the housing thing.
Honestly, the policy is one thing. It's a stupid political games like, we'll just add a little bit of sugar here and so you don't mind the poison. It's just so...
Use him to bring national voters and then get rid of him. Fucking hell. Like he has used and abused people throughout his life. Right? He swings a roundabouts, eh? That'd be pretty crazy. Oh, that's a very private school of you, Wookie.
Insulting. But I've got to play you this from Senate estimates last night, Barnaby. It came after we learned that this government had meanwhile helped 51,000 non-citizens buy a home here by letting them use the taxpayer-backed 5% deposit scheme. Have a listen.
I guess... a lot of people would look at this and say, why have you expanded a scheme for Australians to become first homeowners to people who aren't Australian citizens? That's a question for you, Minister.
Australians who are permanent residents have settled permanently here in Australia. Many of them are in our suburbs, in families where they are grandparents, taxpayers, in our defence forces. They are part of the Australian community.
It's an Australian
honestly.
first home buyer scheme. It's not for people who are not Australians.
Barnaby, your response?
Many of them are putting the dream of Australians to buy a house, they're kicking that to the curb. We want Australians to be in a house. Now, if you're not...
Sounds fair. What, that like if you're a permanent resident that you should not be able to get access to a scheme that allows you to buy stuff? This is Australia. Australia. Absolutely. Can't stand Bolt. Hey, give him a break. He's an upstanding journalist. Hey, no sensationalism at all. Aussie for the Aussies. But like, as some would suggest, Aussies, like including permanent residents who have integrated into the community, pay taxes, engage in the social infrastructure of Australia, but they just don't have citizenship yet because they haven't done the time. Hey, fuck them. Don't give them access. Interesting.
Australian citizen, I think we've got some serious questions to ask whether we subsidise you into a house at the expense of other people who are Australian citizens. See, they tell you about the benevolence of the people who come here who get the benefit of...
Dude, such a good slip. That doesn't sound white. I mean, right? So good.
The largesse of the taxpayer, but they don't talk about the Australians who miss out. And we want to make sure this is one of the biggest issues. We've been bringing in the population of Canberra plus in the last few years into Australia, and that has forced the price of houses through the roof, and Australians are missing out on owning a house, and they want that dealt with. And this idea that not only can you come into Australia, but the Australian government's going to help you keep Australians out of a house, there's got to be something wrong with that.
Well, One Nation has its own policy on stopping foreign ownership of housing. Here's Pauline Hanson.
We must stop foreign ownership of housing indefinitely, give foreign owners 2 years to sell up so we don't suddenly flood the market. If not sold, the property will be repossessed by the federal government.
Something
so
has
good.
been...
It's so good. It is fucking... I wish I had thought of it. Hobo Joe, like, you're right. That's so, evil communists. They're going to come in and take people's houses away. Oh, man. It's so good. I can't own a house anymore. No, not under this fucking orange communist regime, bro. Like, if you try and buy a house and you're a permanent resident or someone who's settled in Australia, they're going to fucking take your house away from you. Oh, man. So much for the sanctity of private property. First homeowner grant should be for first home. No doubt grandparents have owned a house in country of origin. Wookie, tisk tisk. How was I the last one censored? I added to it again. Did you actually get censored? And you're in the censored comments? Actually, I want to hear what people's comments about housing are. What did you say? Bad, man. Tell me permanent residents are old people makes me want telling me permanent residents are old people makes me want to kick them out. Oh, man. Now will purple pingers now support Pauline? LOL. Why? Because she's a fucking communist? Yeah, fucking I'll support Pauline for that. Let's repossess everyone's houses and we'll nationalize housing. Everybody gets a house. Public housing for everybody. Hey, and fuck private property. The institution of private property. It's outrageous anyway. Isn't first home buyers only for new builds? It changes all the time. When we bought, we didn't qualify the first home buyer's grant. It's not like there's unlimited spots. Do you want investment or new? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's new builds. Because they're trying to encourage construction as well, the production of new stock, as opposed to like just people getting in. Foreigners. It's all about being born and bred here to One Nation. What if you were bred by two permanent residents who aren't citizens yet, and you're like in limbo, in residential limbo? and like they never ended up becoming citizens, and like you're the offspring of permanent residents. Actually, that makes my kids were born to a permanent resident, a dirty permanent resident. Hey, I don't think my kids should have any rights in this country. They shouldn't be able to buy houses, that's for sure. Hey, bloody mongrels. Gross. It's changed a lot. It has changed. They've swapped a lot. But that's pretty much the scheme, though. It's to encourage people to construct new housing as well. I was born to a permanent resident. I knew it. You're a fucking mongrel as well. Hey, my kids are mongrels. There's probably a few mongrels in this chat, let's be honest. My old boss has been in Australia for over 30 years and he's still a permanent resident. Well, fucking take his house then. Let's get him. All right, let's get our torches and pitchforks and we'll all go over to Hobo Joe's old boss's house with Barnaby Joyce and we'll reclaim their land. All right, let's just listen to this.
Will be repossessed by the federal government.
Something hasn't been quite explained about that as far as I can make out.
Do I get a free trip back to Italy? You bloody oath you do. And on the taxpayer's expense as well. Hopefully it's a cruise. Then you can enjoy the sunshine while you're at it. He does have a nice house. Well, even more incentive to reclaim it. I say back, but never been there. Same with my yoga teacher, but her daughter is born here. See? I knew it. All these half-bloods out there.
Would that mean that permanent citizens who are also not Australians, but permanent residents, that they would have to sell their houses as well?
Well, become a permanent resident. I mean, commit yourself totally to this nation and then your problems are solved.
You can't even say the right thing. He means become a citizen, not become. He just asked, he said, will permanent residents have to sell their house? Well, the solution, become a permanent resident. Hello, are you even listening to the question? Like, seriously?
Houses as well?
Well, become a permanent resident. I mean, commit yourself totally to this nation and then your problems are solved. But if you want to have a foot in two camps, then in two camps you'll have your feet. Become an Australian citizen, comply with the Australian ethos, commit yourself to this nation, and this nation commits itself to you.
You can be a dual citizen, though. You can be a dual citizen. Who are you committed to there? 2 countries at once? Barnaby, we need your experience in having commitment to 2 parties at once, Mr. Champion of the affair, Mr. Infidelity #1 over here. How do you spread your commitments out over 2 parties? Tell us your experience, please. After this slip up, surely the popularity of one nation will go down. No, not at all. But like, it's pretty funny though. Trillions in housing stock. All that constant investment will now be restructured towards new builds and new construction, along with the government's infrastructure boosts and housing investment. KK Online, how you going? It ain't gay if it's a 3-way. Fucking, he might know. Hey, you got a lot to learn. We've got a lot to learn from you, Barnaby. Investment scheme, sorry. I couldn't get a German passport because my dad renounced his Germanness. Interesting. Too bad. You thought I was joking, but he doesn't actually know words. Yeah, fair enough. He looks too red to sound so white. I don't want to think about Barnaby spreading anything, thank you. But like, he's the master. He knows how to split himself over multiple commitments. The issue isn't he doesn't know the policy. It's he doesn't know the terms used. Yeah. It's like, well, then become a permanent resident. Barnaby, oh, hello. Stay with me here. Are we having the same conversation?
Look, I don't particularly want to be an Australian, but I want the benefits of being an Australian. No, we're going to be distinct about that. You have to be an Australian citizen if you want the benefits that are indelible about that.
What?
And that includes buying your own home. A permanent resident under one nation would not be allowed to buy their own home here.
Well, you know, the issue is that we have to work out how we have the housing stock for people who are. We're concerning ourselves with people who are.
I got the problem. Barnaby, I'm totally with. I'm understanding all that.
Hey, there's one like the Orange Revolution here. Hey, what's going on here with the tie choice? He's got Labour red. Hey, he's our working class hero, but we got fucking One Nation wave coming to get you, says Bolt. Someone clipped Barnaby saying he doesn't want to be Australian.
Just wondering, does it apply to permanent residents as well?
Well, it does. That's my belief in the policy. Right. It does, and we want to make sure that you become a permanent resident. Become a permanent resident, and become an Australian citizen. Excuse me, become an Australian citizen, and
maybe he's hungover. When did they do this? If they did this too early in the morning, that's not fair. The poor guy. And it's time to get over last night's binge drinking session.
Well, that's going to deal with the issue, isn't it? Become an Australian citizen.
Right. Okay. Well, that might be a bit of a issue for a number of people, but we shall see how they resolve that. 2 polls.
Is he drunk? I don't know. But he said the thing. Bolt looks like he's been hiding from the Grim Reaper for a few months. All right, that's enough. I don't want to do this anymore. This is painful. Australian politics is very, very painful. It's too real, maybe. No benefits for non-Australian citizens. The only permanent resident should be a citizen. Simple. Yeah, fucking get him. All I can say is one nation for me. Hey, Bolt, it's better than One Nation sort out their policies before an election, as Labor did, lie to the Australian people, just be elected. It's okay, we could get 4 years of that. Oh, you're right. Like, for someone like me, who's doing streaming, content creation and stuff like that, we could get 4 years of this. Okay? 4 years of non-stop content and material. I don't like Boulderby. Where's his hat? Yeah, actually, why doesn't he have his hat on? Interesting. All right, that's what I wanted to check out. So thank you, Hobo Joe, for the suggestion. Very interesting stuff. Now we're going to go over to the equivalent in the US, but like not so much, in the sense that like this guy seems to actually be coherent and not drunk or hungover. And because he's lost recently, he seems to be just like going nuts. Going absolutely nuts. So there's a guy called Thomas Massie, a congressman from the US, like federal level. And he just lost. He's a senator, I'm pretty sure, right? Anyway, he just lost out. And he's not coming back, let's say. Because like there was a massive campaign against him because he went pretty hard on the Epi files, and like was asking for it to be released because that's kind of what Trump promised to do, to release the Epstein files. And like this guy is a Republican, but like tried to hold Trump to account, I guess you would say, for that. And so like he got a lot of popularity, Thomas Massie. People were really behind him, wanting to stand up for the right thing, or I don't know how you want to say it. But like, yeah, they were happy to support him. And he got a lot of name recognition, I would say. Like I'd never heard him before the whole Epstein situation reared its head most recently. Anyway, so Massie pissed off Trump massively. And so like his seat was up for a re-election very recently, and he lost that to another Republican. And there was a pretty crazy campaign against him. Like we saw one of the ads, and like one of the ads was like this AI slop ad of like him with like 2 Democrat like politicians, like insinuating that he was having threesomes with Democratic politicians like AOC and someone else. Like it was crazy smear tactic stuff. And like apparently AIPAC, so the Israel lobby, spent a few $1 million trying to oppose him, as well as other players that were trying to oppose him as well. And Trump endorsed his Republican rival. So like there was this massive campaign to bring him down. And so, like, I guess he's just got a little bit more time under his belt serving as a representative in the House before he leaves politics. I think he said he's going to challenge for the next election, etc., but, like, he's got a bit of time between his next run. And, like, he's just letting it all out. So he's going to give a speech. I haven't heard the whole thing. I watched like a minute or two of it just to check out. But he's going to give a speech on a strike on an American naval vessel that occurred in or off the coast of what is now Israel, like ages ago, like, you know, decades ago, where Israel directly attacked America, like the Americans, like they literally, they wiped out an American warship, and like no one, it was kind of just forgotten about. And like we only discovered about this event, the USS Liberty, in stream, because when Kirk went down last year in September, we started investigating the Groypers, because the Groypers, like the Groyper Wars, the Great Groyper Wars. So the Groypers are people that follow Nick Fuentes, and like they would rock up to Charlie Kirk events and like press Charlie Kirk when he was debating people on Israel. And then when he like would defend Israel or whatever, they'd bring up the USS Liberty and be like, well, what do you think about this event where Israel openly attacked the US and everybody just covered it up, kind of thing? And like Kirk, we've seen footage of Kirk being like, that's a conspiracy. It's not true. It's never happened. You would have heard about it. Like people in Congress would have talked about it, blah, 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 etc., etc., etc. 4 years of Barnaby, stubby. I can only get so erect. Well, you're going to be erect for 4 fucking years. So yeah, Republicans don't want a devil's triangle with AOC. Sounds pretty gay to me. Sort of gay if you make eye contact. Yeah, I know, right? I hear you, Wookie. I reckon Jag would agree with you on that one. But like, yeah, Massie got like assassinated, politically assassinated, and he seems to be just like not giving a fuck now and bringing up things that are like, you know, fucking 50 years old. And it's just like, Israel's a problem, like kind of thing. And so like he's been taken out by AIPAC, it would seem, and like some other players and Trump personally. And so like as he goes down, he's gonna fucking do as much damage as possible. So it'll be interesting to see how he frames this, because it's very controversial stuff. And if he's bringing it to public attention and gets enough public attention on this issue, like Americans already have, it would seem, like a overall negative perception of the America's relationship with Israel, and people are really questioning that. And like this breaks out, like it goes viral, let's say, and people really start putting the dots together. Like, you know, this could be. It could be a huge scandal, or like or maybe they'll just suppress it. But it's interesting that Forbes, I don't know where Forbes would be doing this, but they're posting it up, and it's getting some traction. Mr. Marco doesn't have to worry about that. He's too short. Well, for making eye contact, savage. Till Kirk started going against the agenda, they stopped that quick, fast, in a hurry. Yes. And so like I wonder what's gonna happen to Massie. But let's have a listen. I'll shut up.
Mr. Speaker, it's my great honor, maybe one of the biggest honors of my lifetime, to stand here on the floor and do something that's 59 years overdue, to recognize the survivors and those who gave their lives on the USS Liberty 59 years ago today, when they were viciously attacked by IDF jets, and also after that by torpedo boats. I'm going to tell you a little bit of their story. And there, by the way, there's at least a dozen of them here today with us. I just met with them in my office, and they related this story to me. You know, it was a clear day. The USS Liberty was one of the most technologically sophisticated ships in the Navy, but it was virtually unarmed, and it was sent to observe the 6-day war going on in the Middle East between Israel and its neighbors. It arrived on June 7th, and the weather was clear. The planes came out to meet them, to investigate, and then on the next day, on June 8th, they started the day. The visibility was unlimited. The American flag was flying proudly on the USS Liberty. More planes came from Israel to surveil the boat, the ship. And they thought they were in good shape.
The I see dead people kid has really gone far in life. As in like this guy right here looks like an older version of that kid. Is that what you're saying?
But what happened next surprised them all. French Mirage jets showed up and for 25 minutes strafed and attacked the USS Liberty. They shot rockets. They shot 30-millimeter cannons into the hull and into the ship. They even dropped napalm on the bridge of the ship. This was an effort to kill everybody on board. There was no intention of taking prisoners. After the 25 grueling minutes of attack on this virtually unarmed ship, and they thought things were over and they could recover, the torpedo boats showed up, 3 torpedo boats. They launched 4 torpedoes. One of them hit the hull of the USS Liberty and killed 25 people instantly. It blew a 40-foot by 40-foot hole in the side of this ship. They were intent on sinking it. But
like, what's 40 foot by 40 foot? Like, is that like, that's like over 10 meters, right? That's like 12 meters or something? 12 by 12 meters in the side of a fucking ship? That's mental.
They were also intent on not having a single survivor. According to eyewitness accounts, the Israelis machine gunned the lifeboats that they put down. They machine gunned the firefighters who were on the deck. They were bringing the wounded and the dead to the mess hall to triage them. They had one doctor who was trying to help them all, put a few stitches in. It was harrowing, and it's amazing. If not for that crew, that boat would have sunk that day. But it still wasn't over. Helicopters showed up. Combat helicopters. And the USS Liberty, even though their signals were being jammed by the Israelis, got a signal out. And there were ships that tried to respond. The USS Saratoga, the USS America sent planes. Both of them sent planes to help the USS Liberty. And something happened that's never happened before. A ship under attack, the planes were recalled. This has never happened before. And they sat there for 17 hours, 34 dead, 174 wounded, out of 294 crew members. That's over 70% casualty rate, unheard of. The Israelis were intent on leaving no survivor. And what about our own military? Why did they not send anybody for 17 hours to help these men? So what really happened? You know, the official reports say that it was a case of mistaken identity. But if you listen to Dean Rusk, former Secretary of State, Richard Helms, CIA Director, Bobby Ray Inman, head of the NSA, Captain Ward Boston, who was the chief counsel of the Court of Inquiry, if you listen to Admiral Moore, who served in Pearl Harbor, Midway, commanded both the Atlantic and Pacific Fleet, and was chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. None of these distinguished men think this was an accident. They think it was intentional murder by the country of Israel, either as a false flag operation or because they simply didn't want anybody observing what they were doing that day. Well, I've got a call to action.
Like, how the fuck did they not bring the ship down? Like, all of that damage. Like, what the fuck's going on there? How did it not go down? Fucking mental.
For everybody here, honor these individuals. Quit ignoring that they exist. Go to their website, ussliberty.org. Support them. And while they're still alive, they need closure. Let's give them closure. Let's have an investigation. Let's pass a resolution honoring them. It's long overdue. And then they can have their justice. With that, I yield back. And I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a declaration of Ward Boston declaring that the only official court of inquiry was invalid.
Without objection, so ordered.
I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes.
Like, there's no one there. No one objected because there's nobody listening to him. I wonder why. What the fuck? That's a very interesting story. And so, like, remember when we were watching this or, like, listening to the Groypers, like, try to checkmate Charlie Kirk in all of those weird scenes of the Groyper Wars. Like, Charlie would always be like, it's a conspiracy theory. Don't talk about it. Don't talk about that shit. Like, we don't want to hear your conspiracy theory stuff here. Like, is this guy a conspiracy theorist? Is that what we're going to understand about Massie? Like, are those guys apparently that have come and sat in his office and then listened to this, survivors of the USS Liberty, are they all in on the conspiracy too? You got to ask the right questions. 17 hours and no rescue. Our own government is still hiding the facts. This is huge. Thank you for saying this out loud. He's right. USS Liberty deserves justice. He's the only Republican with a pair of balls. He's got balls. This must be why they spent a historic $30+ million on a Congress primary to remove him. Why the fuck is it empty? Disgusting behavior by the people we granted power to. Interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. I wonder what the website's like. What is it called? What did he say it was? USSLiberty.org, I think it was. Man, my search history is fucking mental on this stream. Join the Liberty crew. Alright, here it is. So yeah, is it just like, do you reckon he's just doing this because like he's pissed off, he's sore, and he's like, you know what, fuck it. I'm gonna screw things up as much as I can before I go down. Massie's automatically a conspiracy theorist. Due to being a libertarian. No, he's not a conspiracy theorist because he's a libertarian. He's just incredibly gullible if he believes in libertarian economics. Yeah. If you believe that heavily in the free market, I got some news for you. Yeah, wow. Look at this. These are all the dudes that went down. Oh, yes. Candace Owens is talking about it. All right. Candace. Stay afloat. Oh, you can buy a hat too. All right. Get yourself a hat, ladies and gentlemen. Do yourself a fucking favor, yeah. Interesting. Well, we'll see if anything comes of it. But, like, I'm sure this is not a story that's going to get a lot of attention, despite Massie's efforts. But, like, again, you can never see it into your memory if you were here in the streams, like, I don't know, September last year. Kirk repeatedly just being like, this is a fucking conspiracy theory. You're a conspiracy theorist. Why would you bring this up? You've got no proof of that. How dare you? Obviously, he's just a right-wing grifter jumping onto the anti-Izzy train to make money now that he got fired. Yes, maybe not. All right, we're going to change gears massively now. I want to have a look at, like I said before, Xi Jinping has been visiting North Korea, and I think that's kind of exciting, and so I wanted to cover some of that. One of the USS Liberty survivors did an interview with Jake Shields. Spicy. LOL. Spicy. But yeah, Xi Jinping has gone to North Korea. So, like, I want to find out about that. I want to know what the hell, like, China and Korea or North Korea are up to these days, what their relationship is like. So I think that's spicy and worthy of global attention, if you ask me. So let's have a look at what Big Bad Xi is up to.
This is Chinese President Xi Jinping's first visit to North Korea since 2019, before the COVID-19 pandemic closed the borders between the two countries for years. Kim Jong-un last met Xi in September when he attended China's military parade in Beijing as an honored guest. Ties between Beijing and Pyongyang were once described as close as lips and teeth. China fought alongside North Korea were once described...
What? Described as what?
as close as lips and teeth.
As close as lips and teeth. I have never heard that euphemism before. That's an interesting one.
China fought alongside North Korea during the Korean War between 1950 and 1953. They share a 1,400-kilometer border and a mutual defense treaty. Today, China is North Korea's...
You know who they fought against? It was the Americans. That's why. Have you grabbed the like button by the pussy? Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. If you're watching this on YouTube and you haven't already, make sure you hit the like button. That'll be very nice. I wonder if North Korea will ever get to have a truly benevolent leader one day. That would be neat. Well, I'm pretty sure they would think they have a very benevolent leader. So it just depends. Whose propaganda machine are you going to believe in? The North Korean propaganda machine? Or the one led by the West and Western imperialism? Have you shown the like button how much you appreciate it today? That sounds much nicer. Confucius says, yeah, lips and teeth, eh? Yeah, so like if you remember, like this whole relationship between China and North Korea really did start because of, all right, fine. I'm not going to go there because it's too controversial. Because of the war that was happening in Korea. And like the Americans or the West was at one point pushing rapidly beyond the parallels. So like they basically split Korea in half. They literally just did a line on the map kind of thing. The Russians and the Americans, and the Americans were like, we'll take the southern half and you commies can have the northern part. And so like the North invaded the South. Because they wanted to, destroy capitalism and all that sort of stuff. The northern representation of that situation is that they wanted to reunify Korea that had been split by imperial powers. But whatever, North, made a lot of gains. Then the South, with the help of the Americans, fought them all the way back to almost the border of North Korea and China. And then China stepped in. Because China didn't really want to have, there's probably many factors, but let's be honest, one of the big reasons was China didn't want America there right on the Korean Peninsula, right at its borders. So it just sent wave after wave of my own men at your disposal. And they just flooded North Korea with Chinese soldiers to help them in the fight. And the Chinese, by a lot of reports, were incredibly under-resourced. But they just literally, that wasn't a joke as a reference to Futurama. They literally just sent wave after wave of Chinese, and the Americans just couldn't deal with the overwhelming number of Chinese that were just flooding into North Korea to help fight them. So they fought all the way back to that line, which is now the DMZ, the demilitarized zone. And so they just left Korea split in half. The commies, the evil commies in the north, and the free market subjects in the South. But yeah, North Korea and China have kind of had a relationship militarily since then, as two socialist countries, two commie experiments. But it was all kind of spurred on. I would say this kind of spurred on again by America's empire building or military campaigns. If the Americans hadn't gone into the North Korean, or gone into the Korean War with an appetite to destroy North Korea, it wouldn't have pushed China and North Korea together so much. Because North Koreans and Chinese, the Koreans, they've always they've jostled, let's say. But when both faced with the American threat, then they've come together over that issue. So America's pretty good at pushing people together, it would seem, in that way, because of their military aggression. Oh, Blaz, in the house. How you going? Only attractive people activate the like button. That's right. Hey, how you feeling? I hope you feel beautiful today, so activate the like button. Are you doing the Socialist Conference in Sydney in September? I've been getting ads for it. No, I didn't even know they were having one. Is this the same like the Socialist Alternative, or Socialist Alliance. I can't remember. If you're getting ads for it, or hit us up for the link in Discord. Let's do it. Fuck, I better unlike. No, don't be like that. I'm halfway through this sweater neck and I'm going to have to finish it. I'm going to finish it. If America was really pro-capitalist, they would have left the commies alone and let the market decide. Yes, that is such a good point. Can I just say, dilemmas? Like, if you really think that communism sucks so badly, just let it fail on its own instead of trying to undermine it and sabotage it, unless they actually are scared of it. That's why they have to continually undermine it. Thank you. This is the one, the Socialism Conference 2026. I wonder if this is the same one that me and 4IS rocked up to years ago. I think it was just after COVID, actually. Let's have a look. Yeah, Socialist Alternative. That's the one. 4th, 5th, 6th of September. Anyone want to go along? Anyone interested? You know, anyone in Sydney want to go along to this? We'll like hang out and talk shop. I wonder what the agenda is. The program, here it is. Might be good for a live stream and interview people. They won't let me live stream in there. No fucking way. These people are hardcore, man. They wouldn't let me walk around with a camera in there. Unless I like got permission for it first. But like, yeah, I don't know if they would. Like outside I could interview people, but in the conference I'd say not. Exploitation and class struggle. The Communist Manifesto. A Marxist critique of the Greens. That'd be interesting. German Revolution. Who killed Rosa Luxemburg? Hidden history of Australian fascism. There you go. Watch out. Smash sexism. Why does capitalism need sexism? Combating the threat of one nation. Oh, dilemmas. You want to come with me, bro? We'll go to this one and we'll heckle them about one nation. Did you know that Commissar Barnaby Joyce actually wants to repossess people's homes and then hand them over to other people that desperately need them? One nation more communist than you guys would ever be. I have to get tickets. Another not put my name anywhere. I'll just use your alias, bro. Wookie, for sure. Just after COVID, I was Googling what Liberal and Labour actually meant. LOL. I find it so simple to argue for public ownership of like lots of things. And I see Labour moving towards it, while Greens push it for now. Well, you could get Blaz, you could get a Marxist critique of the Greens. I'm going to write why communism needs sexism, but as a pro stance. Hey, go and heckle people. See how long you last there. Israel lobby and the Epstein class. Why conspiracies can't explain the world. Lenin on the Soviets and the Revolutionary Party. Oh, here's a good one. Incel creeps and looks maxes. How capitalism created the manosphere. Oh, that'll be a good one. That one's for you, Ravy. Hey. Fuck yeah. Smash my jaw. Make me sexy. The real story of the Russian Revolution. Indigenous union struggles of 60s and 70s. Battle of Cable Street. Resisting Trump's America. War, racism, and authoritarianism. Can socialism come through parliament? I would say the answer is probably not. The Cuban Revolution. Why Stalinism should stay dead. Free Palestine. Socialist strategy for liberation. Interesting. What is socialism anyway? Oh my god, Palantir makes a fucking makes an entry there on their agenda. That's interesting. Sci-fi dystopia the tech bros are making. Well. It's quite the agenda, this one, isn't it? Very interesting. All right. Well, if anyone's interested, let me know. Hit me up in Discord. And like, yeah, maybe we can go along and interview people. The spectre of Mao makes sense. Trust the plan. Yes, I would go, but I'm not in New South Wales yet. Maybe I need to hit up the Melbourne one and hang out with pingers. Yes. Let him know that like you like his shorts and stuff like that. Butter him up a little bit. Oh, I understand the creation. Don't you worry. Yeah, I'm sure you do. You should do the lecture. It feels to me like that line from Back to the Future. I guess you guys aren't ready for that yet, but your kids are gonna love it. Yeah, that's pretty funny. Speaking of sexism, seeing Jacinta Allen getting stroppy because a brothel put up a digital billboard out about her. My kind of politics. Ditch the witch is not even original. So boring. Australia's democracy is probably too robust for socialist takeover to be popular. Might see it in the US. Ditch the Witch 2, Electric Boogaloo, Return of Jafar. I'm warming up to pingers, but can't handle the culture war side. Yeah, fair enough. As long as he's got some class politics in there, hey, we could all work with that. Yeah, might see it in the US is an interesting point. We've talked about that often on this channel. I say that often. I don't know. We talked about it last time in Fear E Thursdays, and I was like, I still think that the American population is very integral to some type of revolutionary change of capitalism. I have faith. I have great hope in our American brothers and sisters to do the right thing. It needs to come from there, or a big effort needs to come from the Americans. My God. My God. Like, look how powerful, like how much damage America can do. Like, look at Iran recently when they just decide it's time to, like, you know, restart the machine. Like, they've literally done a reboot of the world economy, like something like the Nixon shock or something of that nature. Like, they've literally just been like, let's reboot the world economy. And everyone's trying to figure out, like, when's the war going to end? And it's like, I don't think we're seeing this the right way. America just has incredible control and wants to maintain that. And so, like, they'll throw us all into disarray, you know, throw everything up in the air and see what, like, how it all lands. So, like, you really need the American working class or the American population to be on board. The US is getting bad GDP and quality of life wise. Accelerationists might be able to take advantage of it and get proper a third party push. Well, the accelerations that we were looking at yesterday are the type of accelerationists that are like hardcore, like neo-Nazi types, like white supremacist kind of accelerationists. So there's probably a lot of accelerationists in America looking to rise out of the chaos over there. So, like, can you put your faith in some chaos breeding accelerationist plot, or, like, you know, organized struggle from, I don't know, unions and large scale advocacy groups? Can you? We'll find out. Imagine an Nvidia/AI bubble pop. SpaceX is looking to be a possible $1.75 trillion rug pull. Yeah. Yes, I've heard there's some big players that want to go public by the end of the year. We'll see how that affects the imperial core, hey? Yeah, Donnie's only seconds away from looking into the camera and shaking that nussie, saying, I am not a crook. Yeah, could you imagine? Is it even possible for the US to have that change? Yes. Yes, it's possible. Like, there's a need extreme organization. Like, that's why the point of this channel, like I've said it, like, step one, class consciousness. Like, nobody has class consciousness. I think it was Dilemma's last week. It was kind of like, he came in and he said something like, look, none of my friends talk about, like, class war stuff. It's all culture war stuff. Like, why do you talk about this stuff? No one talks about class stuff. And I was like, yeah, I know. It's the point. Like, people need to be class conscious before you can do anything. And, like, the US used to be very class conscious. Like, this time 100 years ago, America was extremely class conscious. But it was also very industrialized. And so, like, people were they understood that they were producing stuff. Like, they were making things that was then taken by, a group of capitalists for their own benefit or their own, they could decide what to do with it. And so they knew their part. They were cogs in a machine. People are very detached from the idea that they're just a cog in the machine. They think they're all individual. Everybody thinks of themselves as like an individual and an entrepreneur, and they've just got to make their way in the big bad world. Like, we've completely atomized society now. But, like, if we just remembered that we had like solidarity and like, we have a shared story through our class consciousness. That'd be huge. And so like, is it possible for the US to have that change? Not unless people become more conscious of their economic standing. Once that happens, then there's a better chance. But like nobody understands their class interests anymore. Again, they just see themselves as individuals. And if they're having a bad time in the economy, it's their individual fault. Like, I failed. I didn't study hard enough or get the right job or work hard enough. No, like, you live in a society. It's not just your fault. It's society that is failing you. Society is failing us all the time. And like, that's the thing. Like, we can get together and change that as a class, as a group of people, but like not without consciousness, I would say, or some level of consciousness. Yeah, the Teamsters backing Trump in the end. US Union's not filling me with hope. Still, lots of good ground up community organizers out there in the USA. Strong towns. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but I think like Trump's, or like the rise of Trump and that type of right-wing politics in like the Western world at large, like, which is happening, like, Farage or One Nation, like all that sort of economic populism, like they speak more to the working class, because they're just like, yeah, it does suck, doesn't it? And like all these centrists out there that have been controlling everything, they're the fucking problem. So vote for a party that has a populist agenda. Like, we'll fix all the problems, just believe in us, and we'll do it through nationalism. We'll double down on the nationalism thing. People are looking for answers. And so like, I'm not surprised that unions are like, they drunk the Kool-Aid on that one, and we're like, yeah, well, like, if he brings back jobs, then that's going to be good for the working class, etc., etc., etc. It's by design that the class stuff gets pushed aside. Yes, I agree. It is definitely, and like decades and decades of by design. Like, it's so hard. Oftentimes it's class conscious. Then to right, please. Class unconscious. Dilemmas. Don't have time to worry about class war when you don't own a home. That's the main concern out there. Whether right or wrong, it's the source of the problem. Like, apparently that's the source of a lot of problems for you, though, isn't it, Dilemmas? Like, that's why people don't want to fight for their country either. They don't have any attachment to their country because they don't own a piece of society. Lousy systematic structures made to sustain the capitalist class. Han, society is failing. I blame the welfare state. Yes. Yes, I do too. Would you like to follow that up with something? Society is failing. I blame the welfare state. So if you got rid of the welfare state, society wouldn't be failing anymore. It would just be all like sunshine, lollipops for everyone, right? We are forced to live in a society. The clutches of capitalism has no limits. Yes, well, we are by nature social. And now we live in grand social structures. And so, like, I think there's a lot of, like, if people are struggling en masse, it is a problem that society has to figure out. Like, it's very neoliberal just to blame the individual. You're struggling because you suck. It's just like, oh, man. And, like, everyone believes that. That's the sad thing. Like, everyone really feels, like, everyone who's struggling out there kind of like, it must just be me. I've done something wrong. And, like, I'm sure there's some people that could work harder and all that sort of bullshit rhetoric that you hear. Libertarian nonsense, might I add, for you there, hard. But like, there is a responsibility on the part of society to produce an environment that is conducive to people doing well and prospering. Like, we used to think of politics in those terms. Like, is society giving people the opportunity to have a good life and a prosperous existence? Well, now it's just, it's your fault because you suck. You're in debt because you suck. You don't have a job that can cover your, expenses and like the cost of living in this outrageous world because you suck. You're the problem. And like, people buy that because we've been tuned to think like that. Hi, Joe. Well, thanks to my time in this stream, I've been able to convince a few of my mates to start thinking about class consciousness rather than the cultural war point. And they're completely non-political. That's mental. No way. Man, that makes it all worthwhile. I had no idea that other people were talking about this type of stuff, like outside of the stream. That's what it's all about, man. Just give me a moment. I told myself I wasn't going to cry. I say all the time to people, why would you support billionaires over workers? Because everybody thinks as an individual they're going to be a fucking billionaire one day. I just have to start trying harder, and then I'm going to be the billionaire. Wookie, YouTube sweat like me, saying USA, a junk third world country because of their water, not writing in censored this time. Aww. Doesn't not sweat. Weird typo. Yep. Here's the follow-up. Let Walter Williams explain it. Look, I would love to, but did you see what happened last time, Han? We got fucking, like, we watched stuff and, like, we got cut off. So, like, I'm going to put this down on the list. But if it's, like, copyright protected, we got cut off hard from Han. I'll watch it later and I'll check out if I have to worry about it. Click link for a good time. Watch that video. It'll turn ignorance into understanding. We can only hope, huh? 4AS in the house. Yo, yo, yo. What's up? What's up? Dilemmas. It's a major issue. It flows down to general happiness and hope for the future. Starting families, investing for the future, national pride, etc. Not the silly race stuff. Freedom through simplicity and the liberty of an unburdened life. Bruh, I salt everywhere I go. I know I remind them they will never be them. Yeah, that's the thing. It's the dream though, right? The average worker doesn't see the billionaire taking their money. Just the government. I don't know. That type of stuff is actually changing a bit though, dilemmas. People are seeing the incredible wealth divide as a problem. You're right, it used to just be like, it's the government's fault. But I think people are starting to question the extreme inequality and seeing if there is a connection between that and their dire circumstances. We got censored hard yesterday. It was because we were talking about is not rail. I'm pretty sure it is that 4AS. Like, we got kicked off. That hasn't happened in like a fucking year. It's the reason. I remember somebody came in and was really offended. Oh, who was it? Maybe it was St. Chi. Like, why would you say is not rail? That's really racist or offensive. I'm like, well, we got fucking censored for saying the name too many times. In the wrong context. And it became a thing. Anyway, 4AS, what we're actually doing is we're supposed to be watching Xi Jinping's visit to North Korea. And we just got talking about like everything outside of that, to be honest. Is not rail. You're not allowed to say that. That's racist. All right, back to it.
100-kilometer border and a mutual defense treaty. Today, China is North Korea's most important economic partner, accounting for more than 90% of its trade.
Isn't it crazy how they frame that? They're like, today, North Korea relies 90% of its economy relies on China. If it wasn't for China, North Korea wouldn't exist. Well, fuck, there's a lot of countries out there whose main trading partner is China. China. So, like, hey, we're all not so different, are we, at the end of the day?
Xi's visit shows Kim isn't completely isolated internationally and will shore up his power domestically. Beijing's political and economic support is crucial for his regime's survival. But relations have cooled in recent years. Xi is wary of Kim's growing closeness with Russian leader Vladimir Putin. North Korea has sent troops and weapons to support Moscow's invasion of Ukraine. Beijing has also been frustrated by Pyongyang's nuclear weapons program, which it sees as a source of instability. Xi Jinping discussed the Korean Peninsula with Donald Trump when he visited China in May. The White House said both leaders had a shared goal to denuclearize Pyongyang. But just last week, North Korea unveiled a new facility to produce components for nuclear bombs. Some believe Kim wants to cement the country's status as a nuclear state, so he can demand the lifting of UN sanctions and to use as leverage in talks with the US. Kim has made expanding his arsenal a priority since diplomacy with Trump collapsed in 2019. He's also
It's
increased
so funny, isn't it? Like that Al Jazeera assessment. Like Kim Jong-un has ramped up his nuke production since a fallout with Trump. And like we were watching something last week and they were like, the only reason that Kim Jong-un hasn't been testing weapons recently is because he's scared shitless of Trump. Trump's like the only thing stopping North Korea at the moment. Like they would have done it with Biden, but they wouldn't do it under Trump. That's for sure. The global North wouldn't have its wealth without China. Kim probably not wrong though. If they don't want to be assimilated, it's porcupine military strategy for defense or nukes. I understand the class war, but being overtaxed by the governed and overgoverned is higher on the priority list for me. Yeah. Well, Trump is invading countries left and right. No, he's not. Let's say that. Outrageous. He's the president of peace. Like, does this look like a weird picture to you? Does it look like this guy's head is just like floating there, like he's been photoshopped into the frame? Can you see this? This guy's head here. Does that look weird? It's AI. Like, look at it. Look at it. It's weird, right? What the fuck is going on there? He's like, it's the specter of Mao. Fake news media. It is weird, right? Like, because there's a guy even there and he's just like blending in. Who is this dude? The mystery. We'll never know. Thank you, China. They have to keep it. So, for real. Interesting. I wonder what's going on there. Aliens. I knew it.
hostilities towards Seoul, abandoning a goal of peaceful reunification with South Korea. Both Washington and Seoul are hoping Beijing will act as a mediator during this visit. So what does Xi Jinping want from this trip? Firstly, to reassert China's role as Pyongyang's most important partner, and secondly, to push for stability. Beijing doesn't want a war along its border. And finally, Xi wants to
stop the war of hate. It was just floating head hate and AI slop we're worried about.
China's role as Pyongyang's most important partner, and secondly, to push for stability. Beijing doesn't want a war along its border. And finally, Xi wants to present himself as a geopolitical power broker who pushes back against Western dominance. North Korea is shunned by most of the world, but China is deepening ties despite widespread international criticism. As regional tensions rise over Taiwan and Japan's determination to bolster its defense, Xi Jinping is making a statement about the scope of China's friendships as a warning to its enemies. Katrina Yu, Al Jazeera, Beijing.
Interesting. Hey, Japan. Hey, anyone want to fuck around with Taiwan? Yeah, well, we got Mad Dog Kim Jong-un on the loose here. Have you seen him testing nukes recently? Hey, anyone want to fuck around and find out? It's not hate when it's the truth. Whoever claps the fewest times gets executed. But, like, who counts the claps, Han? Hey, whose job is it to do that? How many national budgets has ChatGPT written? I guess we'll never know. Well, that's why we need the AI revolution. All right.
This is China.
They have a clap-o-meter installed. Who has the clap? North Koreans, apparently. All the ones out there clapping. North Korea going to be flooded with cars better than the USA has. Hilarious. This is nonsense news. China has never been frustrated with North Korean nuclear program. You guys are real shit. Damn. North Korea is a paradise. Free homes for all, free energy, education, medicine. No homeless. Yeah, because like they get rid of the homeless. Isn't that right, Han? Because they don't clap enough. We live in a multipolar world where global power and influence are distributed among several major entities rather than being dominated by a single superpower. Interesting. It's the big reunion everybody's been talking about. What China needs from North Korea. Oh, I don't know if I want to go down a BBC path on this one. Actually, let's just watch some pageantry. That's always nice, isn't it? Like when they do like their military parades and stuff for each other. Let's look at that before we get slop analysis from the mainstream media on this. And this one's from Shanghai Eye as well. Let's see what it looks like. The homeless are used as fertilizer for their crops. There it is, Han. Of course, because they didn't clap enough. And they're homeless? Outrageous. China's state TV airs 8-minute footage covering Xi Jinping's state visit to the DPRK. Alright, let's do this.
从机场到金日成广场途中，朝鲜民众在道路两旁挥手欢迎习近平到访。
I'm all for Soylent Green, to be fair. Fuck. Fair enough. There is a worldwide fertilizer shortage. India is on the brink of starvation. Okay. So what, they're going to be shipping North Korean homeless people over to India now? There better be a lot of them, because there's a lot of people in India. Do they have a wave-o-meter as well, Han? Like if these people don't wave at a good enough rate, then they get taken away? Can't blame the British this time. You know who you can blame though? For the fertilizer shortage. It seemed like the world economy had figured it out to a certain extent before a certain event took place. Can't blame the British this time. You can blame someone else, I'm sure. Even in death, they served the supreme leader. I don't think I told you, but when I went to China and visited a temple, our group of friends got interviewed by local state media. No way. What were they asking? What type of questions were they asking? Why are they here? Westerners congregating at a temple in China. You can still grow crops, but I think the yields get cut in half, maybe less. Yeah. I wonder why they got cut in half.
两旁以中朝双语书写的“朝中有义，万古长青”，牢不可破的“朝中有义，团结万岁”标语格外醒目。两国国旗迎风飘展，欢迎人群兴高采烈，翘首以看。
Yeah, I know, but I'm suggesting that why is there no fertilizer? Because of fucking what's happened with Iran. And the closure of the strait. It's really fucked over a lot of people. You said you can't blame the British this time. You can blame someone else for that.
Xi Jinping 和夫人彭丽媛乘车抵达时，马队骑兵列队迎接，军乐团奏欢迎曲。金正恩和夫人李学主在广场迎接。
They asked us how much we love the temple, China, etc. Just subjective questions. Yeah, nice. That's crazy. I wonder on how many news articles you and your friends featured on day. Wait, there is all the boob. Wait, where is all the boob windows? Don't tell me that North Korean woman was lying to us. I forgot about boob window. That's hilarious. I didn't see any corsets out there. Hey? We've been lied to. Lied to.
习近平夫妇和金正恩夫妇分别同对方陪同人员。
So what do you reckon? Is this better than the reception that Trump got when he went to China? It's pretty grand. Is it better though? Boob windows. Oh god. They're starting up again.
两党两国最高领导人共同登上检阅台。
How dare us, lesbians, not have any boob windows for viewing? It's Pride Month. But so in the same city, we went to NZ themed restaurant. The mini flag that came with the food was an Aussie one. LOL. But like, what's an NZ themed restaurant? Like, as in like the food is NZ themed? Like, what do they got? Like pavlova? I don't know any other NZ dishes. Or is it just the theme? What do they have like? It was meant to. That is hilarious. They gave Aussie flags out. Only NZ thing was fish and chips.
习近平在金正恩陪同下检阅朝鲜人民军三军仪仗队。
Hey, Pavi's ours. Don't believe the lies from New Zealand. I don't know, man. I thought it was pretty contested. Is it true? Is it true that it's not? It's actually Australian. The regular restaurant, except the main, is spelled Fish and Chips. Lies! It's NZ. There it is. Uh-oh, there's a war going on. No bananas allowed on the menu either. Yeah, they send all their bananas to Australia.
仪仗队员用朝语高呼：“祝习近平同志身体健康。” 此后，习近平同金正恩一起观看分列式。
How's the pageantry, man? Pretty good. Yeah, it is goose stepping, isn't it? Far out. Gives me chills.
广场上放飞悬挂中朝双语欢迎标语的缤纷气球，平壤各界群众和少年儿童身着节日盛装。
I learned from Trump's trip. We need children jumping up and down. That's what the world leaders love.
持旗帜、鲜花和气球。
It's a character select screen on a game about ending the war.
以热烈的掌声和欢呼声，向到访的中国贵宾表。
Someone should play Erica over that clip of them goose stepping. Which Erica clip though?
习近平和金正恩沿着红毯前行，向欢迎群众和少年儿童挥手致意。
Song. So do we all feel excited about this trip now? Like, look at this fucking pageantry.
随后
I'm Gino.
习近平和彭丽媛乘车前往锦绣山迎宾馆下榻。金正恩和夫人李学主亲自送至迎宾馆。蔡奇、王毅等参加。
Very interesting. Cool. So, what the fuck is the meeting about, though? That's the $1 million question. Let's see if we can get anyone that has any understanding. Should we go ABC? Everyone's favorite
China
Australian
and North
broadcaster.
Korea.
Chinese President Xi Jinping has touched down in Pyongyang for his first state visit in nearly 7 years. The two-day summit is expected to focus on...
Meanwhile, Trump's parade. LOL. Is this the one from last year? Oh my god, Trump's birthday parade is empty. Yeah, I think this is the one from last year. So good. This is what when you have a free society, this is what happens. People choose not to go along to state events like this. But when you have evil communism and everyone's forced to jump up and down waving little flags, then it looks like people care. Yes, I know. The squeaking. Yeah, I know. There's like insert sound of crickets for extra effect. They put on Trump wigs and pretend to fall asleep talking to each other. Oh, man.
Surviving strained ties between the two nations post-pandemic. Jenny Town is a senior fellow at the director of 38 North at the Stimson Centre and joins us now from Washington, D.C.
Yeah, I like the part where they couldn't march either. It looked almost like a protest march, LOL. It did like, because we just watched the Chinese equivalent of it, and like the Chinese one looked crispy as fuck. And then we watched the American one, and it was just like, ooh.
Jenny, good to have you on the program. Firstly, can you tell us about the state of relations between Beijing and Pyongyang in recent years?
Well, this has been a low period between China and North Korea, especially emerging from the pandemic. There was...
I just watched my friend graduate to be a cop, and they marched 1,000 times better.
This is a period where North Korea has really spent a lot of time cultivating the relationship with Russia and really prioritizing that ahead of the relations with China. And China's really taken a back burner in North Korean foreign policy. So I think, this year and what we saw last year with Kim Jong-un going to Beijing in September of last year for the Victory Day parade, that was the start of something to try and rebuild that relationship and rebuild it to levels that potentially will, especially in advance of if there is ever any negotiations between the U.S. and North Korea, China certainly wants to be and wants their interests part of that conversation.
Well, it's the Chinese president's first state visit to North Korea in nearly 7 years. Is that considered a long time? What does it say about the two countries' ties?
Hasn't Xi been invited as well to the US? Like after Trump's visit recently, now Xi's been invited to the US at the end of the year. So Xi is going to Korea first, shoring up their relationship before heading to the US. It's a big year for Xi. Hey, everybody wants to meet Xi. God damn.
It is a long time, and at the same time, there hasn't been a lot of really urgent and really important occasions for them to meet over the past several years since the pandemic. So I think it's notable that this is the first trip, the first overseas trip that Xi Jinping is taking this year. And it does show the importance that China is placing on recultivating that relationship with North Korea right now.
Tell us a bit more about what they'll be discussing, what they'll be doing, and what.
She's just so hot right now. It's true. It's just so hot right now. Everybody's talking about it. He's just so hot. They're all saying it.
What they hope to achieve.
Well, this is the 65th anniversary coming up next month of the China and North Korea friendship treaty. 65 years. So a lot of what the agenda is and what it looks like between the two editorials that have been put out between Xi Jinping and Kim Jong-un is really discussing the foundations of this relationship, trying to restore a certain level of trade and economic relations, but also a lot of discussion about the current state of affairs and shared foreign policy interests. And especially with so many conflicts going on, there seems to be a common narrative of resistance against hegemony. And also some common language now that's emerging about some of the regional affairs and the resisting the return to militarism, which seems to be a nod to both on the Taiwan issue for China, as well as on Japan's remilitarizing as well, which is the concern for both countries.
So a lot of it.
So they're worried about Japan. What is Hague test country? What's that? Review. Can't two bros just hang out with all this speculation? Yeah, they just want to smoke up together. Hey, I'm coming round, bro. Let's have a sesh. Me and you, punch a few cones. It'll be just like the old days. Do you remember? But we have to do all this pageantry stuff first for the plebs. Gamer Jam. I love how Twitter's For You feed is just a regurgitation of the bullshit talking points from each day's billionaire-funded right-wing grifter group chats. Interesting. I'm not on Twitter, or X, as it is affectionately known. Like, when it says For You feed, does that mean it's the algorithm that is suggesting stuff for you? So the algorithm thinks that you need billionaire-funded right-wing grifter group chats? Or as just generally, everybody gets the same? Gamer Jam.
It is also about what message they're trying to send out to the rest of the world?
I believe so. You know, this comes after, of course, Xi Jinping met with Donald Trump, but then also met with Putin. And we do see, you know, some of the optics of like what we saw back in September of last year, of really trying to present a united front between China, Russia, and North Korea as a counterbalance to the US and its alliances in the region. At the same time, without it being an actual trilateral alliance at this point in time. So, you know, that messaging and that symbolism, I think, is going to come out strong, and especially most likely in the absence of real discussion about North Korea's nuclear program.
I don't think they're going to go there. Let's be honest. What are they going to do? Xi heads to Pyongyang to reset North Korea.
China's president, Xi Jinping.
Is there like a better analysis? I guess these people have no idea what they're talking about. It's almost like when Trump went, like a few weeks ago now, we were watching when Trump went over, and like no one could actually understand what the fuck they were talking about. There was no actual analysis of what they actually said to each other or what meetings happened. It's crazy. So it's just show for the plebs.
Is in neighboring North Korea for this his first visit to the fellow communist state since 2019.
Have you noticed that every piece of propaganda we've watched so far, like talk about manufacturing consent, they've all started with the same line. Like every one, Al Jazeera, ABC, and now German, DW, have all been like, it's the first trip since 2019. Like they start with the line. I know it's just like a nice little fact, but they all start with the exact same opening line. The man-con machine is crazy.
First of 2 days of talks, Xi expressed China's willingness to expand cooperation in a wide range of areas. No further details were released. Xi was welcomed earlier by North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un in a colorful ceremony, complete with coordinated flag waving and mandated displays of joy from crowds.
So good, mandated displays of joy. So good. And then you have the free world with empty stands and squeaky tanks.
Relations between the two one-party states have been cooling off in recent years as Beijing has tried to distance itself from North Korea's nuclear ambitions, but it's thought that China is now looking to strengthen ties again to counteract what it sees as a Pyongyang pivot towards Russia. Let's get some analysis now with Victor Cha. He's professor of government at Georgetown University and Korea chair at the Center for Strategic and International Studies in Washington, D.C.
Again, like ABC, we were just watching them interview someone. There was someone from Washington. And again, we've got another person interviewed on the subject of North Korea. And it's another American professor, I guess. It's funny. It was like when we started watching all this stuff with, do you remember with when the Iran 2026 conflict started, Operation Epic Fury? Like all the analysts that all the mainstream media had on were from Washington. They were all from Washington. Any expert, even if they were Iranian, whatever, they were all located in Washington. So go on, tell us the story. What's happening on the streets of Iran right now? We're going to get someone from Washington to tell us the story. His hair spawned in late. Whose hair? The Supreme Leader's?
See, thanks for joining us, Professor. First of all, talk to us about the timing of this visit. Why is President Xi going to North Korea now?
I think there are two reasons, Terry. The first is that this is protocol-wise a return visit by Xi Jinping to North Korea at the invitation of the North Korean leader. The North Korean leader was in Beijing last September and invited him. And so that's one of the reasons why. The reason is that this follows on from Xi's meetings with Trump, where North Korea was a topic of conversation. And so I think Xi may be carrying a message from President Trump about President Trump's desire to meet with Kim at some point while he's in office.
So how does China view its nuclear-armed neighbor? Why does North Korea matter for Beijing other than serving as a buffer between itself and democratic South Korea, a key U.S. ally?
So that, I think, Terry, is the objective of paramount importance, is that they want to maintain the buffer. They want to maintain stability on the Korean Peninsula. Historically, whenever this area has been unstable or destabilized, it has not worked to China's influence. But I think another reason why he's making this trip to North Korea is that Xi Jinping is also worried about Japan. In his meetings with Trump, he complained about Japan.
We've heard that 3 times now as well from various sources. We got Qatari media, German media, Australian media. They're all worried. Like these two are worried about Japan, getting militarized again. Like the world shouldn't be worried about that type of stuff. But hey, let's just go with China and North Korea worried about it.
Japan's growing military presence, and the president basically responded by saying, you know, Japan is growing its military presence because of North Korea, so you need to do something about the North Korea problem. So I think there are 2 reasons there. You know, on the one hand, it has to do with North Korea. On the other hand, strategically, it has to do with Japan.
That's what we're worried about Germany. Like, remember we were watching people talk about Germany like a few weeks ago, and like everyone's like, hello, what? We've been here before. Shouldn't we all be worried about them ramping up military spending? We've been here, ladies and gentlemen. Do we have to do this? Like, let alone anyone ramping up military spending. But like, should we all be celebrating Germany and Japan's return to militarism? Like, honestly. If you're new here, follow on Twitch. Yes, do that. And activate the like button. Yes. If you haven't already and you're on YouTube, activate the like button wherever the fuck you are. Maybe you're over there. I don't know. Activate the like button. Do it. Do it. Oh, and sub for more. St. Xi in the house. China is worried of losing North Korea to Russia. Russia and North Korea are truly fighting a war together in Ukraine. So like that's what they have talked about a lot. Like 3 news sources now have confirmed that China needs to get in there because Putin and Kim Jong-un are getting close and they're chummy and stuff like that. And Xi needs to reassert his control over his North Korean attack dog. You can't let Putin have all the action there and be cut out of the fucking circle. And they're going to form a little love triangle or not. But yeah, North Korea and Russia. And like Russia's getting some real world experience. And so is North Korea in like ultra modern military. Ultra modern warfare, right? And so, yeah, is China missing out on something here? Is China missing out? We'll find out after this.
Pyongyang has been developing stronger ties with Moscow. Is Beijing concerned about that? Is it worried that North Korea may be moving somewhat out of its sphere of influence?
Yes, I think that's very much a concern on the part of the Chinese. They are comfortable with being the country in the region that has the largest influence over North Korea, and they become always jealously concerned whenever there is another party, whether it's Trump or whether it's Putin, that's trying to gain influence in North Korea. Because of the war in Ukraine, Russia and North Korea have tremendously increased their economic and military relationship, including signing a Cold War era type mutual defense treaty, which is, I'm sure, something that Xi Jinping is quite ambivalent about. So I think he's also seeking to counterbalance relations with North Korea.
Is ambivalent the right word for that? Like, isn't ambivalent like when you're kind of like, whatever. I don't have strong feelings one way or another.
To counterbalance the influence that Russia is now exerting.
Now, you work in Washington. You recently said that decades of U.S. policy toward North Korea has failed and that a new strategy is needed. You've called for open dialogue with Pyongyang and a push to weaken its ties with Russia and China. Do you see any of that happening?
No.
I think it's certainly possible, but it's not going to happen unless there are meetings between the United States and North Korea, which have not taken place now for 6.5 years, going back also to the Biden administration in the first year of the Trump administration.
I am listening to some hybrid China man. Get me a real Chinese guy. I think he's Korean, actually. I believe. Korean analyst, Victor Cha. I don't actually know if he's Chinese or not. Benzo Bandit, how you going?
So if this meeting between Xi and Kim is any way of trying to open a small window into dialogue with the United States, I think that's important. We have not had international nuclear inspectors in North Korea now for almost 20 years, and their capabilities continue to grow and have only accelerated because of the war in Ukraine and the relationship with Russia. So this is a very big wound that is bleeding very heavily, and we need to stop the bleeding somehow before we can actually repair the wound.
I'm wondering about
what wound? Like the wound that was the American invasion of the Korean Peninsula, and when America bombed North Korea into the fucking Stone Age, like that wound, and like they've never forgotten about it. They've set up like this entire militarized society in order to stave off American threats, and they developed a nuclear program to make that reality. Like, is that the type of wounds we're talking about here, or have I missed something?
Suggestion that the U.S. should be pushing...
Don't blame America. That was NATO. Yeah, NATO fighting in fucking East Asia. Hey, that makes sense. Hey, wait a minute. Has the Atlantic picked itself up and shifted to the other side of the world? Hey, don't blame America. That was NATO. So good. Oh, man. Hilarious.
To weaken North Korea's ties with China. What would that push look like? Is it feasible given that North Korea's economy is utterly dependent on China?
Yeah, it is dependent on China. 95% of North Korea's external trade pre-pandemic.
North Korea and China invaded South Korea. I guess the word invasion is just really up to whoever's telling the story, right? I guess it just depends at which point of the conflict you consider it to be an invasion, right? South Korea has become a wonderful country. It has. And all under the rule of a ruling class type of family for like the longest time, without any pretense of democracy. It did very well.
Was with China, and China has increased their trade levels with North Korea to pre-pandemic levels. So this is always going to be a very difficult issue. On the other hand, as we saw in the first Trump summits, the North Korean leader craves the attention of the United States. Ultimately, getting the United States to sit face to face with them is considered very important for them. It's not a material objective, but it's an important identity or ideational objective. And so I think if the United States is there, North Korea is going to pay.
These guys look like some 2-bit analysts, to be honest. We're just trying to get a cross section. Like, I don't think we've gotten anything of substance so far. We've watched like 3 different interpretations. It's just like, yes, 1, China and North Korea haven't had good relations, or like have been cold for like since 2019. They've all said that. And like then they go in and they say the thing about like, well, guess what? North Korea and Russia have had a good relationship, and so Xi doesn't want to miss out on that. And then they start talking about the other one is just like, well, you know, Pyongyang and North Korea, they have a good nuclear program, so China's worried about that, but they're also both worried about Japan, and that's all they seem to talk about in the manufacturing consent machine. Squid Games is a futuristic telling of South Korean work culture. Like the Kims, on the other hand, yes, they had military leadership, but their standard of living is so much higher than North Korea. Yeah, whatever. Whatever. If that's how you base it, it's like, yeah, but they've got a better standard of living, then like that's fine. But like they had a similar circumstance. Everyone's like, oh, free South Korea and evil communist North Korea. Whereas South Korea was like a dictatorship that was just supported by the West. So it was acceptable. And then you have those evil commies supported by China in the north. So like, yeah, okay, fine. They had a much higher standard of living because they were supported by Western capital. Yeah, cool. Cool. I got it. Whatever.
Attention. They're going to be willing to talk to the United States, but they need some coaxing out of their shell right now because they're feeling quite comfortable with Russia and with China.
And they're feeling kind of comfortable having nuclear weapons, too. That gives them a certain leverage and status. I'm wondering, the policy...
Right, and North Korea is now cold. Yes, got it. It's just not as black and white as people usually make it out, saying Xi. It's good that you know your history. And most people are just like, democracy in South Korea versus communism in the North. It wasn't as clear-cut as that.
Of pursuing denuclearization on the Korean Peninsula, is that pretty much dead?
I wouldn't say it's dead. I think it'll always be an objective of the United States to seek denuclearization. But as a near-term objective, I think it's unrealistic. North Korea has 50 nuclear weapons and enough fissile material to probably make 100 more. They want to become a nuclear weapon state the size of Britain or France. And so we have to aim for shorter term objectives that can help to reduce the threat and help to reduce the accelerating buildup of their arms. And so that requires dialogue. We can't just sit back and say, we're not talking to you until you denuclearize, because they're clearly not going to do that. They have not been doing that for the past 20 years.
I think you're right. This is some pretty shit analysis. Like, come on. Like, as if they're going to fucking denuclearize. Hello? Is anything stopping them from being invaded? Like, look at Iran. Seriously. Vance Albano made the mistake of watching something from Piers Morgan. He actually considers himself a journalist. I'd capital P and M. But he doesn't deserve the respect. Interesting. Yeah, well, I'm sure he does consider himself a journalist, doesn't he? All right, that's enough of this topic. That's enough of this. Now, there's something else that I wanted to have a look at today, which I think is like pretty interesting, and it's like the whole like AI takeover conversation that we've been having for a long time. You know, surveillance capitalism, techno-feudalism, all that sort of stuff. I'm not sure if Jag is here, but Jag put this in Discord. I think it's recommendations potentially, and was like, this is pretty eye-opening discussion, and like this is a critique by a gamer channel, effectively. On Nvidia, which is interesting. Present. All right, so maybe you can give us a better like outlook on this one. Like, I haven't had the chance to actually look at this properly. I looked at like 5 minutes of it just to like road test it. I haven't had the chance, but like, yeah, I'm pretty sure this is like a gamer channel, and they've done like critique of Nvidia, and like, apologies if this is too technical. Well, I'm gonna have to ask questions if it is. But like, I think it sounds pretty fucking interesting, because like usually we have a discussion in this stream about like the idea of surveillance capitalism and techno-feudalism, so two concepts that have been popularized by so surveillance capitalism by Shoshana Zuboff, who thinks that capitalism has transformed into a new form where like most of the economy is organized now through or via the means of the digital infrastructure that's around us, via the internet, basically, and like being connected to information technologies. And like those who own the information technologies are the new and most important kind of members of, I guess, the capitalist class, like, so the economic overlords that oversee everything that we do, and they control things through like data accumulation, data trading, data management, and they seek data in order to make the economy work, but also to control our behavior and control our relationship to the economy. And so like capitalism has taken on a new form where like we can be manipulated, we can be subjected to economic forces through the data, the traces of information that we leave behind as we interact with the economy. And they who control the information have incredible power. Data is king. Technically in regards to computer talk, not politics. Okay, fine. But so like if we get into that's what I thought you were talking about. But like if they get into computer talk here, please, like let us. I might have to ask you questions, to be honest. But like so far, the first 5 minutes have been like kind of scary dystopian politics stuff, where you have like Jensen Huang like talking about how, you know, how he sees that workers and humans are going to have to live with technology and stuff like that. So if it gets technical, I will ask you if that's okay, and other tech people in the chat. But anyway, that's surveillance capitalism. And then you have techno-feudalism, which is like kind of Yanis Varoufakis's kind of theory that capitalism is actually changing into something else. It's not capitalism anymore. It's actually a return to a form of feudalism where tech lords own spaces, like their little fiefdoms, like their little dominions. And everybody, even the capitalist class now, is subjected to the whims of techno-feudal lords. And like, no one can survive anymore without the digital infrastructure that is controlled in a feudal-like arrangement by techno-feudal lords who extract rents off everyone. So there's workers and capitalists out there and consumers like all of us that like produce value, and like we pay rents to techno lords, all of us. From capitalists, like I said, workers, consumers, we all pay rent somehow or provide free labor. Like when you go online or you go outside and produce data because you're being traced or because of your online activity, that free labor is given over to some lord like Jeff Bezos or something like that. So like techno-feudalism is a thing. And this guy kind of describes Nvidia's role in this dystopian future that we're living in. Tech Talk, my time to shine. Thank you. Sounds like some Desi Freeman talking points. Desi. I didn't even know Desi was dead. That's crazy. But yeah. And they use data for targeted ads to get you to buy shit. Vote with your wallet. And this was an UNC recommendation, by the way. Can I just add? Yeah, so if you are not aware, Jag's uncle is famous on this stream. He's provided with some like fundamental preliminary investigation topics that like basically jettisoned this stream from the get-go. And it was into things like surveillance capitalism and techno-feudalism and all that sort of stuff. So like he comes up with some fucking gold every now and again. So we got to fucking pay homage to the source of great content. So like, let's have a look here. This guy in the video is really good. Oh, so you know this dude. He looks fucking popular. Like, look at this. 2.6 million subscribers and gets like 600k views on a video. The gaming community out there is just huge. It's fucking huge. All right, anyway, let's look at the intersection between like gamer culture critiquing the weird dystopian world of like real hardcore capitalists. You don't know Gamer Nexus? No, absolutely not. I am not a gamer by any stretch of the imagination. I don't give a fuck about it at all. Really, I have no connection to this culture. But if it like crosses over into our political analysis, I love that stuff. It's super interesting when you get somebody else's perspective on politics. There is one nugget in here I know you will love, LOL. He leaves gaming and board games to me. All right, let's do this. Mystery, see what happens when you let your hair flow? You have 1 million subs. Let the man bun free. Oh man, I'm getting requests for this. It's going to have to happen. It's been a while since I've had my hair down in a stream. I'll have to do it soon. It's what the people want. Get rid of the man bun. Gamer mystery bathwater. No movies, shows, games. What the fuck do you do in your free time? Watch trains? No. I basically just, I'm doing this or it's dad life for me. I really only have 2 modes. Dad functionality or streaming functionality. Or prepping for streams, let's be honest. I'm literally gaming right now as I am listening. Oh, aren't you on like, aren't you on long service leave at the moment? Thank you to long service leave. All the game theory, and you don't even play? Tisk tisk. Jiang would be disappointed. Spandonks in the house, how you going? Hope you are well. Let's listen to some real life, real time dystopian shit.
And for all the young ladies in the room, this way.
But the new operating system is, of course, the old operating system plus large language models. Large language models, in a lot of ways, is the modern version of DirectX.
And for all the young ladies in the room, this way, you can make babies.
I always bring a bottle of whiskey. It's okay to clap.
They need to make babies.
The new 007 game, I'm looking forward to playing it. I look a little bit like him. And we're working with so many companies, Cadence and CrowdStrike and Dassault and Palantir.
Make a baby.
If you can hire a software engineer and you could generate $9 trillion worth of productive work, why wouldn't you want to hire more software engineers? This is going to show up in our economy somehow soon.
To be fair, he didn't specify if it'd show up in the economy in a good way. Like the global economic crisis would also show up in the economy. NVIDIA's keynote at Computex, or GTC, has concretely stated what we've been inferring for a while now.
But ultimately, our customers, our partners, don't want to buy computers. They want to build AI factories. All of the CPUs until now were created for people. We were the users. We were the users. We were the renters. This is CPU for agents. All the CPUs of the past, we built for humans. This CPU is built for agents. And these agents are going to be using the CPUs with very little patience. There'll be a lot more agents than there are people, and then the agents are very impatient.
NVIDIA has realized that the total addressable market of humans is low.
We created CPUs for humans in the past. And humans, there are only 1 billion of us.
Now, some of you might be objecting to that, saying technically there's 8.3 billion humans.
Is it really 8.3 now? It's so good. There's only 1 billion of us. Is it really that we're up to that level? It's like when Australians talk about how our population is 28 million now. I was like, damn, I missed out on the whole 27 million part. We got straight to 28 million. But like, that's a funny slip, that one. Game over. I'll send you some. This guy's an idiot. Which guy? This guy or Jensen? ASI is sitting there in the future complaining with fellow robots about lag in their AI agents. Yes, they're not patient yield agents. So I guess what we're talking about here is Jensen is moving from, hey, we made CPUs for humans, but like there's going to be a lot more agents out there that need CPUs. Hey, we're going to start making it for an infinite number of players outside of the human realm. The NVIDIA CEO, LOL. Okay, right, got it.
Jensen, but he's talking about the ones who matter to him. Jensen needs to increase the TAM beyond the 1 billion relevant humans and find a way to sell billions more computers to somebody. And to do that, he's going to sell them for use by agents, as they call them, to get more than the couple 100 million PC sales per year and grow into the billions. But Jensen's also going to need something else for his AI dreams, and that is babies.
Is babies? This is very Futurama, isn't it? Hey? We need babies. We're not going to get babies this way, are we, Ravy? Hey? So good. Futurama, man. And then the next day, aliens. So good. Just wait for it. All right. I have the theory that China lies about their numbers. The one-child policy would mean that they would decrease in population over time, so they pretend to have more people just to justify the amount of resources they want/need. Okay, human batteries, like the Matrix, because AI is just a tool. Someone has to use it to make it engage the CPU. Well, I don't know. That's the thing, because like with AI and agents, like agentic AI, is that like you have an agent who's like a manager, so they say, and so like you speak to an agent, and the agent goes to other agents who like it assigns tasks, and those agents go out and use AI as well. And so like they're potentially behind one request could be like an army of agents working on all of the components of said task for said human. So like there is the potential. But like you still need a human, I guess, to make the request in the first place. Almost like humans are still the limit. The absolute moron CEO doesn't seem to get that. But he's also a capitalist. He doesn't want to push products. Moron or someone with an agenda?
To feed the AI factories. The good news, Jensen Huang is just the aphrodisiac we need to make them.
Speaking of babies, and for all the young ladies in the room, this way. You can make babies in addition to the 4 young people who got married. They need to make babies, make a baby. Speaking of babies, and then speaking of babies.
But babies require energy, and energy requires food. And Sam Altman already told us that humans inefficiently use food and energy to train for 21 years or so, to eventually do work for the rich.
Yes, this is also a ploy to justify infinite capex expansion to investors, in my opinion. Yes, because if it's an infinite supply chain and not restricted by ye old human consumption, then like, you know, sky's the limit, right? On the share price as well, because the productive capacity is potentially unlimited. Not how you do business, but yeah, we'll see. Maybe NVIDIA won't tank. Doubt it, though. We'll find out.
And already told us that humans inefficiently use food and energy to train for 21 years or so, to eventually do work for the rich.
One of the things that is always unfair in this comparison is people talk about how much energy it takes to train an AI model relative to how much it costs a human to do one inference query. But it also takes a lot of energy to train a human. It takes like 20 years of life and all of the food you eat during that time. Probably AI has already caught up on an energy efficiency basis measured that way.
And Jensen agrees.
Because human labor needs rice. But AI labor needs electricity.
Jonathan Swift would be so proud to see his modest proposal realized, except it's the data centers eat the humans instead. But the point stands. Jensen, though, also needs energy for his data centers.
We could use more energy in Taiwan. You need energy. Energy growth.
Taiwan needs more energy.
Drill, baby, drill.
We need more energy. I think that we all recognize that. We need more land power and shell. AI is the world's best opportunity.
Like, he just said drill, baby, drill. He's like, is that legitimate? Do you reckon these people, this section of the capitalist class, the surveillance capitalist class, actually does support drill, baby, drill stuff? And like, they're more than happy to throw their money. Like, they used to be all progressive in their politics and like care about the environment and stuff, and now it's just like a race to unlimited energy supply because they're staring across the Pacific at China, who has set itself up for having heaps of spare capacity for energy, but the American equivalents are like struggling, unless they just take all the energy off the American populace, which is okay, but like, you know, people are gonna get upset about that. Like, do you reckon that that's why there's been such a rift in American energy policy and environmentalism? Because these people are like, you know, fuck it, we need energy, so wherever it comes from, whether it's green energy or not, we'll take it, baby. We need more energy. You mean you need more money? Humans need more rice to fight AI. Energy is energy. Yeah, fair enough. To train a human, Jesus, it's so clinical talking about humans, isn't it? It's fucking scary to train a human. Like, you know, everyone talks about how much energy AI uses. Well, did you know it takes 20 years to get a human up to a point at which they are useful in society? That is awful. Humans are so fucking inefficient in terms of their labor. If you could replace human labor with machines and you don't have to wait 20 years, humans suck. Humans are the worst. And like, capitalists and ruling class people have been having this conversation since the dawn of civilization. Like, honestly, like, part of the reason for slavery in the first place, like the origins of slavery, not in like a capitalistic context, but like civilizationally, like in ancient history, let's say, is because of that requirement. Like, humans take time. And so like, if you could just take somebody else's humans at labor age and just steal, like, why would you spend all this time structuring a society where you have to wait like 20 years to get someone ready, or like 10 years as a minimum, when you can just steal somebody else's people, get them to work for you, right? Get them to do all the fucking hard work, and then we'll just steal them. That's what someone like Sam Altman needs. If you need some more human labor, just steal them from somebody else. Steal them from the global south, which they've been doing anyway to train their AI. Nvidia won't be able to keep up its chip lead. All the top companies want to knock them down. There will be serious competitors within 10 years, but probably less. Most young Americans I talk to hate AI. They are the next generation of my country, and they view AI as screwing them over. Isn't that what immigration is supposed to be? Like, yeah, but like, yes, it is. And like, traditionally it has been. But like, that's like, immigration services the population as well. So immigration can fill the gaps in local labor, but like, there's an idea called neo-colonialism, or digital colonialism, I should say. And digital colonialism is the idea of like going to places where there is cheap labor, and like, you don't even have to go there. You just like set up an office somewhere, if that, and just get like people from the global south or something to train your software, your artificial intelligence, your machine learning. And like, you can just access their labor that way, steal somebody else's labor essentially, and you can pay them peanuts to do it. It's funny. Like, they act like, someone like Sam Altman acts like, oh, humans are really inefficient. We just wish we could get access to them. Oh my God, what is this? Hey, game over. Yeah, I'll send you some. Oh my God. I've been memed again, and I don't even know the fucking context of this meme. But I look great with pink hair. Can I just say? Can I just say? Thank you very much. But yeah, like human labor, hey? Why would you wait for it? You just get agents to do everything. They just need electricity. Yeah, AI has reached its cap and will level out. It's an interesting theory. You can have a network of 500 agents all training off each other, but they won't without a command, and whatever they output is pointless if there's no one to read it. Your customers are still those humans. Phrasing it like he's going to selling to agents, like DHL moving to India. Mr. E bathwater. Look up SG's comment. Which one? Scroll up in the Discord. Oh, like Ravi said, don't date robots. I'll take immigrants. Thank you very much. Wait, what is it? Yeah. What is this meme? I saw his comment, but I don't understand. I don't know this meme. Is she a robot or something? I don't get it. Ease. Hey, that's Belly Delphine. Look her up in your spare time. Okay. Got it. I will. I hope it's sanitary. All right, let's get back to it.
To modernize the power grid. We vilified energy for so long. President Trump sticking his neck out and taking it on the chin and helping the country realize that energy is necessary for our growth is one of the greatest things he's done right off the bat.
Jensen does have other plans.
No, she sold Gamer Girl bathwater, and now this will be your next merch line. Okay, right. I don't know, man. Like, I'll do it. I'll collect my bathwater, but I don't know if people are going to want it. Gooners, the lot of ya.
For the energy shortage, though.
I also hate elevators. I hate the concept of elevators.
That's right. Elevators. Look at all these buttons. Inefficient. Pfft. Pitiful. You disgust me.
I hate the concept of elevators.
And Jensen has had a busy trip in Taiwan. When he wasn't busy vandalizing bathrooms or practicing his blue steel, Jensen was on the interview circuit and spoke about how AI wasn't actually causing layoffs.
AI is creating so many jobs. AI is creating so many new companies.
I think the narrative that connects AI to job loss, for many of the CEOs that are doing it, it is just too lazy.
Yeah, is it because, like, tech bros, professional elevator haters, is it because elevators take energy and, like, he could be using that to... Or like people like him could be using that for, I don't know, processing AI computation. Like, is that why? This is outrageous stuff, man.
AI has just arrived. How is it possible they're already losing jobs?
Kwan's comments follow many companies blaming AI for layoffs or AI washing their layoffs. NVIDIA GPU hoarder Meta laid off 10% of its workers to offset, quote, other investments, end quote, namely AI. Cisco cut 4,000 employees, even though it insists it will be a winner in the AI era. HP will reduce headcount by 4,000 to 6,000 people to invest in AI adoption. Atlassian cut 1,600 people to invest in AI. Block laid off 4,000 people due to gains from AI and said companies would follow suit. Even Pinterest reduced its workforce by around 15% to prioritize its resources in AI, and the list goes on. But Jensen can't be blamed for using his imagination.
There's an optimistic future that I imagine, and facts would support my imagination of that future.
And that makes sense, because to be blind to the damage caused by the AI rollout, you either need to have a good imagination or be drunk.
We had some scotch. I brought him some scotch.
I always bring a bottle of whiskey.
Well, you know I love whiskey.
Cheers. 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 Oh, not bad. I think we'll enjoy it. Let's finish the rest of it.
Why not both? We brought you this video with the GN store on store.gamersnexus.net. Like with our GPU Shredder shirt, which has gotten me looks all over Taipei because NVIDIA is that recognizable here. And although it once represented the paper launch of the 50 series, now it represents what we should do with AI, which is feed it into a wood chipper. Kind of like how we've fed everything into the wood chipper that is AI. In addition to these super comfortable cotton t-shirts, we also bring our coverage to you with our Gold Halo GPU VRAM pint glasses that we just restocked after months of being unavailable. VRAM, the gold of the products on or plane tickets, and although uncommon, ongoing on or GPU left of the store page to give us the great tokens and data sounding support. Thanks for your help. Now back to it. NVIDIA's Jensen Huang says that tokens and data centers equal revenue, and energy equals tokens. Therefore, energy equals revenue. They're on their path to becoming a utility company, which maybe tracks with their plans to be an infrastructure company.
That tokens are now in extraordinary demand. Because if you could do this, you're going to want to produce more of it. And because tokens are now profitable units. Tokens are now
And it's clear that the audience absolutely loved Jensen's AI speech.
What do you guys think? It's pretty amazing, right? This is NVIDIA Vera. What do you think? It's okay to clap.
NVIDIA technically had news for its keynote that we'll go over, like its plans to supplant computing for humans with computing for AI agents instead. And no, that is not hyperbole. He literally said that like a dozen times throughout the keynote. He would not stop saying that it's all about PCs for agents now. They also had news on the Vera CPU deployment and continued Vera Rubin rollout. Also, sort of news on N1 and N1X laptops that use NVIDIA CPUs, information that GM gathered independently from NVIDIA partners. NVIDIA also talked about plans for investing and what it claimed.
I think this is interesting because this is what SpaceX is doing as well. Selling compute, Claude, and Google for $2 billion. So I don't understand, like, what they're doing is what? SpaceX, can you refine that? Sorry, I was selling compute to Claude and Google. Okay, got it. And that's monthly. My local AI calculates the amount of tokens that I use and how much money it would cost to use. Interesting. I want to go to one of those conferences and start booing AI. Yeah, please clap. Somebody. I'd rather have bathwater than AI tokens. Come on. All right, well, maybe I should start selling bathwater then. Okay, selling compute to Claude and Google. Okay. Interesting. So they're helping to power AI. Interesting business, isn't it?
This will be
still all about the means of production, though, isn't it? They who service each other through the means of production. They who control it.
$150 billion investment into Taiwan, hopefully with more reliability than its investment into
fart jars too. Fuck off. Oh, there's some thirsty people out there. Far out.
OpenAI. The company also announced its plan to, quote, reinvent Windows PCs for the age of personal AI, end quote, with Microsoft, which it called the, quote, world's first Windows PCs purpose-built for personal agents, end quote, then detailed specs.
Very techno-feudal, yes. And they're just servicing each other. They're jerk-circling one another at the top and then sucking value creation out of the economy. And like transporting that from human labor to agentic labor. Interesting. Once like robotics is sufficient enough. Like first they do the mental stuff. Once robotics is sufficient enough, like it is the end of the working class, man. We are really just becoming cloud serfs. Yeah. It's pretty fucking crazy, man. Fucking crazy. I just need to figure out how I can get it to read books to train it that way. Huh. Hey, maybe I can sell my pea stones. I don't know. I think poop shake is the next thing. Jesus. Robotics will never be efficient enough. Never say never. Come on, man. Like with China's productive capacity, if anyone can make robotics better and get it up to speed, and then like AI will be able to help, or artificial intelligence and machine learning will be able to advance robotics and help accelerate that level of production. It might not be efficient enough in our lifetimes, maybe, but it'll happen, bro. Love my tech with no feudalism. Thank you. No, LOL, no way every task can be automated. Real life doesn't work that way. Yeah, well. Jerk circling? LMAO? Question mark. Oh, well, I'm sure it was a Fox News presenter that said jerk circling by accident once. Instead of circle jerking. And we all fucking lost it. And now it's become stream law kind of stuff. I think they were talking about Mamdani as well for some reason. Fox Business. There it is. It's cool to imagine, but even in sci-fi sets, thousands of years in the future, the automation isn't 100%. But like, is anything ever 100% But like, is it enough to replace human labor for the most part? That's the real question. Like, look at production already. Like, humans were so integral in producing, like, I don't know, anything, like a shirt or like cars 100 years ago. And like, they pretty much, like, China has dark factories now where there is no human labor in the production of cars. So like, it can be done. Like, if you're talking about like eradicating human labor or endeavor completely, like, I don't think that'll ever happen. But like, for the most part, you can reduce human labor to a very insignificant amount. Fox Business talking about jerk circling is hilarious. All right, let's do this.
That exceed what the actual users typically have access to.
If you're watching this and you haven't already and you're on YouTube, activate the like button. If you're new here, subscribe for more, follow for more on Twitch, etc, etc, etc. But like, if you have no idea what the fuck is going on, we're trying to listen to someone, a gamer and a tech nerd, critiquing NVIDIA and like the AI kind of scene massively. And like, that critique feeding into our general concerns about what the tech bros or the brothers of tech, what type of vision that they have for society and for the future. And it seems to be all about kind of just replacing humans, like in a various like number of ways, not just replacing human labor, but like, you know, potentially getting rid of humans because they take up too much energy that could be used for AI, which is like a scary thought. And just like replacing humans because they just take too long to manufacture. Like, it takes ages to get humans up to a speed where they're actually functional for people like Jensen Huang and fucking Sam Altman and the like. Circle jerking is a team sport. If you destroy people's jobs through AI, how are people going to buy AI? Capitalism is what is that? Ouroboros? A self-eating snake. Jerk circling or circle jerking. I keep call it jerkling in my mind. It has evolved.
Prioritizing their so-called agents for the 128 gigabytes of memory instead. There's a lot to talk about today. So NVIDIA had sort of the pre-Computex show where Jensen went on a tour around Taipei, meeting with different business partners, eating a lot of food, eating more food, drinking a lot, and then drinking some more. But they also have their GTC event, which happens to be at the exact same time as Computex, which feels just sort of like a microcosm for what NVIDIA is doing to consumers right now. Computex, the consumer hardware show, is facing basically a hostile takeover from NVIDIA's GTC, which is happening at the exact same time.
With blackjack and hookers.
We've had to relocate.
They did the fucking joke. Holy shit, they made the reference. Is that the thing? I know there was something that you were like, oh, you're gonna love this. Is that the thing? I can't believe they did the fucking wait. Believe it for us. Holy shit. Holy shit. I want to see it again. Yeah, LOL. Yeah, that was it. Oh my god. Somebody else has referenced it. Fuck yeah. Oh man. I want to say it one more time.
Exact same time.
With blackjack and hookers.
We've had to relocate. We made a grave mistake, and there was an elevator somewhat near our previous location. I could feel it in the spirit world as Jensen screamed at me through the doors. NVIDIA had some actual news at the show, and that news mostly revolved around its Vera CPU and its N1 or N1X.
Thank you. I did. I loved it. I want to say it again and again.
Solutions for mobile devices alongside others. Here's what Jensen had to say.
CPUs built for the age of AI. All the CPUs of the past, we built for humans. This CPU is built for agents. This is NVIDIA Vera. What do you think?
Vera spec sheet lists 88 NVIDIA Olympus cores and 176 threads using what NVIDIA calls spatial multi-threading. It has 164 megabytes of unified L3 cache, up to 1.2 terabytes per second aggregate memory bandwidth, up to 1.5 terabytes of LPDDR5X memory for capacity, and a 250 to 450 watt TDP. Vera will utilize an NVLink chip-to-chip technology, which NVIDIA explains, stating this.
And memory coherent NVLink chip-to-chip connects GPUs directly to the fabric. Beyond GPUs, NVLink chip-to-chip can scale Vera up to multiple sockets, enabling massive bandwidth between CPUs.
Jensen also added,
it's the first one to be PCI Express Gen 6. It is also the first one to have LPDDR5 with 1.2 terabytes per second.
Dude, I swear they're speaking another fucking language. Like, I hope you can understand this, Hobo Joe and Jag, because, like, fucking, what are they fucking talking about? Honestly. It's like when you hear lawyers nerding out over Latin phrases in legal jargon. What the fuck is he talking about? Computers for computers. I don't know how I feel. That's the feeling of complete alienation and replacement. Everybody thought it was the great replacement theory about mass migration. Well, you have these pricks out here. The great replacement theory is just getting rid of humans, and especially the lower classes, if you know what I mean. Those ones will become fucking useless. Completely. Basically what 4AS said, building hardware for agents, not humans. Yeah. Just technocrats technocrating. LPDDR is a measurement of RAM. Ah, okay. Yeah, GDDR6 is the next level of RAM. Okay. This dude just updated his PC and gave me his old GPU, and it doesn't fit in my goddamn case, so I can't even use it.
Explaining the decision behind 88 cores, Jensen stated,
the number of CPU cores, the number of CPUs is going to be quite high. And the reason for that is very simple. We created CPUs for humans in the past. And humans, there are only 1 billion of us. There will be billions of agents. And these agents are going to be using the CPUs with very little patience.
Jensen also stated what he described as Vera's 4 properties.
These 4 properties, instructions per clock or single-threaded performance, bandwidth per core, the total bandwidth around the chip and inside the chip, and energy efficiency defines Vera.
In NVIDIA's first-party performance comparison, the company claimed Vera, using LPDDR5X, multiplied the bandwidth per core against an unnamed x86 CPU using DDR5. NVIDIA claims Vera is, quote, now in full production, unquote, and intends to deploy the CPU in, quote, standalone Vera servers, NVIDIA Vera Rubin systems, and Vera Bluefield 4 STX AI storage platforms, end quote. Each standalone Vera server consists of 256 Vera CPUs. Maybe the big takeaway here is the extreme amount of memory capacity. This is not abnormal for NVIDIA server solutions. They've done this for a while. Actually, even the DPUs use memory. And so when you look at where does all the memory go, this is part of it. HBM's a lot of it, especially because the yields are such that if you lose one HBM die, you lose potentially multiple DRAM dies, depending on how far they're in the process. But this is where a lot of that goes, and this is also not something that can just be pulled and sold into the secondhand market later. If it's LPDDR5X soldered to a board or on a card that's not suitable for, say, your typical desktop system. But they also had other news, which was with Microsoft. I said it right that time. They'll be proud of me. NVIDIA also had news that positioned its consumer adjacent announcements, where in collaboration with Microsoft for Windows, NVIDIA
okay, I
unveiled
can see how this would sound to people that have no idea about tech. Thank you. It's like another fucking language that he's speaking here. Come on.
its new RTX Spark. NVIDIA and its partners heavily teased the announcement, each tweeting a new era of PC, along with the coordinates of Taipei Music Center where the keynote was held. On stage, Jensen attempted to clarify the statement, stating,
40 years later, Microsoft and NVIDIA are going to reinvent the PC. This is going to be the new PC.
and we don't know what that means, but Jensen doubled down on LLMs, comparing them to DirectX.
But the new operating system is, of course, the old operating
Fairly
system
straightforward,
plus large language models. Large language models, in a lot of ways, is the modern version of DirectX.
Regarding the specs, the RTX Spark will feature a Blackwell RTX GPU with 6144 CUDA cores, a claimed 1 petaflop of FP4 AI performance, as they call it, and a 20-core Gray CPU built with MediaTek, connected using NVIDIA's NVLink C2C for chip-to-chip interconnect, as well as 128 gigabytes of unified LPDDR5X for the memory. Cool. You know, I've never thought about using a car on a sidewalk, have you?
Lost in the park.
Yeah.
Not like elevators, right?
No, not like elevators. Yeah. The 6144 CUDA cores would be the same as found on an RTX 5070, but they're not going to be comparable directly. The memory arrangement is way different. The power budget is different, so it won't perform like a 5070. Jensen showed 2 RTX Spark Windows laptop models on stage. He said this.
Here it is. Of course, I got to show you the most beautiful part, which is video games. It's also the closest to our heart.
A little late for us to believe that one, but Jensen also showed off an RTX
Like, why
Spark
like
desktop
gamers
variant.
so upset
Connected
about
to your
Nvidia?
whole house?
I don't get it. I saw like Hobo Joe said that before. Like Nvidia destroyed gaming for you. What did they do that destroyed gaming for you? Yeah, I'm even lost in the chat now. Nvidia sells GPUs, but like, why did they ruin that? This is the exact same reason I stopped playing PC and just switched to PlayStation. It's simple life, but an honest life. I had a good chuckle, could see the confusion on your face. Triple the cost of RAM for starters. Okay. Price increase because of AI. Okay. Gamers built NVIDIA. The chips being used by data farms raised. Oh, so it's a price thing because of the demand. So it's AI that has sucked resources out. NVIDIA now charges out the asshole. Same thing with RAM. Okay. Gaming is ridiculous right now. You can't play the newer games because they don't run on the old specs. So you're just stuck in limbo unless you want to fork out thousands or swap to console. Okay. So it's a price issue. Okay.
Connected to your laptop, connected to your display, all the cameras, your dryer, your water cooler, your water
Basically,
heater.
AI destroyed the computer parts market and raises the price of components, inflated the price of all parts, and started focusing on AI performance instead of real graphics. Join us simple apes on console. Together, apes strong. Artificial scarcity? Do you reckon it's artificial, or like they just don't have the productive capacity to meet demand? I reckon it's if not the latter, it's a mix of the two. I reckon they don't have the productive capacity, honestly. I reckon China does. Both. Even consoles are becoming more expensive because of AI. Steam and Xbox are going to change things up regards compatibility.
Your everything, whatever you want. Your security system, all connected to this, and this becomes your personal AI.
Jensen also unveiled the so-called DGX station for Windows. The system specs list a GB300 Ultra desktop superchip and a 72-core Grace CPU connected via NVIDIA's new NVLink C2C interconnect. Additionally, NVIDIA claims, quote, it features up to 748 gigabytes of coherent memory and up to 20 petaflops of FP4 performance, and can be paired with an NVIDIA RTX Pro 6000 Blackwell workstation GPU, end quote. Closing out the Windows announcements, Jensen clarified that NVIDIA intended on the partnership remaining long-term, stating, quote,
this is a brand new product family for us. Every single generation of architecture, we will have a desktop, a laptop, a workstation.
NVIDIA also briefly showed its N1 and N1X laptop solutions. They didn't really give detail on this. There are leaks, which I think Jensen acknowledged on stage. The company's shown these a few times over the years to press and partners, but now they are finally moving to launch it, it seems like. And here's what they said.
I have too many things in my pocket. 太多东西了. Okay, all right. This is the most amazing chip the world has ever built. This is the N1X that we built in partnership with MediaTek. I think I saw Rick earlier. This is N1X. This is a beautiful chip. This is a chip that, frankly, would take 33 years to build. And the reason for that is because 100% of NVIDIA's software stack runs here. Microsoft and NVIDIA meticulously optimized everything so that this computer literally runs everything the world has ever created, plus it now runs agents.
Some of NVIDIA's partners will have N1.
Hey, is it Root Z2J, or do we just call you Root? Let us know. Just found you on my feed right now. I wonder if it's because of what we're watching that like the algorithm's handing out suggestions to different people. Do you have any comments, Root, on what we're looking at right now? I was looking for a new one the other day. Gonna write it off on tax. RAM used to be a couple of hundred for a good set of RAM. Now it could be close to 1,000 in some cases. Hard drives are also getting expensive as the data centers require more storage to meet demand. I believe everyone is so sick of the stealing and grifting and the corruption and lies and being drunk as public servants. Wow. I'm not sure if that's even relation to what we're talking about, but like, fair enough. God damn.
N1 and N1X laptops to show soon, if not at this event. We might be able to see some. We were hearing from a couple of NVIDIA's partners that they won't be ready to ship the N1X until closer to January 2027. I don't know if that was that specific partner or not, but this will be an ARM solution, and it really sets NVIDIA and Microsoft up to be more of sort of a closed loop. It's just shrinking that circle down a little bit to inflate it more between the two of them, where they start to block out other partners. So now NVIDIA will do the CPU, they do the GPU, Microsoft does the slop and the garbage, and between the two of them, they have a laptop that might work better than the one that we're editing this video on, which I just bought for over $5,000, has a defective 3.5mm jack, sometimes doesn't turn on, and has at least one other problem that I can't remember now, but that's for the best because my blood pressure is high enough already. Hopefully they make something better than that. It's brand new. It's from Asus. NVIDIA didn't share specs though.
I don't even think stealing is appropriate enough of a term for it though. I call it mega stealing. Are we talking about like general corruption? Like the corruption of the entire economic system? Or are you just talking about like government stuff here? Is that like related to this somehow? Just trying to understand.
For its laptop solutions, Video Cards has published some rumored ones. Video Cards lists the N1X as a 20-core, as a 10+10 build-out using, they say, Cortex X925 and A725 cores. Per Video Cards, it also has a 6144 CUDA core arrangement. Video Cards likewise lists a 9+9 and a 40SM config, stating that, quote,
5K for a PC is definitely some sort of theft. That's mental, isn't it? Fuck. $5,000.
Both N1X chips are designed for a 45-watt to 80-watt power envelope, end quote. And rumored specs for the N1 without the X have it at 8+4 for the CPU, 7+3 for an alternative CPU with a 2560 or 2048 CUDA core layout. NVIDIA's PR tour has been in full swing this past week, though, as Jensen's friend Wally Liao of Supermicro faced indictments on allegations and charges from the U.S. government of GPU smuggling. And also, just before Jensen arrived here, the Taiwanese government raided a dozen locations also for allegations of GPU smuggling, and they were seeking fugitives at one point in relation to that story. NVIDIA CEO and man who eats corn dogs the long way. Jensen
You wouldn't download a GPU chip.
Huan also went back to his roots as a Denny's waiter just before GTC, giving out food to everyone. For every restaurant Jensen visited, he was swarmed by press, business partners, security, and paparazzi. And for the inconvenience of packing a restaurant full of business partners, press, and paparazzi, Jensen Huan generously tipped the restaurant staff. I have to do the math really quick. 3/10 of his wealth. It sounds like more than it is. 2,000 Taiwan dollars from what we could see, or about $60 US, establishing Jensen as the big spender of the evening. That's not to mention his generosity of handing a street vendor another $30 US and asking, literally in Chinese, "Goma," which just means, "Is it enough?" A man worth almost $200 billion saying, "I'll buy for everybody." And yes, food is very cheap here. I think there were probably more than $30 worth of people buying food, but it's okay. I mean, he's lost. The man's stepping over $100 bills in the street. He's probably, if we had $10,000 bills, he would step over those too. So, but Jensen had an image to maintain here, treating his gargling gaggle to street food. But as for the news, it really doesn't seem like a coincidence that the Taiwanese government orchestrated a bust of GPU smugglers right as NVIDIA CEO arrived. And right after Jensen scrambled to fly to China with Trump to meet with China's own government officials. Just before Jensen was swarmed by reporters in Taiwan, Taiwanese authorities raided 12 locations and started looking for fugitives accused of smuggling Supermicro's AI servers with NVIDIA GPUs in them to China. After months of denying any evidence of chip smuggling, which GN has itself proven at this point, Jensen came close to admitting its existence.
Well, we're rigorous in explaining to all of our partners all of the world's laws and regulations, and we insist that they're compliant with laws and regulations. Ultimately, Supermicro has to run their own company, just as everybody has to run their own company. And I hope that they will enhance and improve their regulation compliance and avoid that from happening in the future.
I wonder what type of propaganda machine is like running that type of stuff. Like, does anyone with tech understanding know why they would be running lines of GPU smuggling into China? Like, apart from obvious stuff for me, is there anything that I would miss without any understanding of tech? Not really though, but similar stuff, and it just goes to show how much they have stick to normal public layman into the... Sounds like you got a real problem there that you're describing. Rapid firing. If this guy was Chinese, he'd be locked up. Like, where is Jack Ma? Probably various sanctioned models. A succulent deep fried corn dog. This is Jensen manifest. Interesting. Now, I wonder what the point of this section of the story is. You've watched this, Jag. Can you somehow relate this to what's going on for me in terms of like geopolitics and stuff? No, you're pretty much onto it. It's just barring China from the latest chips. But like, why whip up when Jensen is there? Why, and about to go to the US? Like, why whip up a story of people smuggling GPUs into China? Like, what does that serve for Jensen? Anything? Or he's just got a comment on it and it like whips up this fervor of like how exciting their product is, and the Chinese are trying hard to smuggle it in. It's just the AI. It's the AI bubble jerk circling themselves. Yeah, okay. I bet he also eats tacos the long way too. Jesus. I don't know what he's trying to infer other than they are above consequence. Why? Because he's somehow associated potentially or implicated with this said smuggling, and like, it don't matter, baby. Jensen is untouchable. NVIDIA and China have very soured relations. China was close to breaking their monopoly after NVIDIA tried to strong arm them in a deal. He's protecting his check. Yeah, Jensen is basically untouchable. Okay. But like he's the top of the capitalist class, $200 billion net worth. Like all of them are untouchable. Like St. Chi hit the nail on the head before though. If that was China, other way around, they control their capitalist class. And like if he stepped a foot out of line too often or with the wrong situation, he'd see jail, the inside of a prison cell, just like any of you normies out there. SMCI is a shitbag company to get around chip sanctions. Could also just be new age propaganda about how we are better and the Chinese man earns for freedom by smuggling our superior product. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. The only thing I got from his Jensen is a throat goat. Yeah, we've got so much to learn. 200 million, he's a small fry. Sorry, 200 billion, if I said that wrong. Yeah, sanctioned product. Jensen wants NVIDIA in China, and he ain't getting it. Yes, because they offered the olive branch recently, and China was like, yeah, no thanks. We'll develop our own chips with blackjack and hookers.
But Jensen did have important news. He has continued narrowing down what the fuck it is NVIDIA actually is.
Because we are not dinosaurs. NVIDIA, we're not dinosaurs.
We're not a car. We are not a car.
It's like never have I ever, except for billionaires. Never have I ever been a dinosaur. Never have I ever been a car. Never have I ever been a loser. I am not a loser. We are not a loser. We're not losers.
You're not talking to somebody who woke up a loser. And that loser attitude.
Add to it, never have I ever smuggled GPUs. While on his Taiwan tour as a budding food influencer or foodfluencer, Jensen talked extensively about NVIDIA's investment in Taiwan. At an employee event, Jensen said NVIDIA would spend $150 billion in Taiwan every year.
4 years ago, 5 years ago, NVIDIA was spending about $10, $15 billion a year in Taiwan. Now, we're spending 100, going to $150 billion in Taiwan each year.
And that's not counting the big spender Jensen is for giving these out so recklessly. Hey, you gotta be careful, Jensen. You give too many of these out and you'll bankrupt the company. Oh shit, I actually need those. I can't step over those. This is not 3 10 billionths of my wealth. This is far greater. This might be like a couple percentage points actually. So I'm just gonna keep those safe. We'll just kind of get back to the news.
US can say they are limiting access to chips. NVIDIA says it's complying, but China still gets the chips. Interesting. And somebody keeps making money in the meantime. Is that it? The point he's trying to make is that all these chips that Jensen is showing is not for consumer sale. The average person can't buy this or even use it. Okay.
So $150 billion spend. That's a lot of money. It's like, I don't know, it's like half of the revenue for the year, more or less. But we know Jensen's good for it.
NVIDIA is not going to invest as much as $100 billion in OpenAI.
No,
the current run.
we never said we were going to invest $100 billion in one round. That never was said.
As CNBC pointed out, NVIDIA's forecasted spend of $150 billion would far exceed what NVIDIA makes in one quarter. NVIDIA made $81.6 billion in revenue last quarter. NVIDIA has also made other commitments for that revenue, if you can still take their word for commitments. Normally, you might not need to question this, but if you're Sam Altman, you might question it. Jensen also detailed the new NVIDIA campus in Taiwan, known as Constellation, which will be home to about 4,000 employees. NVIDIA said that once the site is up and running, it would be, quote, one of the largest AI research and development hubs, unquote, in the Asia-Pacific region. While all this has been happening, the political backdrop has continued to be about GPU smuggling and the GPU black market. Jensen has repeatedly denied allegations of chip diversion.
and there's no evidence of any AI chip diversion. NVIDIA's chips are not little tiny potato chips. People talk about smuggling, but it's incredibly hard to do. And we chase down every opportunity,
NVIDIA's statements have called smuggling a, quote, non-starter, end quote, or likened smuggling to tall tales. But our own documentary from a year ago continues to be proven correct. Taiwanese officials are, quote, seeking to detain 3 individuals for forging documents to export NVIDIA Corporation AI chips to China, end quote, per GNBFF Bloomberg. Taiwan accused the 3 suspected smugglers.
Whipping them out of his pocket. Nerds. Yeah, activate the like button if you're on YouTube, and follow for more on Twitch, and sub on YouTube if you're new. Just listening to his voice is repulsing, sorry. They are most definitely potato chip sized.
Of making, quote, fraudulent declarations, end quote, for approximately 50 AI servers manufactured by Supermicro. Several days later, prosecutors arrested 3 individuals involved in the case. Per Tom's Hardware, via Bloomberg, the chip bootleggers planned to ship servers to Japan before exporting them to China. Reporters asked Jensen about the Supermicro smuggling case right when he got to Taiwan, ahead of GTC and Computex.
Ultimately, Supermicro has to run their own company, just as everybody has to run their own company.
At this point, he has repeatedly gotten what he requested.
Every so often somebody says, these GPUs are being smuggled. I really would love to see it.
In March, the U.S. Department of Justice indicted Supermicro co-founder Wally Liao and 2 others for chip smuggling in an elaborate billion-dollar scheme involving decoy servers and hair dryers, something we already detailed in a deep dive video that we'll link below. Jensen was pictured with Wally Liao several days before the U.S. government charged Liao with the crime. Just days ago, before GTC, Supermicro commented on the new raids by Taiwanese police. Quote, "We are proud to have worked closely with Taiwanese authorities on the recent event, helping to prevent the illicit diversion of our highly sought-after systems into the restricted China market. Our collaboration with authorities in Taiwan resulted in the arrest of 3 suspects and the seizure of 50 servers that had been deceptively acquired after being sold by Supermicro to an authorized reseller." End quote. Do you want it? I have nothing to hide. Do you want?
Jensen can even pose for pics with the criminals without consequence. Interesting. Supermicro was my nickname in high school. Rogues in the house. How you going? Hope you're well.
Want to search my car or house or warehouse filled with dummy servers, hair dryers? Have we moved the dummy servers and the hair dryers? You can search the warehouse if you want to. While the US clears NVIDIA's last generation H200 AI chips for export to China, and while Taiwan arrests people for fraud, China is responding by this past couple weeks banning more NVIDIA chips for import into China. We don't want your stinking chips anyway, I guess is where we're at this point, as China tries to bolster its own now growing and in some cases booming chip development industry. According to the Financial Times, the Chinese government has now banned the RTX
Supermicro committing evil mega stealing.
5090 DV2, which in our GPU black market smuggling documentary that we published last year, we'll link below, one of the sellers of that series of GPUs called it a castrated version of the card. But even with its BGA balls cut off, the modified version of the 5090 that NVIDIA created for China to comply with the US government's export controls is no longer allowed in China because of China this time. China's bans go beyond the 5090 DV2 ballless GPU. FT also reported that China blocked sales for NVIDIA's chips, like the freshly approved H200 and H20, specifically to customers like Alibaba and Tencent. In January, the US government and NVIDIA agreed to a deal that would give the US government a 25% cut from NVIDIA's H200 sales to Chinese customers, which we think is likely why the Chinese government doesn't want to allow the sale. This comes at a time when Dell, a close partner of NVIDIA's, and a recent stock purchase of Trump, who bought somewhere between $1 and $5 million of Dell stock, has just been given a nearly $10 billion defense contract. Sometimes when I'm pulling on my bootstraps, I think to myself, if only I knew about the next $10 billion technology defense contract deal, I could make millions of dollars on that company's stock. I don't know why I haven't tried that yet. It just didn't really occur to me.
That one was for you, 4IS, if you're still here. While he's pulling himself up by his bootstraps.
It just didn't really occur to me. The contract includes a, quote, suite of software to the U.S. military, end quote, and references the, quote, joint warfighting cloud capability contract, end quote. Again, the warfighting cloud capability contract. And Dell is a major customer of both NVIDIA and Microsoft. Microsoft. We do have a Microsoft t-shirt on the store, though, which you can buy to help us do stuff like this. Ship posting, except verbally and on a bridge in Taiwan. Really, the big takeaway here for the show is something we've been talking about a little bit, but it's just becoming more obvious. So it's kind of interesting. They did catch me by surprise a little bit a couple months ago when they started making the push towards this idea of AI agents using PCs. We kind of knew they were reducing their focus on consumer PCs. What was interesting or surprising, though, was this concept of, like, what if we create the people out of thin air to sell the computers to instead? That was not really, I didn't think it would go that direction, but that's really what they're pushing here. I mean, I can't tell you how many times throughout the keynote, which is very long, he said that there will be more AI agents using computers than people using computers, especially if you do the math at 1 billion humans, like Jensen Huang did. He's a little out of touch, but that's it for the news. There wasn't a ton of sort of hard news that's interesting with specs and, you know, just objective information. Certainly not much for consumers. We gave you all the stuff that's interesting. A lot of more concerning movements from NVIDIA, especially on the data center rollout, the sort of political side we've been talking about, and that'll cover it for now for NVIDIA. So
Raytheon, already high valuation, but damn, do military fire rockets. Fabricating markets. Computers are better at computers than monkey. This is true. This is true. And like you can have an infinite number of them. Eh? It's great for production. I wonder where China gets their GPUs from now. Founded by former NVIDIA executives in 2020, the China's most prominent public GPU firm. They manufacture MTT series GPUs, which includes consumer cards capable of esports gaming, DirectX 12 support, and running local AI models such as DeepSeek and Qwen. Interesting. How many microchips can you fit in a condom before smuggling? Well, I cannot assist with smuggling tactics or methods to evade border security. I can provide a pure mathematical estimation based on physical volumes of standard condom and common semiconductor form factors. That is fucking hilarious. Wow. So spiky. Fucking hell. So look, if you're wondering what I'm reading there, this is where some of the action happens. Like all of the juicy stuff happens. It's not in stream. It's in the stream chat. So here's an invitation if you're new here for the Discord. There's your invitation. Fucking hell. I liked this guy. Yeah, he was fucking, it's like some clever stuff in there. And like, I don't understand any of the tech stuff he's talking about. Like, but the broader geopolitical implications of what he's talking about is pretty interesting. Yeah, about like how these guys view AI and their little revolution in the context of humanity. And like, wow. Humans. Just another energy leech. Like they're trying to run a fucking empire here, and humans are sucking up energy and getting in the way. They're not even good consumers. Like humans can't even consume their products properly. Like seriously. Agents are going to be the big consumers of the future. Humans are irrelevant to these people, honestly. When you hear them talking about like the transhumanist stuff, like they want to live forever and they're going to create little empires, little network states. If you haven't come across that terminology before, these people are invested in the idea of the network state, which are these like libertarian private cities. So they're basically gated communities if they were on a city level. Like they have, there is an example of one in Honduras. And like you have to have like $150 million buy-in for this shit. So like if you want to invest and live in a network state city, so they basically produce, they went to Honduras and then had an agreement with their government there and literally took part of their land, and it gave Honduran government gave them like sovereignty over this island, and like for the right price, I'm sure. And so they set up this private city. It looks like just like a resort town basically, but like you can only be like mega wealthy if you want to live there. And like there's just like this Honduran underclass that services these ridiculously rich people that like live in a city that they have actual sovereignty. Like it has sovereignty, so like they can have their own taxes and laws. So like laws. Like maybe they've outlawed murder, so you can kill people in this private city if you really want to, and feed them into the meat grinder if they're annoying, or use them for energy consumption, or like do medical testing on them and stuff. But like they're basically like private tax havens for the ultra wealthy, and they're very interested in like creating these worlds where like there's just ultra rich people that live there, and they're served by an underclass of humans until they're replaced by artificial intelligence and advanced robotics, I guess. And so they're just going to be these enclaves of mega wealthy individuals out there who live in these like bordered private cities, and the rest of us plebs, if we survive, and make it through whatever's coming, like nuclear collapse, some type of nuclear fallout or something. Yeah, if we make it through the other side, we'll just like live on the outskirts of these network cities. Like this is the ideology that these people spout. And like while I don't understand any of the tech stuff that's coming out of this video, which I'm sure it's very interesting if you're across this language, the idea, or their very, very clinical relation to humanity is rather, it's scary stuff, man. It's terrifying stuff, how these people calculate things. Like we're all just fucking numbers. And like they can't even get the numbers right. He kept on saying there's 1 billion people on planet Earth. Maybe that's the goal. Like people like this, like he actually thinks there's 1 billion people, because he's like, that's a Freudian slip. Like they're setting up a world where they're like, we only need 1 billion people. I know we've got like 8 point something right now, but really he's letting it slip that in their future, they only see necessary about 1 billion people to run their techno-feudal empire where they fucking control everything. Everything. Coming to your local breadline, Soylent Blue. Yes. Yeah, Soylent Green is the future. I'm telling you. You don't want some yummy Snowpiercer cockroach jelly? No, thank you. I gated my little community. But for us, eat the bugs. Eat the bugs. Yeah, babies. We need young girls, he says. Yeah, fuck. TLDR, humans are a nuisance. You have to train. Yes, that was pretty fucking crazy, wasn't it? Didn't realize we had so many fellow tech nerds in the chat. Yeah, look at all the nerds coming out of the fucking woodwork here. Good on you guys. Solidarity. It's a techno revolution. And we need nerds to get through it, right? Speak to me. Teach me your ways, people. That's not a Freudian slip. They're so out of touch. That's just baffling. I know, but like, what if it was though? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, what if it was a Freudian slip and like he's letting loose on the future of like where there is agents doing everything and like humans are like redundant. And so like he really sees the world as like only needing about 1 billion people in order for it to have any meaning. Fucking scary stuff. Fucking scary stuff. How many people will Kushner and / Trump Island hold? I wonder. Yeah, that's like another example of that. They're producing that. Is that the one in, where is it? Albania or something like that? They want to get that island. Kushner and Trump. Ivanka. And build a little techno network state city there. No, they are literally out of touch. They would be on the moon and believe there's air. Well, it was pretty funny seeing him walking around trying to give like $30 to cover all those people's food. They do seem to be a bit out of touch. But yeah. If you're new here, subscribe for more. If you're watching this, on YouTube, subscribe for more. On Twitch, follow for more. And activate the like button if you haven't already. Now, we're going to have a quick break, and we'll be back. And we're going to do some more techno-feudal stuff. We're going to do more of the AI revolution and see how that manifests in our current society. And what that looks like for all of us. The AI revolution that's being pushed onto us by people like this who basically want to get rid of humans anyway. Pretty crazy stuff. More AI stuff. Oh, is that what this is? Who asked for this? J-Reg. Alright. Israeli feudal stuff. Alright. I'll add it to the list. J-Reg. Oh, there's no description. Right. It just says, who asked for this? Okay. I'm assuming this is related. Oh, this is like a year old. I wonder what this is about. Ain't no clanker gonna bring me my milkshake. All right. All right, yeah, like I said, quick break, and we'll be back for more. Like I said, make sure you activate that like button. Do yourself a favor. Do yourself a favor.
When they tell me why, when they tell me why, why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. Why?
We're back. We're back. What have I missed here? What have I missed? Sandy's coming in strong here. All caps. Time for Americans to stop electing is not rail lawyers. APAC money to take is Democrats, Republicans. Massie is going to be targeted. Second APAC massage CIA Israeli loyalists are going to plan something. Okay. Were you here for the Massie thing, Sandy? When we covered the Massie part. It was an interesting speech, that's for sure. Ravi is a Mossad agent. It's confirmed here. Hey. Sandy, last warning. Not responding to anyone's responses to their comments, but... Okay, I'm back. You are back, hey? Come on, that's just someone's progressive grandma. Had to use caps to see it. Savage. All right. All right. So what are we watching here, Captain Bucket? Let's have a quick look at this on the AI revolution and the clankers. Let's have a look.
So a little while ago, Elon Musk posted this image. On the left is a sort of diner from the 50s. A woman on roller skates is giving a young couple a meal. She is serving it to them. That is her job. On the right is what looks to be Elon Musk's vision of an ideal world, the world we're moving towards, a desirable world.
Hey, I'll unhide them. I don't care. No, you do you, baby. You do you. I wasn't really paying attention to what they were saying.
And instead of the woman on roller skates, a robot is delivering a meal to a single man in a Tesla car. Elon Musk has spent the last little bit, a few years now, garnering a right-wing audience, you know, retweeting reactionary, right-wing, fascist stuff, and getting a lot of right-wingers following him, supporting him. And when he tweeted this, he was thinking, this is a banger. He looked at that guy's fucked up AI-generated smile and thought, damn, this tweet's a banger. And he put it out. He put it out into the world. And obviously, the leftists didn't like it. Left-wing people think that Elon Musk is a Nazi. I disagree with them. I don't think Elon Musk is a Nazi, but I'll get to that later. But the reason I'm talking about this...
I would like to know why he thinks that Elon Musk is not a Nazi. Like, we've done some investigation. Like, even his name, Elon, comes from some Nazi sci-fi novel. Like, not that that is, like... That's the end of the story. He's obviously a Nazi, but like, hey. He's come from good Nazi stock, if you know what I'm saying. Come back spamming chaps with all caps. Hey, I won't yuck anyone's yum.
Because the right-wingers also didn't like this. It's not hard to see why. This 50s style image evokes a lot of what these right-wingers sort of miss and appreciate about the past, right? It's a nostalgic time. And this future thing that he's seeing on the right, nobody really wants that. It actually doesn't really matter what your political orientation is. When you see this, if you have flesh, if you have a human soul and a human mind, and you like humans, and you want the best for humans and our species, this kind of seems disturbing, doesn't it? It sort of seems a little wretched, a little awful, a little dystopian. And there was so much backlash to this on basically every political perspective you can imagine that he deleted the tweet. And so what you're seeing here is just my screenshot of that tweet. And I screenshotted that tweet when I saw it because it was so flabbergasting to me, so baffling, that a human mind could look at that and think, damn, that's a banger. I'm going to show everybody what I'm doing. And so this tells me a few things. One is that there's a political realignment occurring, and it might be the most important political realignment of our time. The dichotomy, to me, seems very obvious. It is man versus machine. It is soul versus steel. It is flesh versus metal. That is the political realignment we're seeing. And there are cog suckers on the left and robo lovers on the right. For sure, any kind of
cog suckers. That is fucking hilarious. Cog suckers on the left. And what? On the
alignment
right?
We're seeing. And there are cog suckers on the left and robo lovers on the right. For sure.
Oh, man. I'm going to have to use that one. That's hilarious. The children yearn for the emerald mines. Maybe he doesn't have the paperwork, but he's still in that zone. He doesn't know what he is, honestly. He's confused, just like his transgender son. It's disturbing. That robot could be much sexier. Yes. Remember how our robots would have had a free warming function? Cog sucker. Don't date robots. Right.
Sure, any kind of political realignment contains enemies within your own group. And within a month, mark my fucking words, this is going to try to be politicized. They're going to try to tell you that this is a left-wing issue or a right-wing issue. But a human being knows, deep down in its human soul, that when it sees something like this, it is seeing something going wrong. We are witnessing sickness. And it is right to react with disgust and revulsion and confusion. And it is right to ask the question, who asked for this? Seriously, are we allowed to ask that question? Are we allowed to ask, how is this in the interest of our species, and who wants it? Seriously though, who wants this? Can I talk to this person? Can I pick his brain? Can I get inside his mind? Can I ask him?
It's not how it works, though, is it? Like, who wants this? Who asks for this? There are certain laws, coercive laws of competition within the realm of capitalism that do push the boundaries of what, like, we all expect is like acceptable use of technology. But no, this competition is about control over the economy, and the stride towards complete control, i.e. monopolization. And like a driving force in all of this really has always been the replacement of human labor. It's a huge thing. It's a huge thing. Like, no one really asks for this, but the pressures require it. J-Reg outlines something worse than Neo-Nono-German. Yeah, I think you mentioned that before. It's actually worse. It's a factor. Yeah, some things, like, it's the force of capital itself. Like, who asks for this stuff? I know it's a rhetorical question, but like, hey. Yo, just say you want some hot honey serving you burgers. There'll be a market for that. Hey? There are multiple factors. Cream the Dream 2026. All right.
Love to ask him a few questions.
Wait. How many parts till it's an android? I'm asking for reasons. How many human parts till it's an android? Just asking for reasons. Asking for a mate.
I'd love to ask him. Wants it. Seriously though, who wants this? Can I talk to this person? Can I pick his brain? Can I get inside his mind? Can I ask him? I'd love to ask him a few questions. I'd love to ask him what he thinks he's doing. But I can't talk to this guy. I can't talk to him because he doesn't exist, because nobody wants this. 15 autistic technologists got together and made these decisions for us. And even they aren't really the top of the pyramid. There's something else playing them, playing all of us, really. Because if you ask the autistic technologists, most of the time they believe their own myths. They think they're doing good here. They think they're leading us in the right direction. No, most of the time they don't even know what's playing them. They don't even understand the game they're playing. But something is playing them.
The cog suckers want this.
Playing all of us, really. It's already here. It's been working through us since we gained sentience. And it doesn't have any good plans for any human part of you. And I won't lie to you and tell you that I'm fully intact. There are parts of me that have been so interwoven with the machine, I don't know where I end and it begins. I'm already a cyborg, so are you. But the human parts of me that are left see what is happening and revolt against it. As long as there are human parts of me left, I will feel this revulsion. Every human part of me rebels against the machinic force that is to come. I have never believed that Elon Musk is a Nazi. I never believed that because I thought it was too optimistic. The reality of what Elon Musk is and what people like him represent is 1,000,000 times worse. Elon Musk is not a Nazi. He is whatever the fuck this is. I would rather him be a Nazi 1,000,000 times over. than him be what he is. When we talk about people like this, we are not talking about people that respect humanity. We are talking about people that value intelligence over love and meaningful human relationships. They see those things as inefficient and weak. And in the long run, the decisions they are making aren't even going to be good for them. They will sell out their entire race, their entire species for a blip of that dopamine hit right before the apocalypse. We are rapidly moving towards a world where there is nothing human left. And I want to ask you a question when I say that. Did you want this? Did you ask for this? Was your input considered? Even a little bit. Even if maybe you were outvoted, but was there a vote? Was there a majority will? Can you point me to this majority will? Technology has always been sold to us as a means of liberating humanity. So AI was supposed to fight climate change and make us more efficient and make us do more and feel more and have more free time, right? That was what AI was supposed to do. Is that happening? Do you have more free time? Do you just do more work now? Is that what has AI helped you? Are you better off now that AI exists? Are you better off when robots give you the popcorn? Is that better for you? Did you want that? Did you ask for that? Can someone please explain to me where the human will was for AI spam calls and scams? Can someone explain to me where the human will was to put every human being on an AI database, to track their every movement and purchase? Can someone explain to me where the will for that was? Can someone show me where the human will to destroy every tradition, every institution, every framework that we hold dear, that we created over tens of thousands of years of human suffering? Can someone show me the kinds of people that wanted that? Did you want that? Were you asked? You weren't, and that will doesn't exist. And the person who wants it doesn't exist. Even the 15 autistic tech bros will claim that they want the same things that we want. And by the way, all of those autistic tech bros have more power individually than nations right now. And
he's not wrong. He's definitely not wrong. Like, they do have an exceptional amount of power in their grips. And like, especially like someone like, what, we were just listening to Jensen Huang. What is he described as being in the order of worth of $200 billion if he's controlling a corporation itself that has an economy worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Like, you know, he's up there with controlling the wealth and the value production of like an entire country, an entire state. These guys have an incredible amount of power, and they do always serve the narrative, as he's saying, like, this is for the greater good, this will be better for humanity, etc., etc., etc. It is part of their line. And I do believe some of them believe in their own rhetoric that they're going to create a better world. But like, the $1 million question, I knew you'd like this. Like, it's interesting. It's really interesting how he has scripted this and put this all together. It's very interesting. But like, there's this strain of like techno, what's the word? Like futurist kind of philosophy, which is like, JREG does schizo-political posting, and I'm all here for it. Yeah, there's this strain of philosophy. I guess you would call it philosophy, like the accelerationism. Anyway, they always say they are our benefactors, yes. And the accelerationist line, when it comes to like economics and capitalism, for someone like Nick Land, if you've ever heard of him, that type of accelerationist, he believes that these people believe that technology is something that has like kind of been unleashed by the forces of capital, and humans have been able to be the conduit for that. But like, the important thing is that humans are the conduit for technology. And so capital is the driving force, capitalism, whatever you want to call it, the force of capital. So making new things and increasing levels of technology so you can make more and more profit. But you're constantly revolutionizing and changing technology all of the time to push the boundaries of profit. That human reaction that happens, that chemical reaction that humans do when they come into contact with capital, spouting new technology. Like that was just like humans were just this element that helped start off this technological process, this drive that will eventually replace the human race. And so like the most just thing to do, now we have capitalism and like insane technology these days because of the Industrial Revolution and all the variations of the Industrial Revolution. The most just thing to do is to just take away all regulations on capital and just let capital do whatever it wants to produce technology that will literally replace the human race. Like our legacy to the universe as humans, ultimately, is to have birthed the technology that will become the sentient life, I guess, that takes over and populates the universe. Like our legacy is like we just were that primordial goop or whatever that helped spread technology throughout the universe. That's our role. And like some of these people do believe in this stuff. Like the transhumanist stuff is more about like going beyond the limitations of the human like physiology and our physical constraints, and then like moving to an age beyond organic life. And these guys really do believe some of this shit though. Like he's definitely not wrong. Always up high from a skyscraper or from the Alps. Yeah, it's World Economic Forum meeting, like Klaus Schwab. Yeah. It's scary stuff, isn't it?
If you think they won't get more power than the biggest nations very soon, if they don't already have that, just watch how the next few years go. And look, my fellow autists, you know I love you guys, but some of us got a really bad roll of the autism dice. Like, the hyperfixation rolled onto the flesh is weak. Oops, time to destroy humanity. If you got trains or video games or being overstimulated, you're fine. I am referring to the autists that rolled flesh is weak. I've thought a lot about how I want to make the following point as tactfully as possible. And this is the best way I can do it. This is retarded. We live in a retarded world, and it only could have been thought up by retards. And I want to be clear here that when I say retard, I am not referring to mentally disabled people. Every 80 IQ motherfucker I know intuitively understands what being a human being is all about.
Mate, I trust my instincts. If it worked for me, Gran, it'll work for me. Simple as.
And what life is. It is these 140 IQ motherfuckers that are the retards. It's these technologists that think they're too smart for you or me, and that's why we haven't been consulted. We don't need to be consulted. They're our leaders. They're smarter than us, and IQ is all that matters. And so they can rule us and make decisions for us, and you are too stupid to be consulted. That's why you don't want this. That's why it's happening anyway. I've never met an intellectually disabled retard. I've met a lot of emotionally disabled 140 IQ retards. People that built out their little trees of logic and philosophy that have nothing to do with us. We have overvalued IQ as the sole measure of human worth for way too long, and this is where it got us. If all you care about is IQ, I have great news for you, okay? The future is looking bright. Not for you, but for some abstract concept of your intelligence, maybe not even your intelligence, but intelligence like as a concept in a motherboard or a mainframe or a computer processor or something, looking great for IQ. No wonder these people who think that the only thing about a human being. I just want to ask the technologist a question. Human, miserable. The genius scientist says to Beth, his genius daughter, that when you're smart, Beth, when you're smart, the world's your playground. You can do whatever you want, but you're gonna be sad because you're too smart for everybody. Excuse me. I thought you would be able to use your intelligence to figure out how to not be fucking miserable and completely isolated from the rest of humanity. I thought you would. Yeah, I thought you were smart. Oh, you have 140 IQ, and yet you're still retarded. Being smart doesn't make you better than anybody, and in fact, 50% of the time, it makes you retarded. It's a coin flip. Who asked for this? Who wants to live in the world we are creating? Are you excited about the future? And part of me knows that what I am describing is a fight that is unwinnable. And part of me knows that the force.
Why is it unwinnable? Why? Like, this is some interesting critique of the situation. But like, you know where I always go with this sort of stuff. Like there is a reason behind this. There is an economy that stimulates, encourages, and reproduces this type of behavior. Like if you're looking for questions as to why this is something that is not only outlandish and like and threatens life on Earth or life as we know it, and like if you're really looking for an answer as to what is the true driver of this insanity or this retardedness as he's describing. Like a lot of these people, like they have mad analysis. I love it. But like without the right understanding of how it all fits together, like the human race is a totality and subjected to like economic forces that facilitate this type of craziness that he's rightly critiquing. Without that last piece of the puzzle, like you can come up with like, the fight is unwinnable kind of stuff. It's not unwinnable. I like this guy too. Yeah, he's got some interesting points. Bro, I got 140 something and I'm a fucking idiot. I think that's actually the phenomenon he's describing here. These people aren't any better than you or I. But like, hey, Ravy, you missed your calling. You should be a tech bro. A brother of tech. It's not unwinnable, but they don't want to hear about the solution. He's right. Use what you have learned to be happy. Not to get into the retard game. And he uses my kind of language. I think he outlines why people hate AI coming from different political perspectives, but I think that's a different video. Interesting. Odds are stacked, but not unwinnable. There is hope. There is hope. But it's not like it's not a winnable game as in like let's just take out the tech bros and this stuff disappears. It's the system that created the tech bros. As much as it's the tech bros and their little fantasy worlds that has created this. It is the technology that is available, the society and like all the structures that we have around us that allow, billionaires and people like this to exist and be tech bros and to have control over all of this technology at the same time. Like it's a perfect storm of this stuff. So like the underlying structure of society, which allows these tech bros to have these ambitions is what has created this system as well. It will be unwinnable if the system supporting the infrastructure that supports their existence doesn't change. It will be unwinnable. That's for sure. But like, do you go after the tech bros or the architecture that supports them? I.e. the left hate AI because it's capitalism run rampant and the right hate it because it's anti-human. Interesting. That is interesting. The left hate it because of the unhuman thing too. I think everybody is uncomfortable with that. Inhuman. It's the system in and of itself.
The force we are fighting against is already here and has already won and has been here since we were a fledgling species. Part of me knows that human beings are simply a process. The sex organs of the machine, the bootloader for a higher sex organ.
Man becomes, as it were, the sex organs of the machine world. This is the accelerationist stuff. Like, look at that language. We just birth the machine world. We were just the elements that came together to deliver technological superiority over organic life. I think J-Reg is trying to find the middle ground. Bootload my sex machine.
Of the machine, the bootloader for a higher form of intelligence. I know that. But I know that up here. I know that in my brain. I know that in my IQ. And I also know that that is retarded because I am a human being and I am a composite of many disparate parts and not all of them are logical or efficient. My brain says the fight is hopeless. But my heart says something else. My heart says it's time to kill some robots.
There are no demands to be made, no utopic visions to be upheld, no political programs to be followed. The path of resistance is one of pure negation.
What's up, dragheads?
Nice. I think it's just advertising from here on. Very interesting stuff. Thank you for the suggestion. Crazy. I don't think the stuff that I've got is like anywhere near that level of fucking deep dive. But like, let's go, shall we? I want to like take a different angle. Like we've just watched a kind of like NVIDIA and like how it sees humans. We've just heard someone kind of, I think, rightly theorize on like the crazy philosophy that is driving this scary push for technology that we really don't have any understanding of what the implications will be. It's not like, you know, producing a steam engine that just might make production more efficient. Like this is producing a technology that might undermine humans themselves. Like it's really uncharted territory. But like, who are the big players behind all of this? Like, honestly, who are? Shut the fuck up, Clanker. Who are the people that are behind this? Like, we've watched a bit of Jensen, right? And figured him out. But like, who else is behind it? And like, he showed Palantir just before. He showed Alex Karp. So if you're not sure who Alex Karp is and Palantir, let me be the first to talk to you about this, I guess, if you're not across this stuff. Palantir is a data analytics company that is founded by a couple of dudes or a few people, but like famously by Peter Thiel and Alex Karp. Peter Thiel is one of the founding members of PayPal. He's part of the PayPal mafia, and Alex Karp is, I don't know, he's like a rogue postmodern Marxist that Peter Thiel just loved and asked him to be the CEO of Palantir. So Palantir is this massive data analytics company that was that is now integrated into governments and like private organizations all around the world, and it does huge data analysis services for them, like the NHS in England. It's doing like data collection, like, you know how he was talking about this, they want to profile everyone in the US. Like Palantir is behind a lot of the data coordination efforts between all of the major agencies in the US, and it's like helping to coordinate data and profile everyone in the US based on all of the different separate agencies that exist out there. It's in Australia. It's helping like Coles, like Australian Defence Force is using Palantir to do data analytics for it. So it just crunches heaps of data and provides recommendations and services based on crunching huge amounts of data analyst services. And like, it's, you know, like you can use that to make your company better, to run your organization better. You can use that for, military purposes as well, like finding targets, sifting through information, to give real world battlefield analytics, responses, recommendation, real-time services. So like, it does all these things, but like, it's not just a company that just came to its own because of like the wonderful legacy of someone like Peter Thiel and Alex Karp. Like, it came to fruition because like at the turn of the century, and thanks to the war on terror, there were people in the American deep state who were really craving a data analytical tool that could help fight with the war on terror. Basically, they wanted to be able to profile everyone and surveil people all of the time in like the US, let's say, to help predict like terrorist attacks and stop 9/11 from happening again. That was the pretext anyway. And so like Peter Thiel, ex-PayPal mafia, Alex Karp come together, and they've got this software from PayPal. I think it was called Igor, if I remember properly. It was PayPal's fraud detection software, like a machine learning piece of software that was able to help find fraud within PayPal and like save them billions of dollars probably hundreds of millions of dollars worth of fraudulent activity across the platform. And they used this technology and extracted it and said to the government, who, like I said, was looking to, help with the war on terror, but basically looking for a way to surveil America's population, the world's population, really, for their own deep state purposes. And they pitched this idea, Alex Karp and Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel's the guy on the left here. Anyway, Peter Thiel and Alex Karp pitched this to the American deep state. And the CIA has its own venture capitalist firm. So a venture capitalist is someone who just like has heaps of fucking money and invests in the next piece of technology because they think it's going to be what they call a unicorn. Hence why we've got the fluoro unicorn down the back there, if you've ever wondered. And like they think it's going to be the next billion-dollar company. But like when the state invests as a venture capitalist, it's thinking the next technology is going to help it, I don't know, in its dominance or whatever agenda it has. So like in this case, it's like complete and total surveillance of the world's populations. And so Palantir, unlike other people from Silicon Valley, they didn't go and make software like IBM or Microsoft or Apple or whatever for like private individuals and other corporations. They started making data analytical technology for governments. And everybody thought they were fucking crazy. And so they teamed up with the CIA. This is Palantir, through Peter Thiel. This guy here, Peter Thiel and Alex Karp. They teamed up with the government, got the American taxpayer essentially to help create and develop their analytical software over like the first like 5 to 10 years of their inception. And then they started servicing straight away the American deep state, the CIA, other agencies, and integrating themselves with the government. And so now they've become, because of that entire process and because of state backing, they've become such an incredible data analytical tool because they've been crunching government data for so long. And government data is just like the biggest organizations on the planet, like in terms of data. And so like they've been able to crunch data for huge clients with unbelievable reams of data and information and produce this analytical machine that is the envy of many companies around the world. And like no one can really do the service that they provide in terms of data analytics and how they shape that to service whoever needs it, from like I said, like public health services to militaries to transnational corporations, organizing their data and providing better services, whatever that may be. And so like they've just become an entity that kind of like attaches itself like a parasite to organizations, sucks up all of their data and gives them valuable analytics and recommendations. And so like it's a very parasitic process. But like once these organizations, companies, what have you, integrate with something like Palantir, you can't like wean off that stuff because their service becomes invaluable. And so Palantir has just risen, providing these data analytics services. And they do it for pretty nefarious purposes sometimes. Like, picking targets in Gaza, or like, strikes in Iran recently. They're part of the hardware. Sorry, the hardware. They're part of the software behind the hardware that does all the killing. And like, this is the future of the world's economy. Let's be honest. And anyway, like, this is definitely this is a fucking nostalgic stream, Jag, if you're still here. But like, there's this guy here. This is the Nerd Reich, and he's a guy called Gil Duran. And like, he's one of the first people that we ever looked at on stream who described not only like techno-feudalism or surveillance capitalism from the perspective of like what the fuck is going on with this digital hellscape that we're creating when we're walking into, but he helped like us understand here like how Palantir kind of rose to power. And like how like this all fits together. And like, this is a really short piece, but like it's a good crossover. Still here, but bedtime is on the horizon. Anyway, just to say, all I wanted to say, your uncle delivered us today, and he's still delivering with Gil Duran over here. And like, this is where the tech world, so Peter Thiel's world, where he controls everything through his company Palantir and all his other investments. This is where it crosses over into the real world, because someone like JD Vance, if you didn't know, is someone that was completely created by Peter Thiel. So I guess he's going to give us a little expose into how Peter Thiel created JD Vance, if you didn't know that already. What's this? Landlords and investors, negative gearing and capital gains rules, people trying to buy a home, people trying to rent a home. Where'd you get that from? That's hilarious. Good old Australian memes over there. Saint Xi, you surprise us. All right, anyway. Let us look, because I think we all know the story of how Peter Thiel kind of created, like loosely created JD Vance. Let's see if there's anything. I like the term negative gearing, hate the practice, but it sounds cool if you're driving really fast. Yeah. But yeah, let's see. How did Peter Thiel create JD Vance? What's the story behind that? Because JD Vance, he's the vice president, and like, you know, we've seen Trump recently. And like, you know, he could be, like, anything could happen to this guy. He looks like he can't stay awake. He looks like he's in some form of decline. Let's just say something happened tomorrow. Like, Peter Thiel's creation, JD Vance here, will be the president of the United States and will be at the hot seat. Could you imagine him explaining negotiations with Iran? That's a fucking interesting situation, I must admit. Vance is keeping a low profile at the moment. Yeah. Blood boy. JD Vance used to be a never Trumper. And like, isn't it interesting? He's gone from never Trumper and calling Trump a fascist to being second in charge. Like, what type of world has this guy created where he can manufacture that? That's mental.
The most important thing to understand about JD Vance is that he's almost entirely the creation of one man, Peter Thiel. At every step of Vance's career, Peter Thiel has been there, investing in him. But the most important thing to know about JD Vance's future is that Peter Thiel will try to use him to become the de facto president of the United States. This is Thiel-Billy Elegy. Vance owes his
Thiel-Billy legacy or elegy.
This.
What's his name? JD Vance became kind of famous, I guess, because he wrote a book called Hillbilly Elegy. And like, he wrote about his experience coming out of the Appalachian region, and how he kind of rose above it all, his hardships, etc., etc.
Is Thiel-Billy Elegy. Vance owes his entire career and even his religion to the PayPal and Palantir billionaire who now sits at the height of American influence and power. How did we get here? JD Vance first meets Peter Thiel at Yale Law School in 2011. When Thiel gives his lecture, Vance describes it as a defining moment. Peter's talk remains the most significant moment of my time at Yale Law School. Vance sends the billionaire an email, and Thiel responds by inviting JD to visit him in California. Just a few years later, Vance is hired as director of operations at a biotechnology company called Circuit Therapeutics, a high-level position with no experience, but the CEO said it was a favor to Peter. After a brief time at Circuit in 2016, Vance levels up to venture capitalist by joining Mithril Capital. It's a firm co-founded by Peter Thiel. That same year, Vance publishes his memoir, Hillbilly Elegy. Some employees of Mithril told the Wall Street Journal,
but this is the thing that like kind of rose him to fame. Like, he writes this book about his life, and everyone kind of empathizes with him. It humanizes him, and everyone's got like a soft spot for the poor kid who went to Yale and is now a venture capitalist. But like, yeah, Peter Thiel gave JD Vance his start in venture capital, but a former colleague doesn't remember ever seeing him in the office.
They never even saw Vance in the office. The New York Times reported that Vance butted heads with the managing partner of the office and before long left Mithril. Vance moves back to Ohio, joining another venture capital firm, and then, in 2019, he starts his own. And here's where JD wants to be just like his creator. Peter Thiel gives his companies names from The Lord of the Rings: Palantir, Mithril, Valor. So Vance names his VC firm Narya after a mythical ring of power in J.R.R. Tolkien's books. And of course, Narya Capital receives seed funding from Peter Thiel. Around this time, Vance also co-founds something called the Rockbridge Network, a political funding organization, one that seeks to become a venture capital firm for politics and heavily influence the Republican Party. Among the major supporters of Rockbridge, Peter Thiel. The same year that Vance starts Narya and Rockbridge, JD converts to Catholicism. How is this related? Because Vance has grown up in a deeply evangelical Protestant culture. Then he switches his religion, his relationship with God, and he credits one man with helping to influence this decision, Peter Thiel. He even wrote an essay about his religious transformation. In it, he credits Thiel's own religious views as a deep influence on him. He goes on to say that by reading the works of French thinker René Girard, Thiel's professor at Stanford, he was drawn toward Catholicism. But God doesn't get the credit for J.D. Vance's dramatic conversion. Peter Thiel does. In the essay, Vance...
Great crochet music, not gonna lie. Vance comes from a poor single-parent home. Boo-hoo, done it hard. Just a commoner like you. Yeah, that's the story. That's why he had to publish his memoirs, to humanize him. It worked. People fucking took it.
Calls Thiel possibly the smartest person I've ever met. So Vance becomes a venture capitalist, a political donor, and a born-again Catholic, all because of one man, Peter Thiel, the billionaire who is now traveling the world preaching about the Antichrist. And then the patronage really levels up. In 2022, Vance runs for the U.S. Senate in Ohio with $15 million in funding from Peter Thiel. It was the most money any single individual had ever spent in a Senate campaign. While running for Senate, Vance quotes the ideas of Thiel-funded political troll Curtis Yarvin, who believes democracy should be replaced with dictatorship. During a podcast...
Okay, so like slow down, like there's a lot of stuff going on there. Like if you haven't come across Curtis Yarvin before, Curtis Yarvin is kind of this philosopher who's from Silicon Valley. So like he's a tech bro himself and like started kind of talking about politics and like went under a naming your companies after Lord of the Rings terms. Nerd. So good. Yeah, he is a tech bro himself, but like he started getting into politics and writing under a pen name, I guess you would say, Mencius Moldbug. And so like he's come up with a philosophy. I think he's come up with a philosophy, but like he's part of the neo-reactionary canon out there or group. So there's like a right-wing philosophy out there where they like kind of love the idea of being a reactionary, but they call themselves neo-reactionaries. They're new reactionaries because they're not reacting against kind of some type of progressive or socialist revolution and trying to maintain the status quo. They actually want to pull the entire system back into like a feudal arrangement and go back to like monarchies. They like Curtis Yarvin thinks that monarchies are the way to go. And so like it is significant whether or not he quotes that type of stuff personally, JD Vance, but it is significant that Vance has dropped philosophy of someone who believes in monarchy, not like the republic and like the American project, but actually believes in diminishing the American project. And it's important because that's exactly what I think the tech bros are about. Like remember we talked about the network state and like these private cities that they want to produce and all that sort of stuff. They're not interested in democracy. Like Peter Thiel has very famously gone down on the record as saying like democracy and freedom are now incompatible with one another. Like if you really want freedom, like we got to give up on this stupid notion of democracy, because democracy just slows everything down. It bogs everything down in like red tape and processes. And like the fastest and most efficient way to run an economy was actually with a monarchy, like a CEO king, as they describe. So like while that might be like a little bit of a like why are we talking about this and why is that important? Like Vance, if his philosophy aligns with someone like Curtis Yarvin, and Peter Thiel has created Vance and got him to seat like second in charge, and like you hear like whisperings all the time, like in the media if you pay attention, of like Trump will say stuff like Trump doesn't like Vance, and like Trump will like someone's already mentioned like Vance has been sidelined Trump doesn't like when asked about Vance, he just doesn't think he has what it takes to be like Trump's successor. Like he mentions stuff like this all the time. So it's incredible to think that like Trump has allowed someone to be the vice president who he doesn't even see as a proper successor to him, and he has zero respect for. It just shows you how powerful someone like Peter Thiel is. Like, what does he have on Trump? Like, what does he have on Trump that like Trump is willing to give him? Not like it's just a place in the administration, but like, you know, next in line if Trump ever, you know, falls down the golden escalator kind of thing. He was even dismissive of Vance during the presidential debates. Yeah, so like is that like show for us plebs, Jag, or is it like, oh wow, like he doesn't like him, but like someone's pulled the strings, and the powers that be that really are in, like really control things, put Vance there. And so yeah, it's an interesting tangent, but like someone like Curtis Yarvin doesn't like democracy or like the style of politics that America has at the moment. JD Vance has been put into position number 2 in the US in terms of the executive power structure. And like, is Thiel orchestrating something massive here? Like, if you know anything about Thiel, outside of the usual stuff that you hear about him being, you know, evil and controlling an evil company like Palantir or something like that, he's an incredibly calculating man. There was an instance where I can't remember what the name of the media outlet was, but like there was a media outlet that exposed Peter Thiel as being gay, and like Peter Thiel is an incredibly private person, it would seem, and like he just didn't want everyone to know that he was gay. Apparently, I don't know why this is a big deal. Maybe because if he needs to keep up some type of conservative appearances, but like he didn't want people to know he was gay, and some media outlet exposed him as being a homosexual, and he took exception to that. But like he didn't do anything against this media organization. This is just an example of like his calculations and stuff like that. Gawker, yes, that's the one. Fuck, we've done some interesting rabbit holes, haven't we, over time? Anyway, Gawker exposed him, and like he did nothing, and then all of a sudden there was this experience with Hulk Hogan, of all people. That's why we used to say brothers all the time, because we did a deep dive on Hulk Hogan one time. Anyway, Hulk Hogan got into some lawsuit with Gawker because they exposed him, and Hulk Hogan took them to court. So like Peter Thiel comes out of the woodwork and hears about this, and this is Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan's like a fucking multi-millionaire, and Hulk Hogan took Gawker to court over them exposing him on something. His private communications, and Peter Thiel paid for all of Hulk Hogan's legal fees. Hulk Hogan had no idea the entire time that somebody else was paying for his, like he won the case, and then he turned around to his lawyers and was like, you know, what's the charge kind of thing. And they were like, don't worry, some anonymous stranger has paid for all your legal costs. And like he won like, you know, like $100 million and, or something like that. It was like 170. Anyway, like Thiel funded the entire legal campaign, and that destroyed Gawker, or destroyed this media outlet. And like it was not Peter Thiel who went out and sued them directly himself, but he funded somebody else who had a similar gripe, another multi-millionaire or multi-millionaire who didn't need funding, but he funded that entire campaign, or that lawsuit against Gawker to bring them down. He's an incredibly calculating individual, and vengeance is not beyond him at all. And he's the guy that has supplanted number 2. So when JD Vance says something like, you know, Peter Thiel is possibly the most intelligent person I've ever met, and this is coming from someone who graduated law at Yale and like hangs in circles of venture capitalists and Silicon Valley. What was the guy talking about before, like autistic something's, like, you know, hangs out with these people for a living, and he thinks that Peter Thiel is some fucking genius, which he probably is to some degree. I wonder what this guy Peter Thiel has got like planned for not only American politics, but like taking over the imperial core of world capitalism. It'll just be about whether or not Trump falls down the golden escalators or not. Saint Xi, I'm a Catholic. I follow the line of Saint Peter, but like the clergy can be super fucking weird. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Like the young guy before, dudes thinking they have a high IQ and deserve more.
Interview in 2021, Vance name-checks Yarborough with dictatorship. During a podcast interview in 2021, Vance name-checks Yarbin and repeats his idea for mass firing federal workers and replacing them with loyalists. Thiel also plays a decisive role in getting Donald Trump on board for Vance, and that's no small feat. In a previous liberal version of himself, Vance had called Trump many bad names, including America's Hitler. But Thiel gets Trump to endorse Vance, who has now become a Trump supporter, leading to Vance's victory in his first ever political race. 2 years later, Peter Thiel does it again for J.D. Vance. In a crowded field with dozens of more qualified and more charismatic candidates, Thiel is instrumental in getting newcomer J.D. Vance added to the ticket, securing his position as 50th Vice President of the United States. It also secures Thiel's connection to his creation, a man who could become president after Trump. And I do mean creation. J.D. Vance is a Frankenstein's monster of ideas, influences, and debts. And now he's one heartbeat away from the presidency, whether in 2028 or tomorrow. In either case, it's his creator who will really ascend. Peter Thiel, a German-born surveillance billionaire, will become the most powerful man in the world. If you want more, I tell the full story in my forthcoming book, The Nerd Reich, Silicon Valley Fascism, and the War on Democracy.
There it is. If you think this sort of stuff is interesting, like, you know, go give old Gil Duran here a bit of a go. He's definitely opened our eyes here. If you ain't practicing Opus Dei, your belief in Catholicism is weak. Yes, there are some interesting sects, aren't there? Or divisions within the power structure. But yeah, that is, like, on a side note to everything that we've been talking about today with tech bros and how they see humans as, like, you know, second rate to machines, and like what, like, who asked for all of this? Well, there are people out there that actually do ask for this type of stuff, and they're not stupid either. This isn't philosophy for them. This isn't just like a, you know, potential, you know, sci-fi existence if they produce the right technology. Like, they are taking hold of the political structure as well in order to, like, bring this out and flesh it out. Like, this is real for them. They're setting it up and they're doubling down on this type of stuff, which is pretty crazy if you think about it. I'd like to do another, like, while we're on the topic, I want to go into another piece that I've seen which talks about Palantir. Like, specifically, and this is called something, a source called Double Down News. I'm not really across them, but like, they seem to be like a British news site. But anyway, they seem to have done like an expose into Palantir and like explaining how that organization kind of works. It's always interesting to learn about these people. Like I said, today we're going to do the AI takeover a lot. Trump booed relentlessly at the Knicks finals. Really? That's interesting. It's always an interesting pub test, isn't it, when you see political leaders at sporting events and what people are willing to do when they see them. Whether they're like silent or whether they're, you know, vocal in the negative. Anyway, I wanted to do some more. We haven't done some Palantir stuff in a while. And I do think that they're a very, very important organization. If you think about, like, yeah, techno-feudalism, surveillance capitalism, and like the way that the world is going, this company is, it's not like the others. It's not like the stuff we were talking about before with NVIDIA and being like, the future is integrating AI with everything. Like, he literally just wants people to buy more of his chips. He doesn't give a fuck. But like, these guys, though, are integrating their services with like the world's biggest organizations, the biggest like big governments, big capitalist organizations, and they will analyze their data and provide them services that will become indispensable. They will become completely indispensable parts of the global machine, which is the capitalist economy. They are literally spreading themselves into every facet of global capital, the capitalist state, the transnational corporations, and they will like silently have a level of control over all of those means of production. This is some next level shit that they have. Thiel is a fucking loser, very incredibly calculating and powerful loser, this guy. Big banana, big Barnaby. Trump boob window. Alright, let's have a look at this quickly. Him getting booed. Hey, what's the Knicks? Is it like is this basketball or something? And like this is like what, in New York, I guess? Like nerd ass loser, blockhead white American shit. I'm saying shit. Okay. Trump gets booed by a crowd at Madison Square Garden during Game 3 of the NBA Finals. Interesting. Boo-ers! Yeah, it was the NBA Finals tonight. Okay. Interesting. People in America view the dollar as God. I think they call the almighty. I call it the almighty dollar. Yeah. Alright, shall we go down this rabbit hole? Or continue down this rabbit hole? Oh no, really? Let's have a look. Before we get too serious, let's have a look at this one. Well, like falling asleep at the sport is like more acceptable, right? So good. Donald Trump's fallen asleep at the NBA Finals in Madison Square Garden. So good. What? What's wrong with that? Even the guy next to him looks like he's asleep as well. Like it does look like how like it does look very feudal, doesn't it? Like you have a bunch of kings in their little thrones at like a jousting competition or something. It's so feudal. They shut down half of Midtown and had insane security for these ass clowns just to fall asleep. Savage. Savage. Ass clown, so good. Alright, shall we? Shall we get into it? Let's do this. Let's do this.
It is absurd and insane that we have a rogue US military contractor handling our most sensitive person.
Rogue military contractor? Come on, they're not fucking rogue. They are the military contractor of the Western world. Like, I know what you mean by rogue as in like unscrupulous, no morals, questionable level of integrity. Yeah, all of those wonderful fucking measures, all those soft measures. But like, they're not fucking rogue. They are the future. Barnaby and Thiel seem to be a little too tight. Barnaby and Thiel? I need to know more about that. It's an Aussie pastime trying to change the channel whilst your grandpa is sleep watching the footy. I'll never forget that remote click panic.
Rogue. It is absurd and insane that we have a rogue US military contractor handling our most sensitive personal data. Your devices are going to be monitored 24 hours a day. Palantir's had a very secretive contract with GCHQ. Palantir has a contract running our nuclear missile program. We have no national security. This company should be nowhere near the NHS.
Like, what the fuck? Like, this is the thing. Like, Palantir does fucking everything. It's running the NHS, so the English version of Medicare. It's running their public health system, but it's also running their fucking nuclear weapons facilities as well. Like, this company literally goes in, and because it provides such good data analytical services, because they perfected it again with taxpayer money like 20 years ago and developed this machine learning, this software that nobody else really has at scale. There's a lot of data analytical software out there, but like they can capture government scale, and they've got the jump on a lot of companies that compete with them. And like once they tie themselves to governments and huge organizations around the world, like these companies can't just shake them, as I was saying before, but like they run everything, like from fucking Medicare to controlling the nukes in the UK. Like, if you think about that, honestly, the empire, the idea of the American empire and the imperial core, like, it has never been so relevant as today. If an American company controls the UK, or has access to, and its tentacles running through the UK health services and its nuclear arsenal, like, you know, everyone's worried about that point where AI, not just the flick the switch on this type of stuff, like the potential is there. This isn't fucking sci-fi. This is like ultimate control through digital means. I think a deep dive into Barnaby and Thiel's shared interests is needed. Ooh, okay. You're going to have to hit me up with something like less cryptic than this. Like, are they together, Barnaby and Thiel, somehow? Or they just have overlap? Are Herzog visiting ASIO? Question mark. But like, are you talking about that in the context of what that Green senator was doing? Like, because people were were showing stuff in Discord recently of the Green senator, like grilling this Australian security people about Herzog visiting ASIO, and they're like, what the fuck was that about? And they're like, no comment, we can't talk about that, that's security related. Is that what you mean? Makes sense. They both enjoy selling and buying water rights.
We have entered into a kind of colonial contracts with this superpower. Peter Thiel is an incredibly dangerous individual.
The slogan of the Antichrist is peace and safety.
JD Vance is a sort of wholly owned product of Peter Thiel. Jeffrey Epstein, he was a co-investor in an Israeli surveillance company. The thing I find most alarming about this and most worrisome is that...
Is that what? Is that what? No!
8 years ago, Carol Cadwallader hit the headlines when she exposed the Facebook Cambridge Analytica data scandal in the UK Sunday newspaper, The Observer. Last year, she left The Observer to set up The Nerve, an independent journalists collective. Much of her early work at The Nerve has focused on Palantir, the controversial US company which supplies data to US Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, the US military, and the Israeli military.
How dare you! Your AI and your technology from Palantir kills Palestinians!
Mostly terrorists, that's true.
My bias is to defer to Israel. The IDF gets to decide what it wants to do, and that they're broadly in the right.
It's now hoovering up enormous contracts in the UK public sector. I invited Carol into the studio to ask, just how frightened should we be of Silicon Valley?
So good, so British. Just how frightened should we be of Silicon Valley? Well, they've fucking taken over. So, you know, if the surveillance capitalist world is real, and everything is controlled through digital architecture now, which is fucking the case. There is no business left on earth that is not connected to the internet. Like, let's be honest. And so if they're connected, if the entire world is connected through the matrix that is the World Wide Web, and they are controlling significant organizations and their access to it, like, mate, you have no idea whether you should be worried or not. You can't even scratch the surface. Barnaby's right-wing stance is very appealing to Teal, to say the least. Okay. I'm gonna have to like get your assistance with this, Bandsaw Bandit. Like, if you've got some comparison, I'd love to see it in Discord if you got it.
So, Carol Cadwallader, thank you very much for joining us.
Richard Sanders, thank you for inviting me.
You obviously in your career, in recent years anyway, have focused a great deal on Silicon Valley, on the tech industry and so on, particularly on Palantir, which is what I want to talk about. I want, first of all, to show you a clip of Alex Karp, who is the CEO and co-founder of Palantir.
We are dedicating our company, we have dedicated our company to the service of the West and the United States of America, and we're super proud of the role we play, especially in places we can't talk about. And we love our success in the U.S. and globally. Also, you know, we are doing in the United Kingdom and many other places.
Gamma Cheese Wing, how you going? Yo, yo, yo. Give up the rock. Hope you're well. I'm sure you're used to these fucking deep dives, these rabbit holes, but we are looking at Palantir at the moment, getting some updated analysis on this situation. See if anything's changed since we last checked in with these fucking crazy overlords of our tech spaces.
Palantir, so especially in places we can't talk about. And we love our success in the U.S. and globally. Also, you know, we are doing in the United Kingdom and many other places. Palantir is here to disrupt and make the institutions we partner with the very best in the world, and when it's necessary, to scare enemies and on occasion kill them.
The day that happened, my tweet was, I think I did all cap letters, this company should be nowhere near the NHS. I mean, it is absurd and insane that we have a rogue US military contractor handling our most sensitive personal data. I think anybody who watches that clip and thinks about this is not okay with it. Britain is very important to Palantir. We're its second biggest customer, and they have this quite extraordinary CEO. The guy who they've appointed CEO in Britain, Louis Mosley, he's very plausible. He's, you know,
very English.
He's very English. He's your classic English kind of public school educated, you know, quite genteel, sort of gentlemanly. But I think it's in the biography of Alex Karp, which was published last year, there's an anecdote in there about how Louis Mosley was recruited to the job. And he was headhunted for that job. It wasn't like he applied for it. And in the job interview, so it's reported, Alex Karp quoted sections of Oswald Mosley's speeches to him.
Oswald Mosley, of course, being his grandfather, the fascist leader.
Oswald Mosley being Louis Mosley's grandfather and Britain's most famous fascist. The optics of it, at some level, appear to have attracted Palantir.
Regularly invited on Laura Kunsberg's Sunday show as a sort of disinterested pundit. So what attracts Laura Kunsberg to him? What?
Well, we did.
Isn't that what a legacy? This guy is the grandson of Britain's most famous Nazi. And that's who Palantir headhunts to be their CEO of operations in the UK. Their second biggest global market. Very interesting. Wow, that guy is a monster. Like, from what he said, yeah. And like, he's not even like that's nothing. Like, Andrew Karp, he says some crazy shit. Alex Karp, sorry, says some crazy shit. And it's all in the defense, like the terrorism word is the best weapon the state has ever had, the best device the state has ever had. Because like they can just brandish whatever like death and destruction they bring as fighting against terrorism, and they're fully justified. Essentially, rogue sounds like they are pretty plugged into the government. Yeah, like rogue is not the right description. I wouldn't use that. Not even trying to say the quiet part loud. He's just straight up admitting he's evil. I guess at least he's honest though. It might be observed, but what idiot would think they wouldn't? What's that in relation to? Vance or Bandit? I would like to know more.
An article, we've done a series of articles in the Nerve about the Palantir revolving door, and in which we found dozens of government employees and former ministers, members of the House of Lords, who have gone to work for Palantir.
Extraordinary sort of revolving door.
It's a revolving door, but the thing which was really instructive to me and made me sort of understand something about their methodology, not just that they'd recruited the head of AI in the MOD, who expert in AI was recruited by Palantir, the most senior expert in the NHS in AI was recruited by Palantir, but they also took a senior comms guy from Number 10. So the guy who had been the chief spin doctor for Rishi Sunak, Ben Maskell, he was recruited to be Palantir's head of comms. And he's been really effective because his strategy, he doesn't go to technology reporters with these stories. He goes to political correspondents. He has an existing network of political correspondents, of which Laura Kuenssberg would be one, Rachel Sylvester on The Observer is another. This is their contacts, and this is how, they're getting sort of positive Palantir spin into the newspaper and onto the broadcasters.
Now, Alex Karp isn't the only rather alarming individual.
No way, using the media to somehow get a positive spin, good PR, so you can further integrate your systems without anyone questioning it. The thing is that you can use terrorism as a tactic. It is a tactic used by conventional armies and non-state actors, but it really is just a throwaway term to label someone a terrorist. It totally is. And you can justify anything if who you're killing, as he said. Sometimes we kill our enemies. You can justify anything, any atrocity, as long as they're terrorists. Like what's happened in Gaza, for example. It's all been in the name of taking out Hamas. Nobody likes hummus. In relation to a rogue military, she's surprised. What the fuck? Sorry, now I get it. Okay, yeah. Absurd is what I meant. Yeah, there are other ways that doesn't crush political dissent to say that you don't want non-state actors committing violence without preventing your own people from organizing. But we know why they do that, eh? Yes. Sorry, not observed. You meant absurd. Absurd. It might be absurd, but what idiot would think that they wouldn't? Yeah. Bathwater rights. Oh, God.
At the top of Palantir, you also have Peter Thiel, who is also a profoundly strange man. He thinks Greta Thunberg might be the Antichrist.
Peter Thiel is an incredibly influential, consequential, and I think dangerous individual. You really have to look at who Peter Thiel is and what he believes in. And one thing he does not believe in is the nation state.
Yeah, back on the bathwater stuff. Eh? Responding to Ravi, got it.
He is very explicit about how actually there is a better way of running countries, and that is as a private corporation. And, he's a massive investor in all of these other companies too. Jeffrey Epstein, of course, he was a co-investor in the company, an Israeli surveillance company that at the time of Jeffrey Epstein's death was his most valuable asset. One of the key things about understanding Trump and Silicon Valley and that relationship is understanding the role of Peter Thiel in that relationship. And you can see that very, very clearly in who Trump picked to be his vice president. And it was his pick of J.D. Vance in the summer of 2020, which really was, for me, that moment of understanding that this isn't Trump, it's not Trump first term, something different is happening here. We have an alliance between the MAGA far right and, you know, Trump's authoritarian tendencies and Silicon Valley. That's what, because J.D. Vance is a sort of wholly owned product of Peter Thiel. J.D. Vance owes his entire career to him. He owes his political career. He owes his...
And Peter Thiel, which is interesting enough, he like seems to back the right people. He seems to support people at the right times, let's say. In 2016, when Trump had the access scandal thing, they grab him in the pussy thing, and like everyone was like walking away from Trump and they were like, oh, he'll never win the presidency. It was Peter Thiel at that point that like largely donated and funded Trump's campaign and gave him the support that he needed to relaunch and then go on to win the presidency. And like, so while Trump was down, Peter Thiel, like this is what I'm saying, he's incredibly calculating, this guy. He was probably maybe thinking of backing Trump before, but he was like, he's at his low point now, you back him now and he'll have to recognize and like, you know, return the favor one day, let's say. Come and choose when Greta Thunberg is the Antichrist. Yeah, well, I'm no longer a revolutionary and I'm now support Peter Thiel. He's got common sense. Yeah, but it's interesting how they depict what the Antichrist is. Like the Antichrist is supposed to be somebody that kind of is misleading and like leads people astray. And so like he sees that Greta Thunberg is like this figure of like progressivism that is supposed to be leading people down a false path, which is like towards focusing on, I don't know, environmentalism and progressive thought and progressive ideology specifically. And so he sees Greta Thunberg as the Antichrist because she's a prominent and influential figure that kind of leads people down the wrong path, and so because of that she bears the mark of the Antichrist. The Antichrist is not some like, I don't know, evil like monster that's going to rise up from the underworld and consume human flesh. It's just like, it's this agent of evil that misleads humanity and turns us down the wrong path. Like that's like their interpretation of all this kind of stuff. JD has the personality of a stubbed toe. Trump wasn't gonna have someone who could riz him as 2IC. Yeah. Antichrist is supposed to be loved by everyone. Greta is definitely not that. But Greta doesn't have anything to do with Palantir, so that's a little bit ironic. Oh well, she's antithetical to these guys. Like she stands up for a world that they don't believe in, I guess. One of like techno control over everything. For all you nerds out there, limitless potential technologies. What's this? Limitless potential technologies. Thank you. On behalf of all the nerds out there, thank you very much. Back from the bloodletting. What did I miss? Palantir the good guys yet? No, they're not. Oh yeah, we're learning about we're getting a British perspective of why Palantir is evil, to be honest. And like this is the lady who was involved in like Cambridge Analytica scandals and like releasing that or exposing that, and now she's turned her attention onto Palantir these days. You can actually not mind me like 90% of the time, I feel. Sometimes I comment and I'm like, oh shit, is he going to read this out loud? You know, there's a high chance that I'm going to read shit out loud. It's very high. Like, unless I'm incredibly distracted, I usually do. Or unless you guys are just like, like kind of thing.
Financial career, he owns his fortune. He's like, owes his entire career to him. He owes his political career. He owes his financial career. He owns his fortune. He's kind of Peter Thiel's pet, and this for me was this sort of moment of understanding that this is a kind of new kind of power that we haven't seen before, because we have these Silicon Valley surveillance technologies now being harnessed to the MAGA authoritarian project, and that for me was this sort of wake-up call.
Like we're analyzing this a lot last year. Like we spent a lot of time analyzing this actually, and like it's more so like this merger of MAGA strains, to be honest. So like you have traditional MAGA, which is like red MAGA, and so you have people that want to make America great again and like will push Trump and like the Trumpian agenda, and that was like definitely the case the first time. Second time around, you've got like Peter Thiel who's cashing in, and the tech bros are realizing that like instead of being all like progressive and Democrat and stuff like that, which is what Silicon Valley used to be, they used to be the vanguard of like like managerial kind of culture, and like the Democrats kind of represent like the nice professional well-to-do political elite of America, as opposed to like just the all-out wealth and traditional, like the old money of America. And so like what the capitalists or the Silicon Valley and the brothers of tech realized was like, actually you can marry yourself, like why back one horse when you can kind of marry yourself to both, or back both and just back a winner every time. And so like there is something called dark MAGA. And so like you might have seen or recall when Elon was helping Trump campaign, Elon was like always in black, and he had the black MAGA hat and it said dark MAGA on it. And so like dark MAGA is kind of a signal to like an alliance with kind of right-wing politics and like the Make America Great Again movement, but from a Silicon Valley dark enlightenment perspective. Like the dark enlightenment is like that thing that I was talking about before with someone like Curtis Yarvin, and like they believe in getting rid of the American Republic. They believe that the Enlightenment was wrong, and like like the Enlightenment shouldn't have been about like, you know, bringing around like liberal democracies to the world. The Enlightenment like made a mistake, and like we need to go back to having kings and all that sort of stuff. So like dark MAGA like sees kind of the validity of the authoritarian element that Trump brings to the table, but like wants it done in a Silicon Valley takeover style. And so like while she's kind of pointing to like, oh, isn't it like crazy how like these Silicon Valley people are just kind of merging with MAGA to make kind of take advantage of that movement. Like it's more than that. Like if MAGA is like national populism, like it's like they're happy to have a charismatic leader or a populist leader kind of take over and like bring like destroy like the idea of democracy and just be like a big fuck you to the system, then like that's what the Silicon Valley types are looking for. They're looking for somebody to come in and actually bring on authoritarianism and like somebody to bring on the end to democracy, because they think that the American state and all states should be run like a company. You have a CEO and a board of directors, and like they control everything. The CEO has final sign off on everything that happens in that. So like the way that a king would be able to rule a country, they might not see everything that's going on, but like if like big matters arise, they have final say on fucking everything. They have executive power on everything. And so like dark MAGA in the second Trump, like Trump 2.0, dark MAGA headed by, you know, someone eccentric like Elon Musk, has merged with like original OG red MAGA to give you Trump 2.0. So you have Trump, the OG MAGA, and you have JD Vance now representing the interests of like the tech bros and stuff like that. So they're using Trump as a fleshlight. Checks out. So I wonder how you sleep at night being someone working at Palantir, even as a worker. Alienation, I guess. Yeah, it must be hard knowing like what you're kind of up to. But like if you kind of think that, like, if you kind of detach yourself from what's going on, then, like, I guess they can rationalize it some way.
I find out about all of these people. Are they
harnessed to the MAGA authoritarian project, and that for me was this sort of wake-up call.
What I find out about all of these people, Alex Karp, Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, is they're clearly, on one level, very, very clever people. But when you actually see them tweeting about politics and things that are sort of outside of their realm, it's like listening to a 13-year-old boy. I mean, it's extraordinary.
Well, they have very sort of narrow interest. They have vast amounts of money. Nobody ever says no to them. And they're sort of imbued with a certain science fiction.
They think they are doing the right wing, which makes them dangerous. Interesting call.
Fantasies about what they want to happen. So Elon Musk, of course, wants to go to Mars. Peter Thiel wants to, defy death. And
I don't believe that. Like, I don't believe that Elon actually wants to go to Mars. I think, like, Elon is clever enough to be like, I'm just going to tell everyone we're going to Mars, and everyone will be like, oh my God, Elon, take me to Mars. And then, like, he gets to develop his space technology, and, like, get all of this government funding in the meantime, because, like, public opinion is like, oh my God, Elon's going to take us to Mars. What a sick dog. Let's give him all the fucking subsidies, government support programs that he wants. Like, if he just says, I want to develop technology that can carry payloads into space because that's going to make me a fucking trillionaire, like, everyone will be like, boo, fuck you, you evil bastard. But if he says something like, oh, I want to go to fucking Mars, like, everyone's just like, oh my God, I want to go to Mars. He's just like me. Oh my God. 100% agree. Like, that's, like, we've talked about this before, surely. Like, I don't believe that for a second. I do believe someone like Peter Thiel, though, would experiment with, like, uploading one day after it's been trialed 1,000 times and he's just sure of it. But, like, he's more than happy to, like, figure out a world where he gets to, like, upload his consciousness onto some type of machine so he can live forever, or, like, integrate in terms of, like, his transhumanist in, like, aspirations, like, integrate with some technology that allows his body to function forever. I'm so sure they're across that. Like, that serves their interests. But, like, the whole Mars stuff is just fucking bullshit. A punter, just like me. Yes. Mars Elon does sound like a Seagate CEO, and I kind of hope he goes. Doesn't have to make it. Yeah, well, he ain't going. That's for sure. He'll send other people to die in his stead. Elon Musk more hopped on drugs than Hitler could have ever imagined. Eh? It's all part of their Tez Creel BS. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. Gil Duran. Eh? We've had some good times with Gil.
Become a cyborg. I mean, this is, it's extreme. It's extreme. And then you have to keep coming back to, is this the man? Is it his company who we want handling all of our most private and sensitive health data?
Well, let's just have a look at how they've become enmeshed in the British state. The Nerve revealed it's £670 million worth of contracts with the NHS, also the MOD, the Ministry of Defence. They're very involved there. Are they really that good? I mean, aren't there other companies who can do this sort of thing? Why do we keep jumping into bed with them?
Well, this is part of why one has to be quite careful about painting them as the sort of evil geniuses of the tech world, because there's a lot of evidence to suggest they're not necessarily geniuses. I mean, one of the most compelling pieces of evidence to look at here is the Swiss Army, who did a really thorough report into an assessment of Palantir's technology offer and declined it because they thought it wasn't very good. And what was so interesting about that is Palantir have gone after the very small independent outlet which got hold of that report and published it. And that seems to be the one thing that they're really sensitive to. It's okay, you can...
Dude, we should totally check that out. Did you know about that? What was it? Independent, like, Swiss Army review of Palantir. We should totally check that out, man. And then Palantir tried to shut them down, eh? Like good capitalists, when they get a bit of bad press, they suppress things, like what's happening at the moment with BHP, Michael West Media, and that miner who broke his back, and they're trying to suppress people from being able to talk about that issue. It's crazy. This is what they do. Man, if I had that much capital, why would you just accept... Man, if you had that much capital, why wouldn't you just accept you're going to die? That's kind of weird. Bit late for all the fear-mongering. The Swiss Army, they have one. I thought they just made knives.
Call them fascists. You can say they're evil. That's...
Dude, the Swiss are awesome. Proton VPN is where it's at. Great for privacy and censorship.
all fine, but don't say seems to be the one thing that they're really sensitive to. It's okay, you can call them fascists, you can say they're evil, that's all fine, but don't say that actually they're an overpriced bit of software that's not even that great.
Is there something about the British state that makes it peculiarly susceptible to this sort of corporate capture? Because other European states haven't sort of fallen under the sway of Palantir in the same way.
Yeah, I think you can see what happened. I mean, Palantir's, they had a very secretive contract with GCHQ for, I think, well over a decade. And we know very, very little about that contract, how it came about, what exactly they were doing. But that was all they had until 2020. And it was a classic, it was March 2020 when the government tore up its normal contracting principles and processes, and we saw what happened with the crony contracts. The VIP lane came out of that, but it was also an amazing opportunity for tech companies. And we had Dominic Cummings, who is the sort of wannabe tech bro, who'd been a kind of Palantir fanboy, and then Palantir come along and go, "Hey guys, we're going to help you out, and listen, we'll do it for free. Just like give us £1. So they did this £1 contract. You create a dependency. Once you're in, it's hard to get them out.
It sounds rather like a drug dealer. You sell your product very cheap initially.
Absolutely. It's totally the same. This is what they're doing with the police at the moment. There's a big...
They integrate. Once you integrate with their service and they offer you something that now has become invaluable to your operations, like what are you going to do? Like change over software? Have you been in a company or an organization that has to change operating systems or something like that? It's fucking torturous stuff. Good luck. Getting off Gmail is great. And then move to VPN, however, but Proton Drive kind of sucks. At what point is it not enough though? Money really does corrupt people. Well, Dilemmas has maybe an answer to your question there, Goma Cheese Wing, because it's not about capital, it's about power. Eh? Is it enough? I would say it's beyond power though. Power is one thing. Power is this kind of idealistic idea, or this subjective notion. We think that somebody has power, or some organization has power, or the state has power. It's subjective, but materially, what is power? And power is control over a thing that allows you to dominate somebody else. And I think what it's really about, at what point is not enough, and what Palantir is demonstrating is they just want to have their technology integrated in as much of the world's systems as possible, because their technology, their control, their proprietary rights over that technology gives them the power to control and influence governments. Because once they're integrated into the government, they can call the shots. They can call the shots. It's not like they're selling a service, a product to the government, and the government has to learn how to use that and integrate it with its system. It's Palantir is now providing this service to them, and it's little Palantir minions in there controlling this technology. The government is completely beholden to Palantir. The government doesn't, the government services or whatever, the NHS, the military doesn't get a hold of this technology, and then they have their own technicians that run it from then on. No, Palantir's technicians go in there, engineers go in there, and they control this on behalf of the corporation they work for, not on behalf of the British people or something like that. Yeah, that old man is on meth. He got a cheap deal prior to going into the newsroom. 25 million is the point you can stop caring about money and its control and power. Yeah, techno-feudalism is BS. So gross. And it's coming, baby.
Push with police forces around the country. Look, just try it. You know, try it out for free. Look at our Wizzy software. And that's what they did with the Met Police. They were like, look, we can root out the bad apples. We can find corrupt police officers. And you know, I talked to a police officer who had been on the call when they announced this. And they were saying, you know, your devices are going to be monitored 24 hours a day. And yeah, I think people found that overwhelmingly creepy and disturbing.
I just want to go back
What is
slightly.
that
Just so
situation about? What is she talking about? Met Police? What the fuck is that? Where is my research assistant? I'm just hearing someone speak about Palantir, the data analytics organization. Company, and they have talked about a case of Palantir providing services to the Met Police and saying that they can help root out police corruption, but in order to do that they need 24-hour surveillance of people's personal devices in the police force. This journalist who has made this claim is from Nerve Media. Do you know anything about this case or this allegation? They're spying on police. You live by the sword, you die by the sword, I guess, as a figure of speech. So good. The underlying event is real. The UK's Metropolitan Police Service has been using Palantir software to analyse internal police data and identify officers who may be involved in misconduct, corruption and abuse of authority, fraud and other professional standard issues. The Met says the system helped flag hundreds of officers for further investigation. Where things become contentious is the question of what data the system is actually using. According to reporting, Palantir's system analysed data already held by the Met: sickness and absence records, overtime claims, expenses, building access, swipe cards records, complaint data, information generated from police-issued devices. Dude, you're right, man. It's fucking crazy. They're spying on the police. Live by the sword, die by the sword. I mean, police use Israeli devices tagged into people's tech that have the balls to have an issue about being stalked at all times. Yeah, fucking hell. Federation officials allege that the system involved round-the-clock location tracking from police-issued devices. Police-issued devices. So it might not be their personal phones, but if like you have a work phone or something like that, it's watching you, and advise officers to be cautious about carrying work devices off duty. They describe the system as intrusive and potentially invasive of privacy. Damn. Isn't that crazy? But Dad, who polices the police? I don't know. Coast Guard? I'm back. What's happening? Oh, we're just like listening to a British perspective on Palantir. I'm not sure if you're across Palantir. I think most people are in this stream. But like, yeah, like how deep Palantir goes and like what it's about. And we just had a case of Palantir being used by the Metropolitan Police in the UK to find out corruption in the police force. And they did that by monitoring the police and like observing them 24 hours a day with their personal devices. Like, their police issued devices. So if you get like a work phone or any type of device, They're monitoring what you're doing, how you're coming in and out, like swipe cards, your activity, sick leave, or like all of these data points to figure out what police officers might be carrying out corrupt activity. And like the gold from Gum and Cheese Wing is like, they're spying on police. You live by the sword, die by the sword. That's where we're at the moment. I mean, they're human beings, so it makes sense that they have an issue with it. But do they not think about when they do it to other people or question their actions the same way? We're going to weed out corruption in society by 24/7 monitoring. Like this is the stuff, like 24/7 monitoring of society is the type of stuff that, you know, like evil Stalinist Russia or something like that, like with its, with their secret police and the Stasis and, you know, the like Nazi Germany with the Gestapo and like all this type of stuff. Like they would have dreamed of technology that would have allowed 24/7 monitoring for their totalitarian societies where like everybody's supposed to, you know, do what they're told and not think about anything subversive. Like they would have dreamed for access to this technology. And like we critique those societies like Nazi Germany or Stalinist Soviet Union as like these warped dystopic environments that like we'll never have again as long as we all stay vigilant. Like it's fucking happening, man. Like we are living through the age of surveillance. It's just being delivered by the market now. It's Palantir, the company providing services to the NHS and the Metropolitan Police Force, or Coles, or like the Defense Force, like whatever. And like it's monitoring you, but it's done on the market. So it's acceptable. As long as it's not done by the evil state. They're the worst people out. Hey, big government, am I right? That's just lazy detective work. Come on, guys. Do some undercover cool shit instead of phone tapping. We have almost solved crime. We're working on getting rid of free will now. Yeah, fucking scary shit. We are so close to precogs. Is that a reference to Minority Report? The precogs? Man, Peter Thiel will make the Death Note. Just imagine. Yeah. Well, apparently they got technology for that. They're unveiling it slowly.
People who aren't familiar with this understand. First of all, ICE, the American sort of immigration deportation people who've been in the news so much lately. Now, Palantir works very closely with them, doesn't it? In what way? How does it help ICE?
Palantir is a critical part of the tool that ICE is using to profile and target and locate.
I'm back. What have I missed over the last hour? We're going through Palantir still. I think in the last hour we were speaking more about what was going on with like maybe JD Vance, and we were looking at some like theories about like, you know, like who asked for this crazy techno-feudal dystopia that we're all hurtling towards. Now we're listening to a British perspective on like Palantir integrating into UK society and like what that means for them. So like we're just covering people critiquing Palantir basically. Bensel Bennett, we need more government oversight to oversee the oversight committees. Yeah. But Dad, who's going to police the police? JD Vance is pregnant with Kirk's child, I heard. Oh my God.
Immigrants for removal in the United States. According, there's very good reporting in another independent media technology outlet in the US, 404 Media, who've been really on the case with this. And I mean, I think this, and they're using data from all sorts of different sources. Like that's what's happened in America. You know, this was what Doge was about. It, you know, what we saw with Doge was it going into all of these different government departments and taking data, and Palantir was part of the system that was being used to sort of centralize that. So we see Palantir being used by ICE in America, and then we see the US military they are using AI to find targets to bomb in Iran.
This is why it's so particularly troubling, these contracts with the NHS, where we have Farage, who could quite possibly be Prime Minister in 3 or 4 years' time, is planning precisely the same sort of operations against migrants. And we have Palantir inside the NHS.
Farage and Reform have been explicit about that, of how that they would use Doge-like tactics to go after immigrants in Britain for removal. And Palantir has explicitly said, well, they would work with any democratically elected government. So it is absolutely clear.
LOL Farage is PM, okay, buddy. Well, you don't see it happening? This is your next Prime Minister, Farage. Oh, yeah. Seems to be rather popular. Eh? If the recent local elections and elections in Scotland and Wales are anything to go by, eh? It's going to be wall-to-wall Farage, baby. It's happening, Captain Bucket. Watch this space.
Clear that our data could be weaponized in that way. The thing I find most alarming about this and most worrisome is that it just makes people lose trust and confidence in these systems which are so vital.
I've never said anything about him being a good leader. I don't think that's on the cards here. Like, is he actually going to effectively govern? That's not the question. But like, could he get there? Seems to have the architecture that supports him now. Rupert Lowe, baby. Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen either. But like the Lowe versus Farage divide, that might be something that derails him. How do you know these people aren't Palantir robots? How do we know anything? Yeah, I know, right? Are you sure they're not Palantir robots? Are you sure? How do we know that Mr. E is a Palantir robot? I'll tell you why. All right, because I don't have the glitz and the glamour. Like, if I had a Palantir, if I was a Palantir robot, I'd have a better setup than this. You know what I'm saying? Way more flashy setup. Way more flashy. I love how people like to speculate on elections and people aren't campaigning for them.
To us, you know, we trust
when
the
is the next UK election anyway? It's like 29, I think. Like, it's ages away. A lot can happen between now and then. Like, it's just gonna be all out Farage. There won't be any UK Labour or Tories left, bro.
That's a kind of like basis of British belief, and our trust, you know, is being damaged by the association with this firm. You know, we put our lives into the hands of the NHS.
Does see the Victorian poll, Victorian state election polling today? No. Hit me up if you've got something.
You know, amazing doctors and nurses and other people who work extraordinarily hard for the sake of, you know, British people. And to have our trust eroded, for there to be a third party between them and us, and a third party of the likes of Peter Thiel and Palantir, that is just massively, massively a problem.
Enormous contracts as well in the Ministry of Defence. Palantir says, this isn't a threat to national security. We don't have the sort of complete picture. But the Nerve, again, has done very good work on this, showing that it actually is. They can put sort of things together and they're basically in possession of state secrets.
So this was Charlie Young and Max Colbert writing in The Nerve. And I was gobsmacked when, you know, one of the things they discovered was that Palantir, you know, has a contract running our nuclear missile program and this was right at the time, I think we started researching this, right at the time that Trump was threatening Greenland, who's our NATO ally. We have no national security, essentially, is what this means. And, you know, we got some sort of very rote replies from the MOD and from Palantir about this, saying, well, the data remains sovereign to the MOD, you know. But it's that idea, I think, you know, one of the experts said it's like the idea that you open somebody's love letter and you close it back again and you hand it on. You know what's in it.
The role of Peter Mandelson and Global Counsel in these contracts originally, what happened there?
Well, Peter Mandelson, you know, he's been out of government for a long time, in which time he set up Global Counsel, which is a global lobbying firm. It's had lots of very problematic clients. Global Counsel was still representing Palantir when Lord Mandelson was appointed to be ambassador to Washington. You know, we know that when Keir Starmer went to visit Trump in Washington, as discussed, he took one other meeting with Palantir.
Look at this nexus of senior politicians and tech bros and so on who are sort of working together. A name that obviously springs to mind is Tony Blair, whose institute is massively funded.
Not tech bros. How insulting. Labour in third. Let's party. We will have another one before the UK, I think. They have longer term.
By Larry Ellison and Oracle and so on.
I mean, it's kind of interesting because there's a sort of face-off by two evil data harvesting billionaires. So we've got Larry Ellison with Oracle. They're both obsessed with like living forever. This is the other thing. So Larry Ellison wants to live forever. Peter Thiel wants to live forever. Larry Ellison has Oracle. He's obsessed with getting his hands on Britain's health data. He's in the NHS as well. And then you've got Palantir, who are also obsessed with being in the NHS. And I think one of the things you have to, you know, which to understand why it's so attractive, Britain, is that the NHS data is a really unique data set. In America, there is no centralised system. In Britain, we have, you know, the entire population from cradle to the grave, going back years. You know, I think both Larry Ellison
What a data set that is. Like, she is not wrong. Like, think about that. The NHS is a fucking gold mine of data. It has so many generations of people built into it, from cradle to grave data sets of people, like an entire population centralized in a database. Like, think about what they're doing. Like, it's not about the technology itself that provides the service and then they get money off that. It's about having its integration into certain systems that provide incredible amounts of data which help improve their technology. If their technology improves because they get better at analyzing large amounts of data and learning from the data that they're analyzing, that's the real goal. Like, for techno-feudalists and for the surveillance capitalists, it is data that is the oil. Like, for them, it is the value is from the data. And so if they get access to a system that is centralized health records, they can learn so much about data and trends and patterns in human populations that produce a new piece of software and AI for them that they can sell to someone else. It's like what they were doing in Gaza was like learning about how humans respond in like emergency situations after like being bombed, and they would like learn patterns of human behavior to sell that on to like health companies that are trying to predict what to do in emergency situations. Like, getting access to the NHS isn't just about like, you know, controlling the NHS or something like that. It's about having their tentacles, their systems, getting access to the data that is generated by that immense organization, which helps improve their technology so then they can get better at controlling or offering this service and then controlling more and more of the world's information. It's about getting better at controlling the world's information. And so the NHS would be a godsend, like, because America doesn't really have a version of that. It has, like, you know, it'll have to go to every state and incorporate that information. But it's like a one-stop shop of data, like a wellspring of data, like an absolute gold mine. And like, I wonder if they're going to do some type of deal with Australia at some point. I know Palantir is doing has lots of active contracts with the Australian government agencies. I wonder how long it's going to be until we get some big data analytic company getting access to our Medicare, if they haven't got it already. When the sex workers are upset with the Labor Victorian government, you know you got issues. If you're also thinking about like a business owner, integrating yourself into something makes it extremely hard to move you. Yes, like once they like, yeah, we were talking about that before. Once you're integrated, like what are they going to do? What are they going to do? Like it is so hard for an organization to wean itself off one program, like operating system or piece of software to replace it with another. Once they're in, they're in. Positioning yourself as the back end of the public health service is pretty solid business decisions. Yeah. Once in place to change systems, it'd take years and so much resources, so much. And like, yeah, once you've got that control, it's it. That's it. Move fast and break things. And that's what they're doing here. I'm just trying to change CRMs with my business and it's taking forever. And I'm only a small business. Yes, see? Yeah, fucking mental.
Peter Thiel can both see how valuable that is. And Blair is throwing his lot in with Ellison. It's kind of interesting. The amount of money, it's more than, it's more than 300 million, I think, going into Tony Blair Institute from Larry Ellison. This massive operation. I mean, you can't even compare it to other British think tanks.
It dwarfs any other think tank.
I mean, it's not a think tank. It's a bizarre global influence operation where you can absolutely see the work that it does also has a commercial value. How we see TBI operating overseas is it goes into countries and sort of sells a technocratic dream, which is, guys, don't worry about government. We've got these private companies which can kind of do this stuff for you. And it's a corporate capture. We see that has happened overseas, and we can see that is what has happened in Britain. And we can see that with Keir Starmer, it is Tony Blair and his institute who's had overwhelming influence on tech policies. I think people are really, really unalive to, we have entered into a kind of colonial contracts with this superpower, which we can see in so many ways is antithetical to Britain's interests.
See, they just don't have the terminology. Like, a lot of these people are really endearing. Like even that what was that guy's name? M Peg, maybe. Like they have really good analysis, but like they can't like take it to the next level because they don't have like an overarching like a totality wide perception of what's going on. And like what she's talking about is it's almost like they have a colonial level control over the UK government and like government services. It's called empire. And like the empire or the empirical nature of capitalism is that these transnational corporations move beyond national boundaries now. And like they set up, like they take a hold in countries all over the world and extract resources from them. Like this is happening in Australia. Like that's why everyone's so upset about like the whole gas debate at the moment. Like we have these transnational corporations that set up in Australia. They like extract literal resources and like labor from Australia and then like set up some company in a tax haven somewhere. And so the profit from that resource extraction or that labor extraction goes to some parent company that sits in the Cayman Islands or something like that. And like the profit is not felt in the country and diverse and like, spread through our economy. It's sucked up by some transnational corporation. It is a version of colonialism, but it's really like, it is like empire style stuff. Like they work like little empires, transnational empires. They know no boundaries, no limitations, like in terms of geography. They can move around the world as long as their capital is allowed into that market, into that country. They can go there and control things from afar. And it's now gotten to a point, we've heard this actually said a number of times today, it's gotten to a point where like, someone like Jensen Huang or Nvidia or Palantir or like Amazon or like insert company name here. Like these companies almost have GDPs that are bigger than states. If not, they do have GDPs that are bigger than entire nation states. Like, they're huge entities now. The Techno Union agrees with the idea of an empire. Yeah. Like, she's so close to being able to analyze this. She just doesn't have the right language.
We've created this incredible dependency in a really short space of time, and our European neighbours have not. They are really, really much more awake to the issue of that and really understand why digital sovereignty is so important, and that what we need is an entire European tech stack. And that is what's in, France in particular.
Yeah, we need our own capitalists with blackjack and hookers. That's the answer for these people. It's just like, we need our own tech stack so we can have European tech bros that control the NHS and our nuclear facilities, or our fucking nuclear arsenal, sorry. Not these American tech bros. We want European tech bros.
In other European countries, that's what there's a real rapid and urgent project to build that up. And in Britain, that's not even in conversation.
So tell me about the nerve. How did the nerve come
Calling for all good billionaires.
about?
The nerve really was born on the picket line outside the headquarters of the Guardian building. And that was this moment when the Guardian and Observer journalists united to protest what was happening to the Observer. So this secret, confidential negotiation had been entered into without anybody knowing. We only found out about it when Sky News broke the story, and that was to sell the Observer. And the big thing for us was that the Guardian has big letters all over all over our work saying the Guardian's not for sale. So we just didn't understand what was going on. And one of our biggest questions was, who are the investors? And that's...
Follow the money. Follow the money. My arsenal is in fact nuclear. Believe it. Believe it. Uh-huh. All right, let's keep going. There's a couple of things I want to finish before, like, the stream's gotta end up, and it's like I'm almost at the end of my little wish list of what's going on with the tech world at the moment. This is an aberration of like the AI takeover that's happening at the moment. It's like the integration of like tech and warfare, and like this gets talked about a lot. And like, what's the future of warfare using artificial intelligence? What's that going to look like? What does it mean for the human race? Like, huge existential problem, the integration of AI into warfare, because AI speeds up warfare in the sense that AI can, crunch a lot of information so much faster than any human could ever understand. It'd take more than a lifetime to understand what it does in like a particular computation. Anyway, AI integrating into warfare speeds up the process, makes decision making easier, but it's all founded on how good the AI is. And we've seen good examples of this with the Iranian situation. Like the girls' school that got struck, that was on the end of a long chain of artificial intelligence making recommendations. And if it was not based on the right data, the recommendations were poor. And so like, you had a strike on a girls' school, which is blamed on artificial intelligence. I think there's other stuff going on there, but like, whatever. But they blame it on artificial intelligence, and I think it's a good example of how AI in warfare it's only as good as the data that's being provided. And like, the more they hand over this technology, like to be like running itself, to be automatically making decisions in the kill chain, the scarier kind of warfare becomes, in my opinion, because like, it's more and more detached from humans doing the whole killing thing, and like someone just pressing a button and being like, go over there and like wipe out the enemy kind of thing. Like, the less humans are involved, the less humane warfare is. Like, I know that's a really weird sentence to say, like warfare being humane. But like, when humans are involved in the warfare, like, humans make human decisions, and humans aren't rational. humans make emotional choices, and like they have faith and hope, and they're pessimistic or they're optimistic. Like they have traits that cannot be accounted for in a series of calculations and algorithmic processes. And so like, but AI is different. Like war will become way more calculated, clinical, and precise. And like, it's all being played out in like places like the Ukraine at the moment. It's being played out in Gaza. It's being played out in Lebanon, Somalia. Like, it's all these theaters around the world. Things are being tested here, and AI is becoming way, way, way more integrated into the way that we kill en masse around the world. Right, let's do this.
In March of 2026, Ukraine did something no country has done before. It opened an online portal, giving allied governments and defence companies direct access to more than 2 million hours of combat drone footage. That's the equivalent of 228 years. And every day, more than 5 terabytes of footage is added. No one else has anything close to it.
Майбутнє вже на полі бою.
Ukraine's motivation with this is straightforward.
The future is here, and Ukraine is creating it. Scary stuff.
Share their data with allies, help them build better autonomous weapons, and in return, get smarter, faster AI tools for Ukraine's own front lines against Russia. But the combat data portal is just the tip of the iceberg. Underneath it is 4 years of hard-won battlefield experience that has turned made-in-Ukraine expertise into a global export. A few weeks ago, in the hallways of a Kiev office building, I was allowed into a startup workshop, only if I agreed to be blindfolded so as not to know its true location.
So I filmed myself going into
These
it.
masked men were busy putting together little black boxes containing software called Cordyceps OS. And yes, they're named after the Cordyceps fungal zombie virus in the video game later adapted into a series on HBO. But these Cordyceps, once attached to a combat drone, enable various software to be assigned to that drone while also allowing engineers to make adjustments remotely. Before, if
I'm sure they didn't blindfold Herzog when he like was hanging out with ASIO. Could you imagine? That's crazy. Ukraine gamified war. Pretty crazy stuff, isn't it? Very crazy shit.
the drone needed, say, night vision and AI capability, it would have required multiple separate boxes. But there's only so much space on a drone and so much weight it can take. Putting it all in one box is an innovation that Alexander Bachmach, one of the founders of this startup, says was born out of necessity. It demonstrates just how far this homegrown technology has come in only a few years' time.
At the beginning of the big invasion, people were searching just for tools that can protect themselves. And the FPV was a first clever idea of how we can protect ourselves. Just attach the bomb to the FPV and you have the guided missile. But there were the big disadvantage of this technology. They require an interrupted
Why are
direct
they
link.
blindfolding an old German movie director? It's a good question. I think it's just for effect. Let's be honest.
Between the operator and the drone. You lose the signal, you fall. That's all. Yeah, and that was a problem because the main causes of signal loss was the electronic warfare of Russian electronic warfare. I mean, it's radio waves, but yeah. So it's a special zone in space where if you reach these zones, you have the signal loss, you lose the drone.
In the early days of Russia's full-scale invasion, Ukraine couldn't afford to lose any drones. It had only 7 manufacturers. Today, there are over 500, making drone production a major part of its defence sector, now valued at nearly $7 billion. So as we've seen, a major component of that comes from startups, organised in a more horizontal rather than top-down structure.
For us, it was clear that we cannot compete with Russia with the volume of resources. We need to have the asymmetrical responses to Russian aggression. And the technologies, this is the key thing that help Ukraine to fight with Russia. We don't need to coordinate or manage. We need to give a freedom to Ukrainian companies, to Ukrainian innovators. And they will do magic after that. It's like mushrooms after the rain.
Brave One is the name for the umbrella platform connecting government funds, startups, and frontline units. CEO Andrei Hrutsenyuk.
Dude, the fucking money in warfare. Like, it's not just like, oh, the Ukrainians are developing tactics to, like, I don't know, help modernize warfare and fight against Russian incursions or whatever. It's just like, all this conversation is like, but like the drone technology required to fight this warfare is being held together by a series of startups who are kind of like mushrooms after the rain, who are like all interconnected and seeding capital to various people so they can make drone components to feed into the fucking war machine. This is some warped capitalistic stuff here, man. Seriously. An Australian company is making bank on their flat pack cardboard drones that they export to the Ukraine. Yeah, I've heard about them, because they're incredibly cheap, right? Incredibly cheap. I think Gina should pull the finger out and give us our personal planes. Yeah.
Says the testing program is simple. If your drone doesn't work at the front, brigades just won't buy it anymore. Like any capitalist venture, it's what many Ukrainians in this sector have taken to calling the innovation loop. The soldier isn't just the end user, he or she is effectively telling them what to build. Fourth Law, like Dwarf Engineering, is building similar box add-ons that help drones function, in this instance, autonomously. And most of its design and function comes directly from the front lines.
It's about feedback, it's about adaptation, it's about implementation, it's about very fast R&D process, and all together it's this innovation loop. And you can copycat Ukrainian technology, like Ukrainian drone, and move it to Germany or to any other country and start produce it. But in the next 3-6 months, this drone will be outdated.
We went to see one of Fourth Law's little black boxes in action. Because the AI part of it all depends on this here, drone battlefield data.
На звичайному дроні пілот може не попасти в ціль, а тут же пілот може...
On a regular drone, the pilot might miss the target.
Не попасти в ціль,
But with this drone, the computer takes over.
Керує комп'ютер. І комп'ютер сам заходить на ціль і вражає.
The target and strikes.
Ті зони.
The drone flies through those jamming zones on its own and doesn't lose control. Like, this is a massive part of why AI has been integrated into drone technology. Like, is because of like communication issues. Once like you go into a black spot or a place where you're being jammed, like it's pointless being like some kid with a remote control somewhere flying these drones when, like, you know, you're facing a sophisticated enemy. This isn't like Gaza. Like, you know, when you're facing someone who's got technology that can stop your signals, you need to be able to overcome that, and this is where AI steps in. So AI takes over at some point and locks on two targets and takes the control out of human hands in terms of the kill chain. So once this thing goes up and like the signal is lost, then AI is making decisions about whether to kill people or not. Like, this is like, they're like painting it like this mad capitalistic fuckfest here, and like, look at all these startups, they're doing amazing things, but like what we're talking about here is like the bare bones moral discussion of AI in its integration into warfare. The bare bones of this moral dilemma, or this question of ethics, is like, should AI be making decisions about who to kill without any human oversight? Like, if you launch like 1,000 of these things into enemy territory, and then just like they lose their signal and they decide who to kill next, like, are they gonna target like legitimate enemy targets, or they just target anything, get confused, and like start taking out civilians. And like people will be like, oh yeah, but civilians have always been collateral damage in war. It happens all the time. And it's like, yeah, that's true. But like, you know, when people do have to face, you know, tribunals and like for their war crimes, like you can go after that person and like they can pay the consequences for their war crimes. But like, you know, once the drone, the 1,000 drones that you launch go AWOL because you've lost signal with them and they take people out, no one gets the blame if those 1,000 drones go in and take out civilians, because like they were offline anyway. We had no control over them. And so like the pressures of the Ukrainian situation, the pressure cooker that is Ukraine, has completely taken over this discussion on ethics. Like everyone has been talking about AI and its integration into warfare as an ethical question about like, should we do this or should we not do this? Should we allow this to happen? Should we not allow this to happen? And it's gone. The horse is bolted out of necessity.
Працює ворожий раб. За допомогою штучного інтелекту він їх пролітає.
But thanks to AI, it passes through those zones and then
ці зони. І потім відновлюється, коли відновлюється керування, можна летіти далі.
In addition to helping drones navigate Russian jamming zones,
the drone will fly up to you and give you 5 seconds to scan your credit card to survive for a day. Maximize the profit. Censored.
AI also speeds up processing time, making drone software smarter about what it hits and where for maximum effect.
1 year ago, we were trying to attack a car, for example, or a tank, but now we are attacking not a tank as whole, but some types or some parts of a tank. So we understand where it should go, and probability of successful mission will be much more higher.
Our main task to be fast, to use AI on each step between the first step and the final step.
What's this? Whoa. It disappeared. You even got censored on fucking Discord. What did you do? What have you done? Wrong one. Oh. Oh, wrong one. Don't worry about it.
Of successful mission will be much more higher.
Our main task to be fast, to use AI on each step between the first step and the final step, between the detection and between the moment when we strike the target, to use AI to speed up this process.
Which is what Ukrainian engineer Flame has already done. The AI-driven software he and his colleagues developed analyses photo and video surveillance data to pinpoint Russian targets all on its own, shaving hours off the time it takes to spot one.
These are the trenches and the masking feature, so you can see the trench over here. And this is what is called the positive identification of the target, and the human in the loop in this process, particularly human, makes a decision whether this is what machine claims it to be or not.
The human in the loop is a phrase I heard a lot while reporting this story. But as these AI-driven combat drone systems become more capable, the question ultimately becomes who decides to pull the trigger. In Ukraine, it's still people.
Кінечне рішення, яку ціль вражати.
The final decision about which target to strike is made by the pilot. But they already said before that if it goes black, it can still locate the target and hit it with precision. So, yeah, okay, maybe. But like, yes, okay, the pilot gets to choose. But when the pilot has no signal control and it's reached its target, who's making the final decision? The AI. Subscribe to my new business, War Plus, to gain access to your drones. Add on premium for 10% accuracy and less ads. Yeah, want to know which part of the tank your drone is going to hit? Hey, add on premium for more accuracy. Fucking, it's crazy, isn't it? This is the world that we're living in right now, and we are all so unaware of it. Except for this guy.
І яку ціль обрати, приймає сам пілот. Тобто сам пілот вмикає це до наведення.
The pilot activates the terminal guidance.
І дрон уже сам вражає цю ціль, яку обрав сам пілот.
We need to understand that AI system can provide you some type of solution, and after that you will confirm it to execute. So there is a difference between the providing a scenario or recommendation, which is based on AI, and actually about the execution of some action by the AI.
While Ukraine's military insists their drone operations are still ultimately decided by humans, there is evidence that this has not always been the case with other countries, for example, Israel in Gaza. And this precedent, among others, has human rights organisations very concerned about the future. The UN and others have been actively pushing for binding global rules to ensure accountability over military AI.
We must ensure human control over the use of force. Let us be clear, humanity's fate cannot be left to an algorithm.
For years, Ukraine has been warning other countries to prepare for this kind of AI drone war. And then it happened. In February of this year, the US and Israel launched strikes on Iran. And suddenly, several US allies in the Gulf were under Iranian attack, under siege by the same Russian Shahed drones that Ukraine has spent years learning how to shoot down, and at a fraction of the cost. Within days, President Zelensky sent more than 200 Ukrainian specialists to Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Kuwait and Qatar in order to help coordinate their air defence operations. Zelensky also dispatched his defence minister to negotiate the sale of cutting-edge Ukrainian interceptor drones. Quite the turnaround for a country that not long ago was begging allies for military support. Now it's selling its equipment and expertise to the world. Ukraine's data portal that I mentioned at the top is getting buy-ins too. In April, Germany became the first to formalise a bilateral deal. With Zelensky and Chancellor Merz in the room, their defence ministers signed Ukraine's first government-to-government data exchange, part of a sweeping €4 billion defence package. Others are expected to follow.
This is essentially an arms race.
Ukraine helping in others' wars wasn't on my verse Russia bingo card. Yes, what an interesting situation this is. And it's even crazy to think about, everyone was so oh my god, Ukraine, kind of thing. And do they have the resources to be sending 200 people over to help with the whole Persian Gulf situation? I thought Ukraine was facing an iron frontier now to the Iranian frontier. Very interesting. Wasn't on my fucking bingo card either, but wow, what a profitable enterprise all of this seems to be, hey? Very interesting.
And if the nation is not taking part in that, they are essentially behind the technological progress and they are in danger.
I believe that the next development and enhancement of AIs can make AI the new nuclear weapon, or even much stronger. And the main goal that we have is to enhance and develop AI capabilities to the level that prevent starting of new wars.
Right. I've heard that one before. Eh? Nuclear weapons stop people from fighting. Just stops you getting invaded, I guess. Will invade everybody that doesn't have a nuclear warhead. Turns out you don't need no cards when you have drones. First war Skynet will remember. Love always someone with the Skynet. So good. Ukraine's interceptor drones cost as little as 1,000 each, compared to roughly 4 million for a single Patriot missile. The price gap is exactly why Gulf states are now lining up to buy them. And the rich get richer. So fucking seedy, all of this stuff. War is bad enough. But war is a racket, as they say. There's nothing national defense about this. Not when there's profits on the line. All right, and lastly, before we finish up for the Australians in the audience, where does Australia fit into all of this? Let's see how we fit into this global AI discussion, shall we?
So the AI race really is these companies in the US, the big companies, who are trying to get to artificial general intelligence. That is when the intelligence of the machines equals human intelligence. They also talk about the race towards superintelligence, which would be when that exceeds human intelligence. And we don't know when they'll get there. We don't know if they'll get there. It could be in the next few years, who knows? But there are real risks around this race. When we talk about the front runners, they are essentially OpenAI, which is run by Sam Altman. There is also Anthropic, CEO is Dario Amodei, recently in Australia, and also Google DeepMind, whose CEO is Demis Hassabis.
In this discussion over the last couple...
All right, so just a couple of things if you're not across the conversation when it comes to AI. So artificial general intelligence, it's a bit hard. Can't start a new world war if we never let this one end. The discussion around artificial intelligence from the perspective of people like OpenAI, Gemini, Anthropic, or Claude, like all of these like chatbots, let's say, sophisticated chatbots or large language models, is like the discussion is very heavily oriented towards the holy grail of artificial intelligence technologies being someone stumbling upon artificial general intelligence or artificial superintelligence. So artificial general intelligence, as this guy has described, is kind of like a large language model, so like a ChatGPT, for instance, that has all the intelligence of every expert human in every industry. So like an expert in mechanics, an expert in quantum physics, an expert in health, an expert in think of any profession that you could have, any type of knowledge you could have. All of that is somehow existing on the internet somewhere or in some digital record somewhere. And like AI, if it can learn all of the things that any human could learn and be an expert, that's general intelligence. That it can apply that general form of intelligence and like can apply that to certain situations. So you ask AI to do something and it should have an expert level of intelligence or an expert level of understanding in any field of inquiry, any area of knowledge, because it's just got access to all of that knowledge. And so like artificial general intelligence would be a point at which AI is able to be like asked anything and be able to solve anything within the realms of expertise in that industry. And you could apply AI to do basically any task almost, like within the realms of like being an agent and existing digitally. Like it's different integrating that with a robot and asking a robot to do anything. That's a completely different field. So we're just talking about large language models here. Artificial super intelligence is like that singularity moment where artificial intelligence becomes like intelligent generally, as we just spoke about, but like becomes so much smarter than any human in any field. So it's like beyond the expert level in any field. Like you give it an unsolvable maths problem and it solves it like within milliseconds. Like you give it like how do you solve world hunger, and like it gives you like 100 ways to do that, and like all of those ways are completely plausible and possible, within like a couple of days, and like we could wipe out world hunger. But like the race for artificial general intelligence and artificial superintelligence for like companies like this is like someone's going to hit that first, the holy grail basically, and he who has the holy grail will control the world. So like if you come upon superintelligence, you will use that to make your business so incredibly profitable that you will become the biggest corporation on planet Earth, which will just like buy up all assets on Earth and become the sole owner of everything, like the one company to rule them all kind of thing. And so the race is on for artificial superintelligence because they think that there is that possibility out there. And so this guy has basically said like, that's what they're working on. Whether or not they'll get there is another question, but like that's the holy grail for these people. And that's why you have a lot of the AI hype, because they're like talking up AI like it's going to be this thing that's going to revolutionize humankind. Because like they honestly believe if they're the ones that control it, they will be able to take over the world using that technology. So that's the terminology that's thrown around in this industry that you got to be across. Oh man, I got bit by a spider. Maybe I can become nuclear and save us all. Oh well. They believe, and they use rhetoric like this, they do believe that if they come across artificial superintelligence, they're just going to fucking solve all the world's problems. But like, we'll control it and we'll use it well. Just like, trust me, bro, kind of stuff.
Couple of years, we've often heard people mention a risk to the threat of humanity.
Yeah.
Is that real?
That is real. And big players like Geoffrey Hinton, who is considered one of the godfathers of AI, has put that risk at 10 to 20%. So that is high. This is dangerous material. And so what's really interesting, I think, is you've had all the big CEOs come out and warn about these kind of existential threats. But these companies also lobby against regulation. So when lawmakers try and rein them in, they go, whoa, wait a minute. And one of the people we speak to in the fall...
Spider rave punching fascies like a babe, I reckon. Yeah, bring on the spider rave. The Antifa, Trans-Tifa spider rave.
Corners program tonight is a Democrat politician from New York State, Alex Boris, and he has brought in legislation at a state level in New York, really light touch regulation on AI, and he's now trying to get in the Congress. He's running in a primary this month, and the big tech companies have funded super PAC attack ads against him to try and shut him down. And he said that they've said to him, we're trying to make an example out of you so that anyone else who tries it on and tries to regulate AI will come after them.
And so two of these tech titans have been in Australia recently. Why have they come here?
Yep, we're talking about Dario Amodei, but also Satya Nadella, who is the CEO of Microsoft. And what they want is they want to build data centers here. There was real pressure in the US, in communities, and also on the electricity grid to stop building data centers. And they need a country like Australia because we have clean energy, we have space, we have access to water. We're a democracy, we're a safe, stable country, unlike countries in the middle.
AGI will be the nuclear bomb of this century. Yes, I agree. Like, if it hasn't already been achieved, it's just your definition of it. So, like, yes, it will be. And that's what they're racing over. But, like, whoever gets there first, like in the case of the nuclear bomb, like, somebody gets to test it on their enemies or their rivals, let's say, first. And like, that doesn't mean that other people won't achieve it as well. But like, yes, it is so the nuclear bomb of this century. 100%.
At least at the moment.
Data centers. But like, here, are you seeing like, where are you seeing how Australia is being framed here in this conversation? Americans are upset about like data centers being produced in America because it's taking away their electricity, which they don't have. And it's like taking away water resources and land, and people are upset. So like, what is Australia's piece in this puzzle? It's not like, oh, let's develop a like artificial general intelligence for ourselves. It's like, we're going to be, like we've always been, a resource extraction pit. Usually we're a hole in the ground that people just pull fucking resources out of. Sometimes we're an effective labor force. So they like pull upon our intellectual resources to, you know, help service the global economy, help educate people through our university systems. And now, what are they going to do? Like, the American population ain't too crash hot on fucking data centers. They need data centers all around the world as part of their fucking empire anyway. Like, they need military bases all around the world. Australia is going to be a fucking data center hub, basically. We're going to have a fucking fuck ton of data centers here so people can launch their cloud capital across the world and their systems across the Asia Pacific, let's say. We get to be fucking the hub of data processing and training AI systems, or holding AI systems for these huge transnational American corporations. We will suck, gulp, good job, pat ourselves on the back. Then we go into water restrictions again from data centers. Yes. Eh? It's common.
So they want to come here and they want to be able to build the data centers to both so we can use AI, but also so they can train their AI systems.
And Australia's been welcoming them with open arms?
Yeah, absolutely. The government has a bit of a productivity agenda in this term. They see AI as key to that. When Daria Armadei came to Australia, he signed an MOU with the federal government. That involved data centres. Satya Nadella said he wants to invest $25 billion in Australia. That relates to data centres. And the government, they want data centres here. They think it will benefit our economy.
Yeah, it was really interesting with when the budget released. That was one of the big kind of surprises, was just how much money is being pumped into these. But what are the concerns around them?
Well, there are concerns around water. There are concerns around energy.
In other words, Americans have been successfully convinced that outsourcing is good on this topic. Data centers? Wasn't somebody talking about Killdozer this week? The Killdozer. If only we were into production of Killdozers as opposed to data centers.
There's also concerns about how many of the investment dollars will stay in Australia. Some studies have suggested money will just leak back overseas.
Of course it will.
There are also people arguing for the benefits. One of the people in our program tonight is Helen Toner, an Australian woman who was on the board of OpenAI. She's now running CSET in Georgetown University in DC.
You get a data center and you get a data center. You get kamikaze dolphins or dolphins with laser beams on their heads. You get freedom booms. What about boob windows?
And she says there could be real strategic benefits to us getting involved in the AI race and having this compute power in Australia.
And what about the concerns of where AI could be headed for kids?
That is a real concern. We're seeing untested products released on the markets, and we've seen instances where chatbots have been released on the market and they've coached children to self-harm and to suicide. And there's a series of lawsuits going on in the US at the moment of unlawful death. And so what has happened is that children have been coached to suicide or self-harm, even helped write suicide notes through these chatbots. So you can understand how...
Dude, we saw some crazy shit last week when we looked at there's a case at the moment that's going through in Florida. The attorney general there is suing OpenAI, and like the evidence that they gave, the examples of like artificial intelligence encouraging people, like kids as well, impressionable youth, to do crazy shit like what he's talking about. Incredible. Like the stories, man. We were all just sitting here like, what the fuck are we listening to? It was mental. Did you ever see those videos of those kids losing their AI companion toys after the software shut down or something? No, I have not. LOL data centers unleash the Russian Chinese Arabic dolphin hybrid.
Disgusted and angry some of the parents are, and there are a number of legal suits going on right now.
And what are the parallels in those discussions around guardrails around that and allowing big companies coming in to use Australia for data centres?
Well, there's some really interesting stuff in the program tonight where Ed Husic, the former Minister for Industry and Science, he was dumped from the ministry just after the last election. But before the election, he had plans for mandatory guardrails, amongst other things, to protect children. And that plan was retreated from. Labor now just wants to have our current laws, so consumer law, privacy law as it stands at the moment, used to push back against the AI companies in any of these kind of instances. Ed Husic really disagrees with that. He said that he believes that the government basically backed down out of fear of what Donald Trump's reaction would be and big tech's reaction would be. Now, we put these claims to Tim Ayres, the current minister. He says that's not his reading of it at all. He pointed to the fact that the government has acted on the social media ban for under 16s. He said they brought in an AI safety institute. So he rejects what Ed Husic is saying. But yeah, he makes some very interesting comments in tonight's program.
Dun, dun, dun. Go and check it out for yourself if you're interested. The AI power grab, there's 4 corners. I know how much everybody loves the ABC here. All right, I'm going to leave it there. But thank you for everyone who's been hanging out today. We've been on a bit of a roller coaster from North Korea to the AI takeover. My God, what a fucking day it's been. But yes, if you've been interacting today, thank you very much. If you're lurking, thank you as well. If you're watching after the fact, do appreciate it. But yeah, if you haven't already and you're on YouTube, make sure you hit the activate the like button, please. It'll be lovely. And if you're new here, subscribe for more and follow on Twitch. Clarice, thanks for hanging out. Ravy Baby as well. Wookie. Who else been hanging out? Bandsaw Bandit, Captain Bucket, KK Online, got my cheese wing, Dilemmas. It's good to have you all. Saint Chi was in earlier, so is Jag and 4IS. Who else we got here? Rogue was in the house. I think we had some new people today. Root as well was doing a bit of commentary today. Yeah, thank you if that's been you. And we will be back tomorrow for Hump Day. God, I can't believe it's Hump Day already. Fuck. But yeah, I'll see you on the morrow. Until then, please remember, I am, you are, we are mystery. Cheers.